Chapter 226. Within an hour, no one came to inform Yang Dingtian to head to the main hall. Yang Dingtian laughed at himself. He really did not expect such a situation. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside. Then, the door far away was suddenly pushed open. The beautiful Qin Mengli stood outside the door. She was wearing a purple brocade dress. At this moment, she was extremely gorgeous and breathtaking. After seeing Yang Dingtian, Qin Mingli's eyes turned red immediately. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. "Let's go, Lang Jun. I'll bring you to seek justice." Then, Qin Mingli rushed in directly. She held Yang Dingtian's hand and walked out toward the central hall. Immediately, those performers who had been making fun of Yang Dingtian revealed an extremely astonished expression. Then, this shock turned into fear and fear. They did not expect Yang Dingtian to be such a big shot who could crush them with just a finger. As they walked, Qin Mingli said angrily, "I gave you face, but you don't want it. I want to see who is the one who has the guts to be so rude to my man." Then, she looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Xinlang, I've been looking for you everywhere since the banquet started. I didn't expect that they would dare to arrange for you to sit in the side courtyard of the performers. They actually want to shed all pretense of cordiality. Why should I care? I've already chased that eunuch Yi Wujing away. Later, you'll sit on my left." The same seat. The left was the seat of honor. It was the seat of the husband. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Is this worth getting angry over? However, I do have a request. This group of performers will be performing later. Although it's not suitable for them to eat, you should still prepare some tea." After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, the angry Qin Mingli suddenly burst into laughter. She rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian and said, "You have no desires. No wonder you're bullied. You don't care, but I don't." Just like this, Qin Mingli held onto Yang Dingtian's hand and walked into the central main hall without any concealment. The main hall was brightly lit with several thousand people sitting inside. After everyone saw Qin Mingli holding Yang Dingtian's hand and entering the grand hall, the originally noisy grand hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone was looking at Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli with eyes filled with disbelief. The expressions of many of them changed drastically. Many of them had heard that Qin Mingli had a new lover. However, the identity of this lover was still not presentable. On the surface, Qin Mingli still had to go in and out with Yi Wujing and act as husband and wife. However, he did not expect Qin Mingli to bring her lover into the main hall so blatantly. This was tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. This was equivalent to slapping Yi Wujing in the face in front of everyone. Therefore, Yi Wujing's face instantly turned pale without a trace of blood. He looked at Qin Mingli and Yang Dingtian. Instantly, his gaze was like that of an injured beast, revealing a soaring, murderous intent. That's right, it was Yi Wujing's order to arrange for Yang Dingtian to be placed in the actor's courtyard. However, he did not expect Qin Mingli to care so much about this lover that she directly used the most violent method to take revenge on him. Instantly, Yi Wujing looked directly at Yi Feng with undisguised, murderous intent. His meaning was very clear. He wanted Yi Feng to kill Yang Dingtian in front of everyone in the martial arts competition later. Yi Feng's expression was cold as he nodded. Then he slightly gripped the sharp sword in his hand and looked at Yang Dingtian with murderous intent. Yi Wujing was not the only one whose expression changed drastically. Yi Wuqing, Qin Huaiyu, and of course the supreme master today, Qin Wanqiu, also had a drastic change in expression. However, the first thing Yang Dingtian noticed was not Qin Wanqiu, nor was it Yi Wujing and Yi Feng who wanted to kill him. Instead, it was the gazes of three beautiful women. These three beautiful women were not inferior to Qin Mingli, who was beside him. They were Dongfang Bingling, third Lady Gongsun, and Ning Roer. He really did not expect to meet these three women at the birthday banquet hall. It was not strange for Dongfang Bingling to appear here. After all, she was also a member of the Tiando League. It was just that the Inyang school status was higher than Qin city's. Therefore, her arrival was just a favor to Qin Wanzhou. However, from another perspective, there were no more than 4 or 5 grandmasters in the entire world, and Qin Wanzhou was one of them. Even though Dongfang Bingling was the successor of the Inyang school, as a junior it was only right for her to attend the birthday banquet. As for Ning Rou, Yang Dingtian should have already guessed that the man who defiled her a few years ago was Qin Huaiyu. However, Qin Huaiyu had always harbored wild ambitions for Yan Yan. Yang Dingtian felt that Ning Rou, or could at most be his private property. He did not expect Qin Huaiyu to openly bring her to the birthday banquet. What surprised Yang Dingtian the most was Dugu Fengwu. Did this demonic woman eat a leopard's guts? Even though she was third Lady Gongsun and had changed her appearance, Qin Wanzhou was a grandmaster-level expert. Dongfang Bingling was so incredible that she could possibly see through her true identity. What was the reason for this demonic woman to appear at the birthday banquet? Furthermore, there was another terrifying thing. Dugu Fengwu was able to recognize Yang Dingtian from a distance. Therefore, when Qin Mingli brought Yang Dingtian into the grand hall, everyone's eyes were concentrated on Yang Dingtian's face. Yang Dingtian discovered these 3 faces that shocked him, but he didn't stop his gaze at them. These 3 women had different reactions. Ning Rou was only slightly startled before she looked at Qin Mingli with worried eyes. It was obvious that she didn't recognize Yang Dingtian. On the other hand, Dongfang Bingling didn't even lift her eyes. Even in the crowd, she looked as though she was standing at the peak of a mountain, completely ignoring the people around her. No wonder Dugu Fengwu dared to appear in front of her. This woman was absolutely condescending. She didn't have any interest in Dugu Fengwu's disguise as third Lady Gongsun. Therefore, Dugu Fengwu didn't have to worry about being seen through. As for Dugu Fengwu, her reaction was rather strange. She glanced at Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli indifferently before shifting her gaze away. She didn't have any reaction as though she didn't recognize Yang Dingtian. Instead, it was Qin Wanzhou and Qin Huaiyu who had a huge reaction. This was also the first time Yang Dingtian saw Qin Wanzhou's true appearance. He was completely different from Yang Dingtian's imagination. He wasn't very tall and wasn't considered handsome or refined. In fact, he looked rather boorish. He had thick eyebrows, long and narrow eyes, and a high nose bridge. His entire face was very white, but it was filled with dominance. His eyes were filled with shrewdness and scheming, but they were also filled with impatience at all times. In short, this was a very complicated person. He was also filled with dominance and made people fear him. "Ah, Li, what are you doing?" Seeing Qin Mingli holding Yang Dingtian's hand as she walked in, Qin Wanzhou immediately shouted with rage. Even in front of thousands of people, he didn't conceal anything. Qin Mingli's eyes turned brave as she held onto Yang Dingtian's hand and was about to reveal her identity in front of everyone. However, Yang Dingtian suddenly took half a step back and bent down slightly. Although he was still holding onto her hand, his role had changed from that of a male lover to that of a subordinate. "I respectfully send Madam back to her seat." Yang Dingtian bowed and said. Qin Mingli was stunned and looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian glanced at her and continued to bow as he sent her back to her seat at the banquet. Then he held onto his battle saber and stood behind her, looking completely like a loyal guard. Although everyone was well aware that it wasn't appropriate for him to appear at the banquet as the leader of the guards, Yang Dingtian's actions had already given everyone a way out. At least the White Cloud City Lord, Yi Wuqing, didn't look so bad anymore. As for Yi Wujing and Yi Feng, the murderous intent in their eyes didn't decrease at all. Qin Wanzhou glanced at Qin Mingli coldly and said, "Ah, Li, as a host, it's very rude of you to disappear at the banquet. Give everyone a toast as an apology." Although Qin Mingli didn't really reveal her identity just now, she didn't give anyone a good look at this moment. She casually picked up a cup of wine, drank it in one gulp, and ignored them. Everyone at the banquet quickly returned the toast and turned the page of awkwardness. Some people at the banquet were the first to turn the page, but some didn't want to. Yi Feng stood up directly and bowed to Qin Wanchou. Father-in-law, today is your 50th birthday, and Qin City values martial arts. I'm tired of the singing and dancing at the banquet. Why don't I present a martial arts competition to liven things up for you? Qin Wanchou picked up a huge wine cup and drank it in one gulp. Of course, he knew what Yi Feng was planning to do, but he didn't stop him at all. He didn't even look at Yang Dingtian and said directly, "All right." Yi Feng instantly smiled and said to Yang Dingtian, "Commander Shin, you've been promoted by Madame Qin to be an insignificant person. I'm sure your martial arts skills are outstanding. How about you be my opponent in this martial arts competition?" Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Deference is no substitute for obedience. Please." Yi Feng left his seat and walked to the center of the hall with his sword. Instantly, the dancers in the hall quickly retreated, emptying out an empty space of thousands of square meters. Yang Dingtian carried a huge box and walked to the center of the hall slowly. He opened the box and took out the huge and mighty Sky Devil blade. Yi Feng said, "Father-in-law, tonight is your birthday banquet and a joyous occasion. There shouldn't be any bloodshed. However, Qin City is iron-blooded and mighty. This shouldn't be a taboo, right? In the martial arts competition later, if there's any mishap, or if there's blood or injuries, please forgive me, father-in-law." "Yes," Qin Wanchou said directly. Instantly, everyone's face turned serious. Everyone knew that White Cloud City wanted to seek justice for Yi Wujing. They wanted to kill Yang Dingtian to take revenge for Qin Mingli's rudeness just now. Moreover, Qin Wanchou also agreed to it. He expressed that he wanted to punish Qin Mingli and also expressed that he had no intention of breaking the alliance between Qin City and White Cloud City. Therefore, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian with eyes that were filled with sympathy. In their eyes, Qin Mingli's lover was dead meat. However, their sympathy was limited. They were already disdainful and despised Yang Dingtian's role as a boy toy. Swords and sabers are merciless. Life and death are up to the heavens. Commander Shen, please. Yi Feng slowly pulled out his weapon and said coldly. Chapter 227. Swords and sabers are merciless. Life and death are up to the heavens. Commander Shen, please. Yi Feng slowly pulled out his weapon and said coldly. His weapon was a sword and saber. The so-called sword and saber were blades with the lower part as the blade and the upper part as the sword. It could be used for both sprinting and slashing. It was considered a very special and sharp weapon. Yi Feng's status was very high and he was rich in White Cloud City. Therefore, Yi Feng's sword and saber were completely made of bloody black gold. They were priceless weapons in the world. Yang Dingtian also pulled out his huge and mighty Sky Devil saber and said indifferently, "Swords and sabers are merciless. Life and death are up to the heavens. Sky Horizon Rainbow Sword Art, take my sword." Yi Feng slashed with his sword and a golden rainbow suddenly burst out from the center of the hall and slashed towards Yang Dingtian. Sky Horizon Rainbow Sword Art was White Cloud City's exclusive sword art. It was an 8th grade martial technique, and it was the signature martial technique of the City Lords. This sword art could be said to be world famous. Although it was only an 8th grade martial technique, it was one of the rare martial technique manuals that could be used with swords and sabers. The martial technique manuals in the world had very strict requirements for weapons. Most of them were swords, then sabers, demon-subduing pestles, huge staffs, and other weapons. Pig-slaying sword art and chaotic heaven destroyer sword were manuals that specialized in swords. Wind Ripple Evil Saber was a manual that specialized in sabers. Sky Horizon Rainbow Sword art could be used with swords and sabers, so it was world famous. Yi Feng paid a huge price to forge the bloody black gold saber and sword for this sword art. At this moment, Yi Feng's slash was the first move of Sky Horizon Rainbow sword art. It was more than 15 meters long, and it was at the level of a 9-star martial mystic. Yang Dingtian held the Sky Devil saber in his hand tightly and circulated all the profound energy in his body to take Yi Feng's first move. He didn't use any technique or any martial technique. Bang! There was a loud explosion as the golden rainbow slashed onto Yang Dingtian's Sky Devil flame saber. It instantly exploded and turned into thousands of radiance, illuminating the entire hall as though it was daytime. Yi Feng saw that Yang Dingtian actually took this move and was stunned. He sneered in his heart, "Idiot, you're courting death!" Yi Wujing's face became even more ferocious. He wished that Yang Dingtian would immediately be smashed into pieces and die a miserable death. Qin Minli immediately stood up in shock. After the loud noise, the golden light dissipated. Only then did everyone see Yang Dingtian's appearance clearly. His brocade robe was in tatters and his face was pale. There was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But that was all. That's right, that's all. Yang Dingtian had many tricks up his sleeves, but they were all useless. He could only forcibly receive this move, a martial skill of a 9-star martial profound expert. As a result, his entire body shook violently and he spat out a small mouthful of blood. Everyone was slightly startled when they saw Yang Ding's reaction. Yi Feng's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Shen Lang would be able to receive his first move without using any technique. However, following this, Yi Feng said with a cold smile, "Shen Lang, you've got guts, huh? Since you dare to receive my sword and saber like this, why don't you try receiving another move?" "Sure." Yang Dingtian said. Young Lord Yi has also seen it. The main hall is currently having a birthday banquet, and there are guests everywhere. There are also fine wine and delicacies everywhere. If we were to engage in a frenzied battle, it would inevitably spoil the atmosphere. Therefore, let's have a more refined martial arts contest. I will receive 3 moves from you, and you receive 3 moves from me. How about it? When these words were spoken, everyone at the scene could not help but gasp, because this kind of martial arts contest was extremely disadvantageous to the side with the weaker cultivation. Then how do we determine the winner? The one who asked was actually Third Lady Gongsun. Yang Dingtian said, "Lord Qin is a Grandmaster class expert. Of course, you can determine the winner." "All right, we'll do it this way." Qin Wanqiu frowned. Yi Feng said coldly, "Then it's your turn now. You make your move, and I will receive it." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "No need. I will make my move after you finish your 3 moves." When these words were spoken, everyone could not help but gasp. Was this Shen Lang really crazy? Was he really tired of living? He was simply courting death. At this moment, Yi Feng was so angry that he laughed instead. He did not even bother to conceal it as he revealed a sinister smile and said softly, "If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." After which, he slowly raised the bloody black gold saber. "My second move is the rainbow of 7 colors. You can receive it again." Yi Feng said, "Just now, I only used the rainbow of 7 colors and you vomited blood. I want to see how you are going to die with my rainbow of 7 colors. Rainbow of 7 colors was the ultimate move of the Horizon Rainbow sword art. The 7 colors of the sword rainbow formed an extremely powerful rainbow bridge. Compared to the first move, the golden rainbow, it might not be 7 times stronger, but it was at least 3 to 4 times stronger. Just like what Yi Feng said, Yang Dingtian vomited blood with just the first move. Next was the rainbow of 7 colors, which was 3 to 4 times stronger. Theoretically, Yang Dingtian would not be able to receive it no matter what. Yang Dingtian stood on the spot and held the Sky Devil Flame Saber with both hands as he stared at Yi Feng without moving. Primal Chaos Horizon, Boundless Rainbow. Yi Feng immediately brandished the saber and sword in his hand. Immediately, the center of the hall was filled with light and shadow. His graceful figure flashed in all directions. At the same time, sword rainbows began to condense above his head. Golden, blood red, sky blue, jade green, grass green, orange, and purple. The first sword rainbow only took 2 to 3 seconds to condense, while the last purple sword rainbow took a full minute. When the rainbow of 7 colors was completely formed, it was 6 to 7 meters long and floated in the air above the hall. It was magnificent like a dream. It was beautiful, but it was filled with killing intent that soared to the heavens. After the rainbow of 7 colors was completely condensed, Yi Feng did not slash out. Instead, he continued to condense and imbue profound qi. Immediately, the colors of the rainbow of 7 colors became more and more vibrant, more and more dazzling. This was the fatal power of the Horizon Rainbow Sword Art. This sword art was actually only a middle, grade 8 martial skill. Relying on this grade, it was not enough to shock the world. What truly made it famous was this ultimate move, the rainbow of 7 colors. This was because it was the martial skill that was most similar to a profound skill. Most importantly, after a normal martial skill was condensed, it would directly attack. It would be as powerful as it should be. However, the rainbow of 7 colors was different. After the 7 sword rainbows were fully condensed, it could not be released immediately. Instead, it could accumulate power and continue to imbue profound qi into it. Then, the power of the rainbow of 7 colors would become stronger and stronger. This was very frightening. Yi Feng's rainbow of 7 colors was 3 to 4 times more powerful than the first move. At this moment, he was still imbuing profound qi into it, causing its power to increase continuously. This was completely trying to kill Yang Dingtian. Therefore, at this moment, the hall was completely silent. Everyone could feel the murderous intent inside, and their faces instantly turned solemn. As for Qin Mingli, her beautiful face was completely pale. Her beautiful eyes were filled with terror. Her nimble and delicate nails had completely pierced into her palms and were already dripping with blood. However, she did not notice it at all. Condense, condense. Yi Feng was still condensing profound qi. Moreover, the murderous intent on his face became more and more intense, and his expression became more and more ferocious. In the end, Yi Feng condensed the rainbow of 7 colors to its maximum. At this moment, the rainbow of 7 colors floating in the air was already dazzling. It suppressed the entire brightly lit hall until it was dark and dull. Die, Shenlang! Yi Feng suddenly roared violently. Then, the sword in his hand slashed down violently. Suddenly, a hurricane blew across the entire hall, causing all the lights to dim. Then, an explosive sound was heard, and the air suddenly became boiling hot. Roar! There was a dragon roar and a tiger roar. The rainbow of 7 colors above Yi Feng's head transformed into an extremely ferocious rainbow of 7 colors dragon. It suddenly pounced on Yang Dingtian. This rainbow of 7 colors dragon was more than 100 feet in size. It was completely a huge creature, and in front of it, Yang Dingtian seemed so insignificant. He was really like a small tree in front of a storm and lightning, unable to withstand a single blow. When the rainbow of 7 colors dragon appeared, everyone's expression changed. This was because Yi Feng was no longer a martial skill. After the rainbow of 7 colors dragon, he made use of the energy to add a mystic skill, the illusory amorous dragon technique. Without a doubt, Yi Feng was acting shamelessly. However, no one would care. In the midst of the wild roar, the ferocious rainbow of 7 colors dragon suddenly appeared in front of him. It opened its mouth and was about to swallow Yang Dingtian. Chapter 228. Yang Dingtian raised the sky devil blade in his hand and waved it crazily. On the surface, he was using the 3rd move of the Wind Ripple Evil Blade, Splashing Ink Gale. In reality, he was using the 1st move of the 3rd stage of the Pig Slaying Swordsmanship, Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique. Even though Yang Dingtian was full of confidence in this battle, he could not help but have doubts in his heart. Because of Yi Feng's shamelessness, the power of this move was not 3 to 4 times stronger than the first move, Golden Rainbow. It was 8 to 9 times stronger, or even more. This Yi Feng was going to put Yang Dingtian to death in his second move. Yang Dingtian had just received Yi Feng's first move, Golden Rainbow, and was so shaken that he vomited blood. Now this move, 7-colored rainbow, together with the illusory amorous dragon technique, had about 10 times the power. Yang Dingtian alone would not be able to receive it. So now, it would depend on the power of the Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique. If the third stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship was really a supreme scripture, then Yang Dingtian's transformation technique would be able to receive the third move. If the Yin-Yang Qi transformation technique was not powerful enough, then Yang Dingtian would be defeated tonight. He might even die here. Roar! That rainbow-colored dragon opened its ferocious mouth to its limit. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian brandished the Sky Devil Flame Saber and charged into its terrifying mouth. So at this moment, no one knew if Yang Dingtian had charged in or if he had been swallowed by the light dragon. But immediately, no one could see Yang Dingtian's figure anymore. It was as if he had been completely swallowed by the 7-colored light dragon. Then, this huge dragon circled and roared crazily, as if it wanted to crush Yang Dingtian into pieces. Yi Feng kept his blade and sword and revealed a proud smile. This was the effect he wanted. Not only did he want to kill his opponent, he wanted to kill him in the most gorgeous way. Shen Lang and Qin Mingli's love was a complete provocation to White Cloud City. White Cloud City had no way to deal with Qin Mingli, but they could completely kill Shen Lang. This was also a warning to everyone in the world. It was fine to play around with a stunning beauty like Qin Mingli, but if anyone wanted to take it seriously, they would definitely die. As for Yi Wujing at this moment, his ferocious face relaxed slightly, and his elegant and dignified expression gradually recovered. When Yi Wuqing saw Yang Dingtian being swallowed by the giant light dragon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He no longer looked at the battle in the hall. Instead, he raised his wine cup and calmly toasted Qin Wancho. Although Qin Wancho's expression was not very happy, he still accepted Yi Wuqing's toast. He picked up the cup in front of him and drank it in one gulp. Third Lady Gongsun looked at the center of the battlefield with interest. As for Dongfang Bingling, she was still high and mighty. She did not put the competition in front of her in her eyes. She was in a daze, as if she was not at the birthday banquet at all. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's entire body was enveloped by a powerful energy crazily. An incomparably powerful energy crazily poured into his body, crazily trying to tear apart everything in Yang Dingtian's body. Fire transformation art. Fire transformation art. Fire transformation art. Yang Dingtian crazily used the same move, the first move of the Yin-Yang Qi transformation art, the fire transformation art. In an instant, countless fiery profound energy crazily poured into Yang Dingtian's body and was crazily dissolved. It turned into pure profound energy and continuously poured into his qi sea. This Yin-Yang Qi transformation art was indeed incomparably powerful and mysterious. The fiery, profound energy that surged in was actually quickly dissolved. Moreover, as Yang Dingtian became more proficient in the qi transformation art, the amount of fiery, profound energy that could be dissolved increased. However, even so, Yang Dingtian still discovered. At this moment, his Yin-Yang Qi transformation art was already barely able to dissolve the profound energy of a 9-star martial mystic expert. The remaining profound energy was still harming Yang Dingtian. However, even so, the scene in the center of the hall was already extremely stunning. Almost everyone thought that Yang Dingtian was dead for sure. However, the situation immediately changed. The color of the giant light dragon suddenly became fainter and fainter. In the end, it did not look like it was circling, but instead it looked like it was struggling. Bang! Suddenly, a loud sound rang out. Yang Dingtian, who was wielding the Sky Devil Flame Saber, suddenly soared into the sky. After that, a crack was suddenly torn open in the giant light dragon. Yang Dingtian tore open a crack in the giant energy dragon and then broke out. After rushing out, Yang Dingtian suddenly landed on the ground. The Sky Devil blade in his hand crazily slashed at the giant dragon. Everyone was stupefied. Was this a joke? This giant dragon was not a real creature. It was only a fake dragon formed from fire attribute, profound energy. Now, Shenlang was actually using a real blade to chop at the fake energy dragon. If this was not crazy, then what? However, the next scene made them almost go crazy, because as Yang Dingtian's blade chopped down, the giant void dragon actually shattered piece by piece and was chopped off section by section. Go! In the end, Yang Dingtian suddenly roared and drilled back into the body of the giant light dragon. Then, the Sky Devil blade in his hand crazily slashed. Break! There was a loud sound and a dazzling radiance. In an instant, the giant light dragon was smashed into pieces and turned into ashes. It turned into tens of thousands of flaming radiance and disappeared in the air like resplendent fireworks. Finally, Yang Dingtian withdrew his sword and stood there. Yi Feng looked as though he was struck by lightning. He looked at Yang Dingtian in a daze. He was completely unable to imagine that such a thing would actually happen. This was simply too presumptuous and absurd. It was too crazy. Not only Yi Feng, but Yi Wujing was so shocked that he was completely speechless. As for Yi Wuqing, he didn't even have the time to pour the wine into his mouth and directly poured out. However, he didn't feel it at all. Dugu Fengwu's beautiful eyes lit up. Then, her gaze congealed on Yang Dingtian's face. She revealed an astonished expression, but it was unknown what her expression meant. Dongfang Bingling seemed to have noticed the battle situation for the first time. Her beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Dingtian indifferently. However, it was merely an indifferent glance. She immediately shifted her gaze away and didn't care anymore. Instead, it was Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huayu who looked at Yang Dingtian with serious eyes for the first time. As for Qin Mingli, her originally pale and colorless face instantly flushed red. Boundless surprise made her beautiful eyes ripple. Her ecstatic face made her look even more beautiful and unparalleled. Yang Dingtian looked at Yi Feng and said indifferently, "Young Lord Yi Feng, you still have the third move." In an instant, Yi Feng's body trembled violently. That's right, there was still the third move. However, Yi Feng's heart was already wavering. For the second move, not only did he use the rainbow, but he also shamelessly used a mystic skill. It was obviously two moves combined into one, but he purposely pretended to be one move. This was such a fatal move. Originally, he was extremely confident in his heart. He felt that he would definitely be able to kill this Shenlang. However, he didn't expect that he wouldn't be able to kill Shenlang. Instead, it led to such a stunning performance from Shenlang. It was as though all his previous prowess had become Shenlang's foundation. There was still the third move, but Yi Feng didn't prepare for it at all. The second move was so powerful, yet it still couldn't kill Shenlang. Now, he really didn't know what to do with the third move. Therefore, he couldn't help but look at his father, Yi Wuqing. Yi Wuqing felt his son's gaze, and his expression changed instantly. He said coldly, "Are you muddle-headed? It's just a slip of the rainbow. How many more powerful moves do you have that you haven't used? Have you forgotten the mystic skills that your uncle taught you?" Once he said that, Yi Feng's expression changed slightly. There was even a trace of fear in his eyes. Instantly, Yang Dingtian felt that something was wrong. That's right, the fear in Yi Feng's eyes made Yang Dingtian feel that something was wrong. Who was Yi Wujing's uncle? Zhu Qingzhu, the sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Zhu Qingzhu. After the hidden sect, went into seclusion, and Dongfang Minmi and Shimenwia were no longer around. The sect leader of the Black Heaven sect, Zhu Qingzhu, became the true #1 person in the world. The soul-devouring mystic qi that he used to kill Shimenwia was still vivid in Yang Dingtian's mind. The profound skill that you taught Yifeng was extremely powerful and even extremely abnormal. It was completely imaginable, and even Yifeng himself felt afraid. Many of the people present were experts with extremely high cultivation. Therefore, the trace of fear that Yifeng revealed was immediately noticed by everyone. Instantly, the gazes of many people present became complicated and strange. Yifeng was an extremely sensitive person. He had an almost morbid selfishness and arrogance. After feeling those gazes, he felt as if there was a fire burning in his heart. Then his eyes suddenly burned with a demonic light. The gaze that he looked at Yang Dingtian with was also instantly filled with deep-rooted hatred. He must kill Xinlang. The person in front of him must die. Although that mystic skill filled him with fear and gave him nightmarish memories, as long as he could kill the person in front of him, everything was worth it. Then Yifeng revealed a sinister smile at Yang Dingtian and said, "The third move." Yes, there's still the third move. At this moment, he did not pose any threat. However, the gaze that he looked at Yang Dingtian with was as if he was looking at a dead person. Then he raised the sharp sword in his hand and began to dance lightly. That's right, it was only a light dance. Moreover, it looked like a very ordinary movement. It was completely casual as he waved the sword in his hand. There was no sense of beauty, nor was there any profoundness. It was just a casual wave. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's expression became incomparably solemn. He instinctively felt a dangerous aura. When he waved the 4th move, the entire hall suddenly darkened. All of the candlelight gently swayed. There was no wind. However, these candlelight seemed to have met something terrifying. Suddenly it shrunk. Therefore, the entire hall became dark. The 5th move, the 6th move, the 7th move. Then, the brightly lit hall became darker and darker. Darker and darker. This was not an illusion. It was also not a contrast of light. It really did become dark. All of the candlelight in the hall seemed to be swallowed by some kind of special energy. Then, everyone present clearly felt as if there was a lot of energy rushing towards Yifeng's body. Chapter 229. After that, everyone present could clearly feel that there was a lot of energy that was rushing towards Yifeng's body. As Yifeng's sword dance got faster and faster, his body seemed to have formed an energy whirlpool that started to devour all the mystic qi in the surroundings. Over a dozen meters, a few dozen meters, a few hundred meters, a few thousand meters. All the energy was rushing towards Yifeng's body. His sword dance got faster and faster, but it was just fast. There was no elegance or profoundness. Gradually, Yifeng's body was enveloped by a dark gray color. His handsome face got paler and paler until there was no trace of blood. It was so pale that it was frightening. Only his eyes got redder and redder. At this moment, Yang Dingtian really felt that it was extremely dangerous. Yifeng was frenziedly devouring all the mystic qi in the surroundings. He didn't even let go of the energy that was released by the candle flame. But what Yang Dingtian couldn't understand was why these energies didn't explode and turn into smithereens when he swallowed them without purifying or refining them. After all, these were all combat xianqi, not cultivation xianqi. The difference between cultivation mystic qi and combat mystic qi was like heaven and earth. Combat mystic qi was used for combat, while cultivation mystic qi was used to increase cultivation and break through the sea of qi. A person would only need a few hours to absorb the combat mystic qi and fill up the entire mystic qi and sea of qi. In order for cultivation mystic qi to fill up the sea of qi to the point of breaking through, it would require half a year or even more. Therefore, cultivation mystic qi was completely extracted from combat mystic qi, and it wasn't even 1% of it. At this moment, Yi Feng was actually devouring all the combat mystic qi within 1,000 meters and didn't shatter into pieces. This was too strange, and Yang Dingtian couldn't understand it at all. But Yang Dingtian was sure that this wasn't some famous sex cultivation technique. It was definitely an evil cultivation technique. Soon enough, Yang Dingtian also confirmed this judgment because he saw a disdainful and mocking smile from the corner of Dugu Fengwu's mouth. He could even feel that even Qin Wancho's eyes had shrunk slightly. Many of the people present were experts. Without a doubt, they had recognized the evil nature of Yi Feng's cultivation method. However, none of them spoke out, nor did they point it out. This world was truly absurd. Yang Dingtian did not use the evil soul arts, but he was slandered as a spy for evil ways. However, the Taiando League members turned a blind eye to Yi Feng's blatant use of evil techniques. It seemed that the so-called good and evil cannot coexist, and the so-called evil ways will lead to death were all empty words. Perhaps it had become a political weapon in the hands of the upper echelons of the Taiando League. At this time, an endless amount of profound energy was still condensing in Yi Feng's body. Yi Feng, whose entire body was wrapped in powerful energy, had already completely revealed an energy might that did not match him. 9-star martial mystic experts, martial ancestor experts, 1-star martial ancestor experts, 2-star martial ancestor experts, 3-star martial ancestor experts, 4-star martial ancestor experts. The energy in Yi Feng's body continued to swell, increase, and become stronger. Qin Mingli was not outstanding in martial arts. However, she had already noticed that something was amiss. She anxiously pleaded to Qin Wancho, "Brother, quickly stop the competition. I don't believe that you have not noticed anything amiss." Qin Wancho coldly glared at her and said, "He is courting death. He can't blame anyone else." Qin Mingli's tears fell as she sobbed, "Brother, I beg you, don't let him die. I will immediately ask him to leave and stay far away. I guarantee that I will cut all ties with him." Qin Wancho said indifferently, "It's too late. Moreover, you are responsible for half of his death." Qin Mingli suddenly smiled sadly and said, "This is your Taiando League? This is your prestigious sect? I am really ashamed of all of you." After speaking, Qin Mingli suddenly stood up. She pulled out her dagger and was about to rush towards Yi Feng. Qin Wancho's expression turned cold. However, a trace of heartache flashed across his eyes. He gently flicked his sleeve at Qin Mingli. Instantly, before Qin Mingli could stand up straight, she fell onto the table and fainted. However, she looked as though she was drunk from the alcohol. Yang Dingtian saw Qin Mingli fainted on the table from the corner of his eye. His heart softened slightly. He then looked at Yi Feng, who was in front of him. Yi Feng was already filled with an aura that made one's heart palpitate. Just a moment ago, Yang Dingtian only felt a sense of danger. However, now, Yang Dingtian felt a sense of fatal danger. He had to save himself. Otherwise, he would really die here because Yi Feng's energy level was still increasing. "Master, what exactly is going on?" Yang Dingtian asked in his heart. With Yi Feng's cultivation, he is completely unable to devour and control such a large amount of battle celestial qi. He should have already been smashed into pieces. Why is he still devouring energy continuously? After Dongfang Minmi looked for a while, he said in shock, "This is the devil encirclement mystic art. It is the evil ways of the joyous palace. Others might not recognize it, but it is impossible for Qin Wancho to not recognize it. How did the Taiando League degenerate to such an extent?" The number one power of the evil ways was the Temple of Annihilation. The next two powers were the Joyous Palace and the Temple of Blood. The Joyous Palace was on the left, while the Temple of Blood was on the right. Therefore, the Joyous Palace was even more mysterious and powerful than the Temple of Blood. In the evil ways, the Joyous Palace was second only to the Temple of Annihilation. This devil encirclement mystic art came from the evil ways of the joyous palace. This devil encirclement mystic art is not a martial skill or a mystic skill. It is a type of evil cultivation technique. In the evil ways, its position is below the evil soul art. However, it is still extremely powerful and terrifying. This cultivation technique can allow one's cultivation to increase by around 10 levels in a short period of time. You said that Yi Feng is a 9-star martial mystic expert. After using this cultivation technique, he can temporarily become a 9-star martial ancestor expert. Dongfang Minmi said, as for why he can devour so much battle mystic qi and not die a horrible death, I am also not clear on the specific principle. However, it is probably because he can use the cultivation technique to create another temporary qi sea. This temporary sea of qi was an energy formation that was rotating at a very fast speed. This kind of energy formation, because it is rapidly rotating, it forms a huge energy whirlpool. It can envelop and condense energy that is 10 times larger than itself. Therefore, the battle mystic qi that he devours is not stored in the qi sea. Instead, it is stored in another rapidly rotating temporary qi sea. Yang Dingtian said in shock, this cultivation technique is so powerful. If it is used by a great grandmaster expert, wouldn't there be no opponent in the world? It is not like that. Dongfang Minmi said, the consequences of using this cultivation technique are very, very serious. After using it once, one's cultivation will regress by several years or even longer. Furthermore, when it explodes at the end, this kind of energy will bring an intense energy memory to the mystic veins. In the future, there will be a huge bottleneck in cultivation. Therefore, any true expert is extremely wary of using this cultivation technique, even if it is an expert of the evil ways. Yang Dingtian was immediately startled. This Yi Feng is the young master of White Cloud City, Yi Wuqing's son and his future successor. He did not expect that in order to kill Yang Dingtian, Yi Wuqing would be willing to pay such a huge price. It is truly shocking. However, Yang Dingtian quickly threw this question to the side, because his master said that this Yi Feng can use this cultivation technique to temporarily enter the 9-star martial ancestor realm. Facing such a level of fatal attack, Yang Dingtian will really die. Yang Dingtian did not expect that the battle would end up like this. This Yi Feng actually knows the Joyous Palace's evil cultivation technique. Master, then what is the method to break this devil encirclement profound art? Yang Dingtian asked anxiously. Dongfang Minmi asked, if you asked me 10 years ago, I would definitely be at my wit's end. However, in these 10 years I have been sealed in ice. Thus, I spent all my time thinking. The method to break this devil encirclement profound art and evil soul art is the core of my thinking. Currently, I am still at a loss with regards to the evil soul art. However, I have a method to break this devil encirclement profound art. What method? Yang Dingtian quickly asked. For others, it is incomparably difficult to achieve this or even impossible, Dongfang Minmi said. But for you, it is completely easy. Chapter 230. This is another temporary qi sea created by Yi Feng using an evil technique. It is constantly rotating at a rapid speed. This way, it can wrap up the incomparably powerful energy. Therefore, it is very simple to break this devil encirclement mysterious art. Destroy his temporary qi. How do you destroy it? It is to make the energy outside stagnate and stop it from rotating rapidly. Once the rotation stops, even if it is only for less than half a second, this temporary qi sea will not be able to wrap up the powerful energy and will explode in an instant. Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian hurriedly asked, then how do I make this temporary qi sea stop rotating? Dongfang Minmi said, for others, it may be completely impossible, but for you it may be easy. Really? Yang Dingtian suddenly felt excited and hurriedly asked, what method? Dongfang Minmi said, "This temporary virtual qi si is outside the body, but it is a complete energy body. Moreover, it is unstable, so it is impossible to find where this temporary qi si is. But when the energy is condensed to the extreme and is about to launch an attack, this temporary qi si will instantly light up and then fiercely shoot over. After hitting your body, it will violently explode. At that time, you will only have one ending, and that is to be smashed to pieces. According to your Earth's time, it will not exceed 1/10 of a second until this temporary qi si lights up and hits your body. Therefore, your speed must be very, very fast. When you see the glowing energy body, you must immediately slash out a blade rainbow and concentrate the energy body of this virtual qi si." Yang Dingtian, is that all? Of course not. Dongfang Minmi said, "The next step is the most important. Most of the blade rainbow you slash out is fire attribute energy, but there is also a trace of ice energy inside. Because that virtual qi si is rapidly rotating with fire attribute energy, at this time, as long as a little ice attribute energy penetrates, the temporary qi si will stop. Then, the rapidly rotating temporary qi si will instantly stop, and the incomparably powerful energy contained within will instantly explode. Then, Yifeng's fatal strike will become formless and will directly explode in the air." Yang Dingtan, "Master, then if Yifeng encounters an ice attribute martial artist, won't this devil encirclement mysterious art be directly finished?" Of course not. Dongfang Minmi said, "This temporary sea of qi contains a lot of energy and has an extremely strong exclusiveness. Therefore, if one directly used ice energy to attack, the ice energy would turn invisible before it could even get close. Therefore, the ice energy had to be hidden within the fire energy. That way, the illusory sea of energy would treat the attack as fire energy and devour it. At this time, the ice energy would also enter the sea of energy. In this virtual energy sea, there is a completely pure and highly condensed fire elemental energy body. If even a little bit of ice elemental energy seeps in, it will directly explode." Yang Dingtian immediately understood. This devil encirclement profound art was something that other people would be completely helpless against. This was because it was absolutely impossible for fire attribute martial artists to release ice attribute energy. But Yang Dingtian can, because he has the ice attribute Xian talisman on him, which can release ice attribute energy. Of course, there was another problem. That was how to wrap the ice attribute energy within the fire attribute energy. This was an almost unsolvable problem, because the fire attribute energy and ice attribute energy were natural enemies. They were absolutely incompatible. When a small amount of ice attribute energy met a huge amount of fire attribute energy, there was only one result, and that was to be directly devoured. This problem, perhaps no one in the world could solve it, but Yang Dingtian could, because Yang Dingtian knew the yin-yang qi transformation art. Of course, with his current strength, he was completely unable to transform the fire attribute energy into ice attribute energy. In fact, Yang Dingtian felt that even a Grandmaster level powerhouse could not do it, because this was from the extreme yang to the extreme yin. However, Yang Dingtian could transform the fire attribute energy into pure Xianqi energy, and then use the pure Xianqi energy to wrap around the ice attribute energy. In this way, the pure Xianqi energy would wrap around the ice attribute energy, and the fire attribute energy would wrap around the pure Xianqi energy. In this way, it was a perfect balance. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi said that how to crack the devil encirclement Xian record might be completely impossible for others, but for Yang Dingtian, it was as easy as turning over his hand, because Yang Dingtian had the ice attribute Xian talisman and also knew the yin-yang qi transformation art. The communication between Yang Dingtian and his master seemed to take a long time, but because Dongfang Minmi's divine sense was in Yang Dingtian's mind, this was completely a communication of consciousness, and these exchanges were almost instantaneous. After understanding how to do it, Yang Dingtian directly reached into the space ring, took out the ice attribute Xian talisman in the palm of his hand, and then injected Xian Qi. After this, Xian Qi passed through the ice attribute Xian talisman. It immediately turned into ice attribute Xian Qi energy and wrapped around Yang Dingtian's palm. Then Yang Dingtian released a stream of fire attribute Xian Qi energy, and at the same time used the Yin-Yang Qi transformation art's first move, the fire transformation art, and immediately turned this stream of fire attribute Xian Qi energy into pure Xian Qi energy, and then completely wrapped up the weak ice attribute Xian Qi energy from before. Finally, Yang Dingtian crazily injected fire attribute Xian Qi energy into the Sky Devil Saber in his hand, wrapping this pure Xian Qi energy. This energy accumulated and became more and more powerful, and finally reached the limit of Yang Dingtian's 1-star martial mystic realm expert. After doing all this, Yang Dingtian injected this energy into the Sky Devil Saber, and through the Sky Devil Saber's enhancement, this energy immediately increased by 25%. Suddenly, the Sky Devil Saber in Yang Dingtian's hand turned red. Yang Dingtian's actions let everyone know that he had already used his Xian Qi to the limit, and was prepared to block Yi Feng's fatal blow. However, everyone present felt that Yang Dingtian was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Everyone felt this way. If they knew the stories from Earth, they would definitely describe Yang Dingtian's actions as Don Quixote rushing towards a windmill, because it was completely useless. Among the people present, there were no less than a few dozen martial honorable realm experts. This group of people could completely see that Yang Dingtian's Xian Qi was at 1-star martial mystic realm expert, and Yifeng's energy was at 9-star martial ancestor realm expert. The difference between the two's energy was like heaven and earth, and it was even a difference of several dozen times. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's resistance was completely negligible. Therefore, in the hearts of the experts present, although this martial arts competition was dishonorable, there was only one ending, and that was that Yang Dingtian would be completely smashed into pieces, and he would die without a doubt. Although there were people who felt indignant in their hearts, no one would offend White Cloud City because of this matter. Although this Shen Lang in front of them died unjustly, there was no other way. Who asked him to not know his own limits? Who asked his existence to destroy the alliance between the Northwest Qin City and White Cloud City? This included Yi Wuqing and Yi Wujing. They completely disdained Yang Dingtian's desperate resistance. In their hearts, this Yang Dingtian was already dead without a doubt. At this moment, Yifeng finally condensed his Xian Qi energy to the extreme. Indeed, as his master Dongfang Minmi had said, the Xian Qi energy that this devil encirclement mysterious art could condense was at 9-star martial ancestor realm. At this moment, Yifeng's face was completely like a ghost's. It was already unclear which parts of his eyes were the pupils, and which parts were the sclera of his eyes. He was completely like a demon. Shen Lang, you can die now. Yifeng suddenly let out a strange roar. Then, 2 inches in front of his chest, a ball of energy suddenly lit up. This was the virtual energy outside his body, and it was actually only the size of a fist. The Xian Qi energy of a 9-star martial ancestor realm was actually condensed to the size of a fist. It could be seen how compressed and condensed the energy inside was. With such a small volume, one could only wait until it lit up. Otherwise, it would be completely impossible to capture it. The moment this powerful energy body lit up, the energy within Yang Dingtian's Sky Devil Saber suddenly burst out and shot towards this energy body. At the same time, the fist-sized energy body in front of Yi Feng's chest, which was even more dazzling than the sun, suddenly shot out. It instantly expanded and struck towards Yang Dingtian. Boom! Suddenly, there was a violent explosion. As if a missile had exploded, a dazzling light suddenly exploded in the middle of the main hall, causing everyone's eyes to be temporarily blinded. Immediately, many people present closed their eyes. They couldn't bear to see Yang Dingtian's body being smashed into pieces. Most of them were members of the Taekwondo League and were very snobbish. However, they still didn't want to see the ugly scene in front of them. Then a powerful energy suddenly swept out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. The golden bricks on the ground instantly turned into fine powder. The huge metal pillars instantly shattered. Originally, all the tables and banquets in the main hall would have been smashed into pieces. However, almost everyone present was an expert. Therefore, at the moment of the explosion, profound energy instantly surged out from their bodies and completely protected the surrounding few meters. Therefore, when the energy wave of the explosion hit, only the air shook a little. The delicacies and wine on the tables were unharmed. Then, this energy suddenly burst out from the main hall. In an instant, the maids, servants, and guards in the square outside were all silently sent flying. They were violently vomiting blood in the air. The trees in the square were instantly smashed into pieces. The huge stone pillars were instantly broken in the middle. The aftermath of this explosion only completely dissipated after it reached a distance of 1,000 meters away. Shenlang, when you reincarnate as a human in your next life, you better open your eyes. There are some people that you can't offend, and there are also some people that you can't touch. Once you make a mistake, only death awaits you, Yifeng said faintly as the terrifying light gradually dissipated. Although everyone already knew the outcome, after hearing Yifeng's voice, their hearts still sank. This Shenlang was still dead in the end. Although to everyone present, this Shenlang was just a passerby. Compared to Yifeng's despicable and shameless behavior, this Shenlang seemed so bright and precious. After Yifeng's arrogant sneer, the main hall was still silent. There was no response. Chapter 231. After Yifeng's arrogant and unbridled sneer, the whole place was still silent and there was no response. Yifeng bowed towards Qin Wancho's direction and said, "Father-in-law, your son-in-law has finished the competition. I defeated and killed my opponent. I hope this will make you more interested in drinking." After saying that, Yifeng did not wait for Qin Wancho's response and was about to return to his seat. Even though they had a marriage alliance with the northwest Qin city, the people of the White Cloud City were still rather arrogant. Everyone was silent as they watched Yifeng return to his seat. Regarding this competition, no one applauded to celebrate Yifeng's victory, because as long as one was proficient in martial arts, they would know that Yifeng's last move was shameless. Just at this moment, suddenly a faint voice rang out. "Young Lord Yi, you've only used 3 moves. I haven't even started yet. Why are you in such a hurry to return to your seat?" Without a doubt, this was Yang Dingtian's voice. And from this voice, not only did he not die, he did not seem to be injured at all. He did not seem to be weak at all. Instantly, the whole place was silent. "Ghost!" After hearing Yang Dingtian's voice, Yifeng suddenly screamed. It was unknown whether there were ghosts in this world, but the current Yang Dingtian was definitely not a ghost. Just now, the 9-star martial ancestor realm energy body that Yifeng used evil technique to attack had exploded. However, it was still over 10 meters away from Yang Dingtian. This distance was almost negligible to Yang Dingtian's lethality. However, all of this happened too quickly. Moreover, the instant of the explosion was too dazzling. Almost everyone thought that this ball of powerful energy had exploded on Yang Dingtian's body. Just like what his master, Dongfang Minmi, said, as long as he grasped the rhythm of time, breaking Yifeng's devil encirclement mysterious art was as easy as turning his hand for Yang Dingtian. After the intense light dissipated, everyone saw that Yang Dingtian was standing there perfectly fine. He was not injured at all. Only his hair was slightly messed up by the wind. Even his complexion was much better than Yifeng's. When Yifeng saw Yang Dingtian in perfect condition, it was as if he had seen a ghost. He completely collapsed. Looking at Yang Dingtian in horror, he pointed a trembling finger at Yang Dingtian and shrieked, "How is this possible? How could this be? How are you still alive? This was also the same question in the hearts of everyone present. Yi Wujing's expression was not much better than Yi Feng's. His expression was completely frozen as he stared blankly at Yang Dingtian, who was standing there. At this moment, the White Cloud City Lord, Yi Wuqing, could no longer care about his deep shrewdness. His entire face contorted in an ugly manner. Even Qin Wancho's face was filled with shock as he looked at Yang Dingtian. Of course, after Yi Feng used the Devil Encirclement Profound Art, he didn't care about the situation of the battle anymore. He really didn't expect such an outcome. One must know that the Devil Encirclement Mysterious Art was the most evil technique of the leader of evil ways, Joyous Palace. Almost no one present could think of a way to break it. However, this Xinlang, who was merely a martial mystic, had actually managed to decipher it. Under such a powerful energy attack, he seemed to be unscathed. After being slightly shocked, Qin Wancho's face suddenly revealed a smile as he waved his palm towards Qin Mingli. Instantly, the unconscious Qin Mingli woke up. After waking up, the first thing Qin Mingli did was to pull out her dagger and rush towards Yi Feng. However, just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly realized that Yang Dingtian was standing there perfectly fine, while Yi Feng's face was pale and colorless, as though he had lost his soul. Instantly, Qin Mingli's beautiful face revealed an inconceivable ecstasy. Then, tears gushed out and the dagger in her hand fell to the ground. She was truly unable to imagine how Yang Dingtian did it, but she was different from others. She wasn't concerned about how her beloved did it. She only cared about the fact that her beloved was standing there in perfect condition and had obtained victory. Yang Dingtian looked at Yi Feng calmly and smiled. Young Lord Yi, you finished your 3 moves. Now it's my turn. I'm going to use the first move of the 8th grade Mystic Skill. Devil Flame Saber Art, Flaming Frenzy Blade. Get ready. Yi Feng seemed to have lost his soul. It was as though he didn't hear Yang Dingtian's words. He stood there in a daze and didn't move at all. He was still muttering to himself, "How is this possible? How is this possible?" Yang Dingtian continued to remind him, "Young Lord Yi, you should be ready. I'm going to use my first move." Yi Feng still didn't have any reaction. "Yi Feng!" Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted. Instantly, Yi Feng was shocked and said, "What?" "Get ready to block. I'm going to use my first move." Flaming Frenzy Blade, Yang Dingtian said. "Oh, okay." Yi Feng made the most instinctive reaction. He held the saber and sword with both hands and bent his legs slightly. He gathered his mystic qi and prepared to block Yang Dingtian's first move. "Are you ready?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I'm ready," Yi Feng said. But right now he was already reacting instinctively. He didn't even know what he was talking about. However, in everyone's eyes, this Xinlang was such a gentleman, and the previous Yi Feng was so despicable and shameless. He was completely repaying evil with good. Demonic Flame Saber Art, Flaming Frenzy Blade. Yang Dingtian suddenly shouted, and the demonic blade in his hand suddenly appeared. Immediately, a blood-red flaming saber suddenly slashed out and struck towards Yi Feng's chest. Bang! A crisp sound echoed. Immediately, Yi Feng's body flew out. He violently vomited blood in the air. Like a straw, he flew out several dozen meters and fell onto the ground, unconscious. One move, just one move, and Yi Feng was instantly killed. The arena was still as silent as before. Without a doubt, it was an instant kill, because right now Yi Feng was at his weakest. Just now, when he used the Devil Encirclement Profound Art and controlled 10 times the mystic chi energy, it already made all the energy in his body empty. So Yang Dingtian's 1-star martial mystic rank move, Flaming Frenzy Blade, instantly killed him. Right now, the unconscious Yi Feng directly fell at Yi Wuqing's feet. The muscles on Yi Wuqing's face twitched. However, he hardened his heart and didn't carry his son up. Instead, he let him lie unconscious on the ground. After instantly killing Yi Feng, Yang Dingtian sharpened his saber into its scabbard and bowed towards Qin Wanchou, who was in the middle of the main hall. Shen Lang congratulates Lord Qin for having a long life and achieving great things. Once these words came out, everyone's gaze simultaneously looked towards Qin Wanchou, waiting for him to express his stance. If Qin Wanchou's attitude was good, then he would shed all pretenses with White Cloud City. If he didn't want to offend White Cloud City, then Qin Wanchou should continue to treat Yang Dingtian coldly. So, everyone present wanted to see Qin Wanchou's attitude. And right now, Qin Wanchou didn't have any attitude at all. It was as if he didn't hear Yang Dingtian's words. Therefore, Yang Dingtian just stood there with his body bowed and didn't move. For a moment, the entire scene was in a deadlock. After Qin Mingli's ecstasy, she couldn't help but become anxious when she saw the deadlock. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she immediately thought of a plan. Xinlang, today is my brother's 50th birthday. As the leader of my guards, don't you have any gifts to give? Qin Mingli's words were equivalent to giving both parties a way out. Moreover, she gave Yang Dingtian a chance to please Qin Wanchou. Whether she could be together with Yang Dingtian or not, Qin Wanchou's attitude was the most important factor. After Yang Dingtian heard this, he was slightly stunned. Everyone could tell that Yang Dingtian didn't prepare any gifts. However, not only did the crowd not despise him, but they also had a good impression of Yang Dingtian. This meant that he didn't want to please Lord Qin at all. Instantly, Qin Mingli glared fiercely at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian seemed to have woken up and started to search his body. After searching for a while, he finally found something. He pretended that he wasn't prepared at all and was forced to take out this item. In reality, Yang Dingtian had prepared this item for a long time. He agreed to the duel with Yi Feng and risked his life to defeat Yi Feng. It was all for this moment. Whether Yang Dingtian could obtain the other half of the Mystic Flame map from Qin Wanchou and his son completely depended on this moment. It all depended on this present that he was going to present. This item was very simple and also very strange. Moreover, no one present knew what it was. Chapter 232. This item was very simple and also very strange. There was a bunch of animal hair stuck in a jade tube that was as thick as a finger. No one present knew what it was. Of course, they did not know that it was a writing brush because there was no writing brush in this world. This item is called a writing brush. It's what I use to write and paint. I hereby present it to Lord Qin as a gift for your 50th birthday, Yang Dingtian said respectfully. Instantly, everyone laughed secretly. Even Qin Wanchou could not help but purse his lips slightly. Everyone present had given extremely valuable gifts. Only Xinlang had only given a so-called writing brush. It was truly too shabby. The value of this item was not more than half a silver coin at best. It was really shabby to the extreme. Seeing that her sweetheart had only found such a shabby gift after searching for half a day, Qin Mingli felt both love and resentment. What a fool! Following that, Qin Mingli said, Xinlang, your gift is too shabby. Furthermore, no one knows how to use this so-called writing brush of yours. Why don't you demonstrate it and let everyone see the use of this writing brush of yours? Qin Mingli knew that her sweetheart was brimming with talent. Therefore, she wanted to let Yang Dingtian take the opportunity to show off. Oh, yes. Yang Dingtian replied. Then he said to the servant in the hall, I need a piece of white paper. Instantly, the servant looked at Qin Wanchou. Give it to him, Qin Wanchou said. Yes. The servant left respectfully. About a minute later, he came back with a piece of white paper that was about 1 square meter in size. Yang Dingtian took the white paper and laid it flat on the ground. Then he took a pot of wine and used the wine to grind the ink. Of course, the ink was made by him personally. Fortunately, it was not difficult. After grinding the ink, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath. The most crucial moment of tonight's performance had arrived. Whether or not he could obtain the other heaven and earth mystic flame map from Qin Wanqiu would depend on this moment. After dipping the writing brush into the ink, Yang Dingtian started to paint on the white paper. Instantly, the entire hall fell silent. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the piece of white paper in front of Yang Dingtian and the brush in his hand. With a light flick of the brush, an irregular curve appeared in the painting. Everyone was slightly stunned. What the hell was this? Subsequently, Yang Dingtian's painting speed was extremely fast. One horizontal, one vertical, one curved, and one folded. Just a few dozen strokes. Everyone could tell that it was probably a grassland. Yang Dingtian's ink paintings focused on the spirit and not the form. Although it was only a few dozen strokes, the vast and empty grassland suddenly appeared on the paper. Although the scene wasn't very realistic, the distance, the breadth, and the feelings made it clear that this was a grassland. This was the charm of ink painting. There were painters in this world, but everyone pursued realism. Everything was for the sake of martial arts. It had almost nothing to do with art. Although Yang Dingtian's ink painting attainments were not high in this art desert, it was enough to conquer anyone. After painting the rough scenery of the grassland, with a few more strokes, Yang Dingtian painted the strong grass. Then, with a few more strokes, he painted a few horses, cows, and sheep. Of course, they were the horses, cows, and sheep of this world. Finally, with a few more strokes, Yang Dingtian painted the distant mountains, the sun, and the moon. Finally, Yang Dingtian wrote in this world's language on the blank space. Dongli River at the foot of Mount Mang. The sky is like a dome, covering the wilderness. The sky is vast, and the wilderness is boundless. Cows and sheep are seen when the wind blows. After he finished writing, someone suddenly clicked his tongue. In this world, there was no poem that existed alone as an art. Almost everything in this world was for the sake of martial arts. After this poem was finished, everyone present was amazed. They only felt that it was good, but they didn't know what was good about it. However, from the bottom of their hearts, they felt that it was very, very good and very, very amazing. As for Qin Mingli, her beautiful eyes were already in a daze. She knew that her lover was different from everyone else in this world. She knew that her lover was brimming with talent, but she didn't expect her lover to be so stunning. As compared to that Yan Biaqin, he was simply an empty shell. Previously, she had actually been tempted by that man. Qin Mingli only felt a wave of embarrassment in her heart. She was truly too frivolous and shallow back then. Everyone present was amazed by Yang Dingtian's brand new art form. However, no one noticed that after seeing this painting, Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huaiyu's gazes changed slightly before they quickly looked at each other. All of this happened in a flash. No one noticed it, including Yang Dingtian himself. This was because after Yang Dingtian finished painting, he bowed and handed it over. He didn't look at Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huaiyu's expressions. He didn't dare to look, and he couldn't look. This was because the painting he painted was similar to the other half of the Mystic Flames map in his hands. There were even some similarities in some places. If Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huaiyu had the other half of the Mystic Flames map, they would definitely be able to see it. At the very least, they would be able to sense it. This was because these two people were undoubtedly outstanding people in this world. They were also the smartest people. After finishing the painting, Yang Dingtian handed the painting over to the servant. He also handed over the brush in his hand. This was because the brush was the gift that was given out. This painting was just an accessory. After handing it over, Yang Dingtian stood at his original position, respectfully. Even though he knew he shouldn't, his back was still breaking out in cold sweat. He was truly nervous to the extreme. This was his plan to obtain the other half of the Mystic Flames map. Whether it would succeed or not depended on this moment. Furthermore, this was completely a risk. He was risking his life. Now he had done what he needed to do. The next step was to wait for Qin Wanqiu's judgment after receiving the brush and painting. Qin Wanqiu glanced at them. His gaze was like lightning as it condensed on Yang Dingtian's face for a long time. Yang Dingtian suppressed himself with all his might. He didn't allow himself to tremble, even though the speed of his cold sweat was getting faster and faster. The person in front of him was a grandmaster-level expert. He was practically the strongest enemy that Yang Dingtian had ever encountered. There was no other. As long as he gently moved his finger, it would be enough to crush him to death. It didn't matter if Yang Dingtian had the deep-sea mystic clothes or what other mystic talismans Yang Dingtian had. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was as weak as an ant in front of him. Qin Wanqiu only stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. At this moment, Qin Mingli didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Her beautiful face had turned pale and colorless. Her expression also became more and more frightened. Yang Dingtian tried his best to calm his breathing. He suppressed his nervous and even somewhat fearful emotions. After a full half a minute, Qin Wanqiu finally spoke. "Your talent is very high. I find it strange that I've just broken through to the martial mystic level when I'm almost 30 years old. Now I finally know the reason. You've spent all your energy on these unorthodox methods." Qin Wanqiu said. He then put down the painting and said indifferently, "In the future, you'll be Qin Mingli's guard leader." Then Qin Wanqiu continued, "The birthday banquet will continue." Everyone was stunned. What did Qin Wanqiu mean by this attitude? It seemed like he was very distant to Xinlang, but also seemed to value him a little. However, Qin Wanqiu was the supreme master of the night. Since he said to continue the birthday banquet, everyone immediately raised their cups and continued to enjoy the delicious wine and delicacies. Yang Dingtian walked directly behind Qin Mingli and continued to play the role of the guard leader. White Cloud City Lord Yi Wuqing's expression changed slightly. He said, "Senior Brother Qin, I'm a little drunk. I want to go down and rest." Obviously, Yi Wuqing was still somewhat dissatisfied with Qin Wanqiu's attitude. "Do as you wish, City Lord Yi," Qin Wanqiu said indifferently. Immediately, Yi Wuqing picked up Yi Feng from the ground and left. As for Yi Wuqing, he was still sitting in his seat with a dull expression. His face had lost all signs of reaction. Yang Dingtian stood behind Qin Mingli. Although he was expressionless, his heart was already in a mess. What was Qin Wanqiu's attitude? Was his plan a success or a failure? Only Qin Mingli was very happy. Her beautiful face was filled with pride. She smiled sweetly and tried to please her brother. Her words did not leave Yang Dingtian. She still wanted her brother to help her and her lover be together. Qin Wanqiu's expression was still filled with impatience and love. It was somewhat perfunctory and somewhat doting as he dealt with Qin Mingli. Just from this, it could be seen that Qin Wanqiu was really an admirable brother. At this moment, Yang Dingtian also had some understanding of this person. He was a very shrewd person who did not bother to hide his emotions and was filled with ambition. 2 hours later, the birthday banquet ended. Following Qin Mingli into the carriage, Yang Dingtian did not get the response he wanted. Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huaiyu did not ask him to stay. Qin Wanqiu did not even express any surprise as to how Yang Dingtian won against Yifeng. Although Yang Dingtian was filled with uneasiness and disappointment, he still meticulously protected Qin Mingli as they left the inner city. On the way back to the villa, Qin Mingli finally could not hold it in anymore. She opened the door curtain and said sweetly, "Husband, come in." Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned and boarded the carriage. Just as he entered the carriage, Qin Mingli burrowed into his arms and said with infinite joy, "Baby, you really made me proud tonight. You really made me love you to the extreme. I know my brother very well. Although he did not say anything, he already admires you very, very much." Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "As long as he doesn't stop us, I'm already very grateful." "He won't. I already heard the meaning behind his words. He has already tacitly agreed to our relationship. It's just that he can't say it in front of everyone. Didn't you see that when Yi Wuqing wanted to leave the birthday banquet, he did not stop him? Qin Mingli said sweetly. Chapter 233. Shenlang, I'm so happy, so happy. Qin Mingli seemed to be unable to suppress the joy in her heart. She kept talking and kissing Yang Dingtian's face. Outside the carriage, all the warriors seemed to be deaf and blind. They turned a deaf ear to everything that was happening in the carriage. They were still vigilant as they hurried on with their journey. After returning to the courtyard, Yang Dingtian didn't have to wait for long before someone entered Qin Mingli's courtyard and asked to see Yang Dingtian. This person was the trusted aide of the Qin clan's lord, Qin Lian. Although Qin Lian's surname was Qin, he wasn't a disciple of the Qin clan. However, he was Qin Wanchou's most trusted person and held the position of Qin City's internal affairs supervisor. Yang Dingtian climbed out of bed and went to see Qin Lian. Follow me into the inner city. The Lord wants to see you, Qin Lian said directly, and you can't let anyone else see you. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He then said, All right, but I need to bid farewell to Madame Qin first. No need, Qin Lian said. I'll get someone to tell Madame Qin. After saying that, an extremely powerful energy field gushed out from Qin Lian's body. It was like a huge mountain pressing down on Yang Dingtian, making it hard for him to breathe. This person was a master-level expert. In front of him, Yang Dingtian didn't have the slightest room to resist purely based on energy. Yang Dingtian bowed and said yes. Then, Yang Dingtian followed behind Qin Lian. They left the courtyard and boarded a black carriage. After that, the black horse carriage silently drove into the inner city and left the inner city 10 minutes later. Yang Dingtian followed Qin Lian into the inner city again. It was almost 1:00 in the morning. A few hours ago, the entire Qin city was brightly lit and bustling with noise. But now the inner city was silent. The huge palace was like a monster entrenched in the darkness. It was silent and filled with a mysterious and dangerous aura. At this moment, Qin Ran was like a vulture in the dark. She lowered her head and led the way without making any sound. But a terrifying aura was emitted from her body. Yang Dingtian followed him forward. At this time, the inner city seemed to have become a ghost town. Even the patrolling warriors could not be seen, and there were barely any lights. It was as if this place was completely different from the brightly lit place a few hours ago. He followed Qin Ran to a quiet artificial lake. The entire artificial lake was only a few dozen acres in size, and it was quiet in the darkness of the early morning. Qin Ran lightly stomped her foot, and the water in the lake dropped rapidly. In just a few minutes, the lake, which was dozens of acres wide and more than 10 meters deep, was completely emptied. Then they saw a building in the center of the lake. It was about 300 square meters and was brightly lit inside. Qin Ran walked down the stairs and entered the building in the middle of the lake. Unexpectedly, the secret room was actually in the middle of a lake. For Qin Wanchou to have Yang Dingtian come here, it was clear that the matter they were about to discuss was extremely secretive and important. Suddenly, the lake water rose again, and the water level gradually rose. In a short 10 minutes, the entire lake returned to its original state. After Yang Dingtian walked into the small building, he saw the cold and quiet lake water outside. Qin Ran walked to the outside and opened the door. She said, "Go in by yourself." Then he left the small house and entered the lake water. At this time, Yang Dingtian was really nervous to the point of suffocation. Obviously, the most crucial time had come, and at the same time, the most dangerous time had come. Whether or not he could obtain the other half of the Mystic Flame map depended on this moment. If he succeeded, he would obtain the complete Mystic Flame map. If he failed, he would die. Yang Dingtian pushed the door open and walked into the inner room. There were only two people inside. One was Qin Wanchou, and the other was Qin Huayu. "Shenlang, do you know why I called you here?" Qin Huayu asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head. Qin Huayu asked, after you defeated Yi Feng. Why did you choose to draw this painting for my father?" Then he took out the painting of the Dongli grassland that Yang Dingtian gave him and opened it. "Yang Dingtian, because it happened so suddenly I didn't prepare anything. Therefore, this is the best gift I can give." "Where is the place in your painting?" Qin Huaiyu asked. "The Dongli grassland." "Yang Dingtian, where have you been?" Qin Huaiyu asked. "Yes, about 4 years ago." Yang Dingtian then organized his words in his mind. He reorganized the story of him entering the Dongli grassland to check if there were any flaws. There shouldn't be any. But before Qin Huaiyu could ask about the Dongli grassland, Qin Wanchou suddenly asked, "Who is your teacher?" "Saber Monarch Xiying," Yang Dingtian said. "It's him?" Qin Huaiyu was slightly shocked. Saber Monarch Xiying was indeed a very mysterious but very famous person. He was even a legendary person in this world. In the primal chaos world, all the experts above the martial ancestor realm came from famous sects, and all the martial profound realm experts came from sects and families. In other words, no matter how talented a wandering martial artist was, they could only cultivate to the great profound martial master realm in their lifetime. No one could do anything above that. However, Saber Monarch Xiying was an exception. He didn't come from any sects or families. He was a pure wandering martial artist. But in the end, he became a martial ancestor realm expert. His wind wave evil blade made the whole world tremble in fear. No wonder, no wonder. Qin Wanchou said. Following that, Qin Wanchou asked again, "Then in the end, you truly defeated Yi Feng." His last profound skill was quite powerful. It was completely the energy of a 9-star martial ancestor realm expert. With your cultivation, you definitely wouldn't be able to block it. Yang Dingtian's heart fiercely jumped. Without a doubt, the real fatal problem had arrived. The real highlight of tonight's show had arrived. If Yang Dingtian couldn't reasonably explain this problem, then it would be very difficult for him to walk out alive. If he could reasonably explain this problem, then the matter of obtaining the Mystic Flames map would be very smooth. Yang Dingtian immediately fell into a short silence. "What? Is it inconvenient to say?" Qin Wanchou asked indifferently. His tone was very light, but his gaze was somewhat dangerous. "That's not it," Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou said, "Then tell me." Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth and said, "Yi Feng's last move wasn't from the profound sky sect leader Zhu Qing. It was completely from the evil ways, the devil encirclement mysterious art." When these words came out, Qin Huaiyu was slightly startled. His gaze shot towards Yang Dingtian like lightning. Of course, Qin Huaiyu knew about Yi Feng's devil encirclement mysterious art. He was surprised that Yang Dingtian also knew about it. This secret, there weren't many people who knew about it. Note. Chapter 234. Of course, Qin Huaiyu knew about Yi Feng's devil encirclement mysterious art, but he was surprised that Yang Dingtian knew about it too. At that time, many people present could see that Yi Feng's last move was not a good move, and it was even related to evil ways. However, there were no more than 4 or 5 people who knew about the devil encirclement mysterious art. He did not expect Xin Lang to know about it. Qin Huaiyu immediately said, "There are only a few people who know about the devil encirclement mysterious art. How did you know about it and even break it?" Yang Dingtian said, "My master became a master-level powerhouse 17 years ago as a wandering martial artist, shocking the world. Moreover, he was only 47 years old at that time. Everyone thought that my master would become a master-level powerhouse in at most 10 years. However, they did not expect that not long after, my master would completely disappear from the world's sight. Everyone was puzzled." "That's right," Qin Wanchou said, looking at it. "Your master is my senior. I also went to pay him a visit, but he had completely disappeared. I have always felt regretful about it." Yang Dingtian said, "Actually, my master did not leave the world willingly, but he was already seriously injured. Lord Qin may have heard that my master was an abandoned disciple of the Dugu Jianmen. Although his personality was extreme, and he disdained the disciples of famous sects, he always regarded himself as a member of the Taiando League. He completely hated evil. In these years, when the real Taiando League members encountered evil ways, their attitudes were ambiguous. However, my master was very extreme. Once he encountered an evil way disciple, he would kill them without mercy. Therefore, the number of evil ways members who died under my master's hands was countless. Qin Wanqiu said, "That's right, I also heard about this." Yang Dingtian said, 47 years ago, my master met a woman of evil ways. She was around 30 years old, but had the cultivation of a martial supreme. My master did not say anything and chased her for thousands of li, because he felt that this woman was extremely talented and would definitely become the scourge of the Taiando League in the future. The woman from the evil, Dao, begged for mercy in every possible way, but her seduction was to no avail. In the end, she had no choice but to use the evil encirclement mysterious art. Instantly, her cultivation rose from the martial supreme level to the master level. But even so, she died under my master's blade. However, my master was also injured. He almost lost his life. At that time, I was suffering from misfortune and was wandering everywhere. I accidentally met, dragged him for dozens of li, and took care of him for half a year. At this point, Yang's master's eyes turned red, and his breathing also became a little breathless. Although master managed to keep his life, most of his cultivation had dissipated. All of his profound veins had been destroyed, and there was no hope of recovery. Thus, in his despair, master went into seclusion to avoid the world. Although my talent is not high, master has no choice but to choose me to be his successor. Yang Dingtian said with tears in his eyes. However, I was not very interested in the path of martial arts. So, although my talent was not low, I was 27 years old. Even with my master's full support, I had only just broken through the martial profound level. Yang Dingtian was currently playing the role of Shunlang, who was 27 years old. Being a martial profound level expert at this age was already very powerful. However, in the eyes of Qin Huaiyu and Qin Wanqiu, it was nothing. So, when Yang Dingtian said these words, they did not have any reaction, and continued to wait for Yang Dingtian to continue. My master's everything was destroyed by the devil encirclement mysterious art. So, he spent all his time researching this evil technique. He came up with many plans, but he was not confident in any of them. During the fight with Yi Feng, I was not prepared for him to use the devil encirclement mysterious art. So, I could only choose the most reasonable method that my master said to break it. Yang Dingtian said, "Lord Qin, you must know that the principle of this devil encirclement mysterious art is to use a very mysterious and powerful technique to create a temporary qi si that rotates quickly. The faster this temporary qi si rotates, the more profound energy it can devour and suppress. So, my master suggested that we could create a similarly fast rotating profound energy body. This way, when the entire energy body collides with the temporary qi si, it will interfere with each other, destroy each other, and attract each other." After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, Qin Wanqiu's eyebrows slightly widened. Originally, I only wanted to give it a try with the determination to die. I didn't expect it to succeed. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Huaiyu said, "Then isn't your master's method another version of the devil encirclement mysterious art?" Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "It's not the same. Master has tried it many times. The rapidly rotating profound energy body we created is unable to devour profound energy, nor is it able to envelop and compress profound energy. Even though our energy body rotates faster than the temporary qi si of the devil encirclement mysterious art. Regarding this point, my master was unable to solve it in the end." Basically, 80% of what Yang Dingtian said was true. Among them, The disappearance of Saber Monarch Xing was true. However, encountering a woman who used the devil encirclement mysterious art in evil ways was fake. It was Dongfang Minmi who met her and killed her. At that time, the battle situation was a little dangerous, but that woman didn't cause any harm to Dongfang Minmi. And the method to break the devil encirclement mysterious art that Yang Dingtian mentioned wasn't completely baseless. This method was something that Dongfang Minmi came up with after thinking for a long time. Previously, Dongfang Minmi felt that this method would definitely work, but in reality it was proven to be wrong. However, purely in theory, it was already enough to convince anyone. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's explanation could be said to be flawless. After hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huaiyu immediately became silent. After a few minutes, Qin Huaiyu broke the silence and said, "You've been to the Dongli grassland before." "Yes, this was a matter of a few years ago," Yang Dingtian said. "Why did you go?" "The human race and the half-human race are completely separated. Almost no one would go to the Dongli grassland," Qin Huaiyu said. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, "I just said that I'm not very interested in martial arts. My strength is to wander the world, unearth the deepest secrets of this world, and finally achieve the goal of saving the world." Qin Wanqiu's eyes looked over like lightning and said, "You feel that this world will be dangerous?" "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. "I faintly feel that this world will soon face an apocalyptic change." Qin Huaiyu said coldly, "Are you purposely saying these words to scare people?" "Of course not," Yang Dingtian said. "Why would there be an apocalyptic battle every few hundred years for the past 1,000 years? Why is it that although the Tiando League would obtain victory in every apocalyptic battle, it would always be an incomplete victory? What exactly is the hidden sect? What is its relationship with the Temple of Annihilation? These things are what I'm pursuing my entire life." Qin Wanqiu looked deeply at Yang Dingtian and said, "You feel that the apocalyptic change is coming again. What is your basis?" Yang Dingtian said, "The tens of millions of Maori barbarians in the frozen continent thousands of miles to the north have all disappeared, evaporating from this world for no reason." Qin Wanqiu did not continue to pursue this question and asked, "You've been to the Dongli grassland. What's the attitude of the half-human race towards humans there?" Yang Dingtian said, "The half-human race is roughly divided into 4 groups. The first group is extremely hostile towards human civilization and wants nothing more than to exterminate it. Among them, the werewolf race is the leader. The second group admires human civilization and desires to be close to it, but they also harbor resentment and fear. The foxman race is the representative. The third group wishes that there is no such thing as human civilization in this world and wants to be completely isolated from human civilization. There are many such races, and none of them stand out. The last group is the Tigerman race and the Lionman race. These races yearn for freedom and are actually more like monsters than humans." There was no doubt that Yang Dingtian had done his homework on these matters. Qin Wanqiu asked, "Then the painting you drew at the banquet, which part of the Dongli grassland was it specifically referring to?" The meat of the show had arrived. The real crux had arrived. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I can't remember where it is exactly. Maybe it's not a complete place at all. It's just a summary of the scenery of the Dongli grassland that left a deep impression on me. I used the mountains in the north, the water in the west, and the cattle and sheep in the south to create a complete painting. This is a kind of artistic creation." After hearing Yang Dingtian's explanation, Qin Wanqiu took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The decisive moment was coming. Yang Dingtian felt suffocated. Whether he could obtain the other half of the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame depended on this moment. After Qin Wanqiu opened his eyes, he nodded at Qin Huaiyu. Qin Huaiyu took off the ring on his hand and inserted a strand of mystic qi. Suddenly, the entire ring melted. revealing a transparent gem inside. He crushed the gem and took out a small roll of cloth. Glancing at the cloth, Qin Huaiyu handed it to Yang Dingtian. Then take a look. Where exactly is this place on the map? Instantly, Yang Dingtian's breathing stagnated. This was the other half of the map of the heaven and earth mystic flame. He had worked so hard and even lost half his life. Now, the other half of the map had finally appeared in front of him. Whether or not he could become stronger, whether or not he could forge a real soul sword, whether or not he could cultivate a sword soul, whether or not he could take back the position of the Lord of Cloud Sky City, or even whether or not he could defeat Dongfang Bingling in 4 years. All depended on this small map in front of him. You seem very nervous? Qin Huaiyu suddenly asked, staring at Yang Dingtian like a thorn. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian entered a dangerous moment. As long as he aroused Qin Huaiyu's suspicion, he would definitely die. Now he was only 1 step away from obtaining the other half of the map of the mystic flame, but it was also the most crucial step. He had to perform perfectly. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also die without a burial ground. Chapter 235. Now he was only 1 step away from obtaining the other half of the mystic flame map, but it was also the most crucial step. He had to perform perfectly. Otherwise, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also die without a burial ground. Can I not look at it? Young Emperor Qin. Yang Dingtian suddenly asked. Oh, Qin Huaiyu said. Why do you say that? Yang Dingtian said, I can see that this map is very, very important. If I look at it, I can forget about leaving alive. You will definitely kill me to silence me, right? Qin Huaiyu didn't answer yes or no. Instead, he directly handed the mystic flame map to Yang Dingtian. Look. Yang Dingtian revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Then he looked up to the sky and sighed. Okay, I'll look. Then he slowly unrolled this scroll of canvas. That's right. This was the other half of the heaven and earth mystic flame map. The material of the canvas was exactly the same as Yang Dingtian's half. Furthermore, the words and patterns on it were exactly the same as Yang Dingtian's half of the map. Finally, Yang Dingtian used all his strength and exhausted all his scheming. Now, this half of the mystic flame map finally appeared completely in front of him. Yang Dingtian desperately suppressed the excitement in his heart. Instead, he slightly narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at every pattern and every word on the map. Not only was Yang Dingtian looking, but his master, Dongfang Minmi, was also looking in his mind. After a few times, Yang Dingtian accurately memorized this half of the map in his mind. Because he could only memorize it in his mind, taking away the map in front of Qin Wanqiu and Qin Huaiyu and escaping unscathed was completely a fool's dream. Thus, he could only forcibly memorize it in his mind. Can you see where this map points to? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian looked for a while and raised his head. This doesn't seem to be a complete map. That's right. Qin Huaiyu said, this is only half of the map. Can you see where this is just from this half of the map? Sorry, this map is too rough. Yang Dingtian, there are too many similar sceneries, and there are no names on the map at all. Instead, it was the text that was the most important piece of information. However, there was only half of it. These words should be a poem. Without the other half of the map, I think it's too difficult to get accurate information. Qin Huaiyu said, we only have this half of the map. Let's just look at it from this half of the map. If you don't take any responsibility and just rely on your feelings and impressions, where do you think the place on the map is? Is it just a feeling? Without any evidence? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Huaiyu said, that's right. We don't need any evidence. Yang Dingtian said, it should be the celestial Red Sea in the extreme north of the Dongli grassland. Qin Huaiyu's eyebrows trembled slightly as he said, Celestial Red Sea? What is that place? It's a Red Sea that's 10,000 meters above sea level. It's about 200 kilometers wide. The water there is red. Not only will people not sink if they jump in, even if they throw a stone down, it will still float on the surface of the sea. Yang Dingtian said, furthermore, this place is completely a forbidden zone for life. There's almost no trace of life in 200 kilometers away from the celestial Red Sea. The water of this Red Sea is ice cold to the touch, but any living thing that goes in will be instantly cooked and charred. Oh, it's so magical? Qin Huaiyu said. That's right, Yang Dingtian said. At that time I was attracted by this place. I walked a few thousand kilometers and went through many hardships to reach this place. Then I stayed at the seaside for 3 days. It was only 3 days, but it caused irreparable damage to my mystic veins. Anything else? Qin Huaiyu asked. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. Nothing else. I've said everything I need to say about this map. Then Yang Dingtian handed this half of the mystic flame map back to Qin Huaiyu. After Qin Huaiyu took it, he asked with a smile, Aren't you curious about what exactly is on this map? What kind of treasure is it? Yang Dingtian smiled, and his face instantly became serious. Young Lord Qin, you can threaten me and kill me, but can you not tease me? Qin Huaiyu was slightly stunned. Sorry. Yang Dingtian looked at the two and said, Should I be on my way? Qin Huaiyu nodded and said, Yes. Do you have any last wishes? I'll definitely help you complete them. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and shook his head. You can't do what I want to do. You can't do it, so forget it. Qin Huaiyu's eyes twitched, and then he said, Don't you love my aunt very much? Don't you have anything to say about her? Is it useful? Yang Dingtian said, Even though you have been hurting her, you are still one of the people who love her the most in this world. After speaking, Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Since I'm going to be on my way, can I have a request? Speak. Qin Huaiyu said, After you kill me, this small building in the water will be my resting place. Yang Dingtian said, All right, Qin Huaiyu said decisively. Yang Dingtian nodded and walked in front of Qin Huaiyu. He grabbed Qin Huaiyu's wrist and placed it on his heart. He said indifferently, Do it. At the same time, Yang Dingtian gently bit his teeth and was about to break the holy water pearl in his mouth and let the holy water flow into his stomach. Yang Dingtian had been preparing for this holy water pearl for a long time. He was gambling with his life. In the 5 Elements Hall, Mystic Realm, the demoness Dugufengwu's full-powered palm strike on his heart wasn't able to take her life because of the holy water. Now, Yang Dingtian was gambling that Qin Huaiyu's palm strike wouldn't really kill him because of the holy water. Of course, this kind of gamble was too terrifying and dangerous, but Yang Dingtian had no other choice. After coming to this world, Yang Dingtian was always dancing on the tip of a knife. Qin Huaiyu looked at Yang Dingtian's face and couldn't help but look away slightly. He then said indifferently, Sorry, Brother Shan. After speaking, Qin Huaiyu was about to spit out an extremely powerful mystic qi. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Wancho shouted. Qin Huaiyu looked at his father in confusion and quickly stopped. Qin Wancho looked at Yang Dingtian. What places have you been to when you roamed the world? Many, many, Yang Dingtian said. Have you been to all the famous sects in the Taekwondo League? Qin Wancho asked. I have been to all of them, Yang Dingtian said. What about the evil ways? Qin Wancho asked. I have been to quite a few, Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wancho looked at Yang Dingtian with burning eyes. Then what do you think is the difference between my Qin city and the other famous sects? Yang Dingtian didn't know why Qin Wancho would ask such a question, but he knew that his answer was completely related to his life and death. Thus, he had to give the best answer and speak directly into Qin Wancho's heart. This way, he might not have to risk his life and could directly escape. Chapter 236. Then what do you think is the difference between my Qin city and the other famous sects? Qin Wancho's eyes were burning as he asked again. It's completely different, Yang Dingtian said. Even the Mystic Sky sect and the Yin school are only sects of the pugilistic world. But Qin City is like a country. The master of the Mystic Sky sect, Zhu Qingzhu, is the current #1 expert in the world, but he is a sect master. And you, Qin Wanchou, are more like the emperor of a country. Of course, you might not understand the words country and emperor. These are 2 words I created. Qin Wanchou's eyes trembled. Explain the meaning of country and emperor. Country? It's too complicated to say, but in short, it's a hierarchy and order from top to bottom. It's one person in charge of 100 people, 100 people in charge of 10,000 people, 10,000 people in charge of 1,000,000 people, and 1,000,000 people in charge of 100 million people. And the emperor is that one person, supreme and hereditary. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Wanchou's eyes were burning. You can continue. Work hard to weaken the power of all the sects in the world until the final elimination. Gather all the resources and military power in the hands of the emperor and redistribute them, reducing the number of martial artists in the world by 90%. Gather all the armed forces into an army, becoming the emperor's strongest and only tool of violence in the world. Let the majority of the people in the world participate in construction and production and not in martial arts. Gradually carry out a complete ban on martial arts, and then support art, literature, production technology, and so on. Abolish the current feudal and territorial systems, and gather all the mountains, rivers, and land in the hands of the empire. 100 li is a county, 3 to 500 li is a county, and 1 to 2,000 li is a province. The emperor will send officials of all levels to manage the provinces, counties, and counties. In short, these things are very complicated and can't be explained one by one. At this moment, Qin Wanchou's entire body was trembling because he felt as though every sentence that Yang Dingtian said had drilled into his heart. Every sentence was able to evoke an intense resonance in him. There were many things that he could only faintly sense, but he wasn't able to see it clearly. After Yang Dingtian said it, everything became extremely clear. And Qin Wanchou's voice trembled. The Tiando League has already become this world's biggest obstacle. Even if it's still necessary for now, it's still necessary to completely ban this organization. Yang Dingtian's words were like thunder, shaking Qin Wanchou's heart. Banning and eliminating the Tiando League was something no one dared to say, but it was Qin Wanchou's greatest wish. Because of the existence of the Tiando League, even if his influence surpassed that of the Black Sky sect and the Yin school, he would always be overshadowed by them, let alone the Yin sect. Then, what does Mr. Shen think I should do to destroy the Tiando League, establish an empire, and stand at the top of the world? Qin Wanchou asked. Forgive me for being blunt, but if the Battle of Armageddon doesn't happen, all of this will just be the moon in the well, flowers in the water. Yang Dingtian, if you want to eliminate most of the martial arts sects in this world, you must go through an unprecedented battle of Armageddon to exhaust all the martial artists in this world. Otherwise, even if it's the Black Sky sect and the Yin school, you won't be able to overcome them. In this world where martial arts are respected, even if Qin City's territory is 10 times larger than the Black Sky sects, we won't be their match. Forgive me for being blunt, Qin Huaiyu said. If the Battle of Armageddon happens, my Qin City will also be destroyed. We won't have the power to suppress the other sects at all. It'll be good enough if we can protect ourselves. Yang Dingtian. So the next step is the most crucial. As long as this strategy succeeds, after the Battle of Armageddon ends, Qin City's power can completely suppress the combined power of the other Tiando League forces. Qin Wanchou's breathing suddenly became heavy. What strategy? Ally with some of the half-human races, support them, and even marry them. Yang Dingtian. As everyone knows, in the past 1,000 years of the Tiando League and the Evil Ways Battle of Armageddon, the half-human race has been absolutely neutral, so the flames of war have never involved them. It's just that they are divided into hundreds of races and there are endless disputes, so there's no unity at all. So all along, they haven't been a threat to humans. Most importantly, almost all the sects treat the half-human race as a taboo, and there's no way to form an alliance. If Qin City is willing to take this step, it will definitely reap great benefits. Then Yang Dingtian, Lord Qin is a man of great talent, and I admire him very much. But to be honest, your current strategy is very wrong. You're using all your power to conquer the northwest and southwest continents. Other than alerting the Tiando League, what else can it do? It's just a show of strength on the surface. Let me ask you one thing. Even if you conquer the northwest and southwest continents, can you defeat the Yinyang School and the Black Heaven sect? Qin Wanqiu thought for a while and said, "No, before my martial arts surpass Zhu Qingzhu's, it's impossible. In terms of reputation and morality, it's even more impossible." Yang Dingtian. Then let me ask you again, if the Battle of Armageddon happens, can the southwest and northwest continents be protected? Qin Wanqiu shook his head. No, in every Battle of Armageddon, the southwest continents will all fall, and most of the northwest continents will fall. On the other hand, the eastern cloud continent is almost untouched by the flames of war. Then things are very clear. Yang Dingtian, if the Battle of Armageddon is bound to happen, then what's the point of spending all your power on lands that are destined to fall? Using all your power to establish absolute power after the Battle of Armageddon is the most important thing. Phew! Qin Wanqiu desperately exhaled and said in a trembling voice, "Confidant, you're really my confidant." Yang Dingtian smiled. "All right, I'm done. I should be on my way, and I'll take care of myself." Then he suddenly pulled out his dagger and stabbed it into his chest. No. Suddenly, Qin Wanqiu rushed over like lightning and grabbed Yang Dingtian's dagger. Instantly, the sharp dagger cut open his palm, and blood instantly flowed out. God, how could a mere dagger hurt Qin Wanqiu, who was a grandmaster? However, in order to move Yang Dingtian, he created a bloody scene. "Sir, please stay and help me," Qin Wanqiu said as he bowed. Ah. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. This was completely outside of his plan. To be honest, Yang Dingtian didn't say such a long sentence to escape. In fact, he already had a plan to escape. Saying such a long sentence was completely improvised. His biggest goal was to divert Qin Wanqiu's attention away from Cloud Heaven City and make him focus on forming an alliance with the half-human race instead of the northwest and southwest continents. And the best ending would be for Yang Dingtian to represent the northwest Qin City and head to the Dongli grassland. On the surface, it was to investigate the half-human race and form an alliance, but in reality it was to search for the heaven and earth mystic flame. He didn't expect that with such a long sentence, not only would Qin Wanqiu not kill him, but he would also treat him with respect. Yang Dingtian said, "But I already know too much. It's not right to not die." Qin Wanqiu grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and said, "Compared to Sir's talent, what do these things count as? To be honest, even my son can't understand my ambition. In this entire world, there's no one like Sir who has such a grand vision. In this world where strength is respected, there's no one like Sir within 10,000 miles. I look at Sir like I'm waiting for rain after a long drought." Yang Dingtian continued to be stunned. Qin Wanqiu continued to say incomparably affectionately, "Next, Sir, please don't leave me. I ask you to be my good teacher and helpful friend. No matter what you want, as long as you say it, I will do my best to do it." Yang Dingtian was still stunned. Qin Wanqiu continued, "Huaiyu, come over and pay respects to your teacher." Qin Huaiyu was also stunned. Qin Wanqiu said angrily, "What are you still standing there for? Come over and pay respects to teacher." Qin Huaiyu hurried forward and bowed deeply. Qin Huaiyu pays respects to teacher. "Kneel down." Qin Wanqiu said. Qin Huaiyu was stunned and was about to kneel down. Absolutely not. Yang Dingtian hurriedly helped Qin Huaiyu up and said to Qin Wanchou, Lord Qin, in order to not let young lord hate me, you absolutely cannot do this. Sigh. Instantly, Qin Wanchou sighed and patted the back of Yang Dingtian's hand. Sir, my son is unable to understand the ambition in my heart. If he could understand, he would definitely kneel down. Only you are my true confidant. Then Qin Wanchou said sternly, Qin Huaiyu, from now on, other than practicing martial arts, you have to spend your energy and time on learning from Sir. Learning strategy, learning politics, learning military strategy. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was truly and completely stunned. He only wanted to escape. How did it become like this? According to Yang Dingtian's plan, he wanted to use the holy water to fake his death and take the opportunity to escape a few days later. He didn't expect that he didn't even need to fake his death. Not only did he not need to die, but he also became Qin City's honorable guest. This result was really surprising. After returning to Qin Mingli's courtyard from the inner city, Yang Dingtian first made out with Qin Mingli. When Qin Mingli fell into a deep sleep, Yang Dingtian, who was exhausted from the battle of wits and courage with Qin Wanchou and his son, still couldn't sleep. His mind was unprecedentedly clear. At this moment, there was a clear and complete map in his mind, including the poem on it. The scorching sun is scorching, snow is swirling in the air. Sweat drips like rain, breath turns into ice. Water boils like oil, ice seals 100 miles. When I bloom, heaven and earth melts. All the secrets of the heaven and earth mystic flame are in this poem. That's right, it's in this poem. It all depends on how I solve it. Chapter 237. In these 4 simple and crude lines, the first half of each line was written on Qin Huaiyu's half of the mystic flame map. The second half of the line was written on Yang Dingtian's half of the mystic flame map. Other than the last word, the meaning of the other half of the line was completely opposite. Therefore, if there was only half of the mystic flame map, it was useless. Only when the 2 parts were put together could the meaning be understood. Putting aside the poem, it was purely based on the map. To be honest, this map was even cruder than the poem. There was a lot of randomness in it. One could only see a few mountains and a few rivers in the map. The rest was mostly grassland. The only useful information was a tall mountain in the middle. The left half was red, while the right half was icy blue. The left half was on Qin Huaiyu's half of the map, and the right half was on Yang Dingtian's half of the map. The most ridiculous thing was that if the 2 halves of the map were not put together, Yang Dingtian would not be able to tell that it was a mountain at all. Previously, he also noticed that there was a sharp blue triangle on his half of the map. He used to think that it was a sharp sword or something like that. Only when the 2 halves of the map were put together did he realize that it was a mountain. It was a very bizarre mountain. Half of the mountain was flames, while the other half was ice. However, the more bizarre and unique it was, the better it was. This way, it would be easier to find the target. Moreover, this mountain was so peculiar. Perhaps the heaven and earth mystic flame was in this mountain. Master, you have been to the Dongli grassland. Do you know this mountain that is half flames and half ice? Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Minmi said, I have never seen it. Ah, Yang Dingtian was shocked. This mountain is so bizarre. It should be very famous. Logically speaking, it should be. However, when I entered the Dongli grassland, I did not see it, Dongfang Minmi said. Yang Dingtian said, could it be that you did not see this mountain because you did not go to many places in the Dongli grassland? Dongfang Minmi said, that doesn't seem to be the case. Although this map is very rough, I have vaguely been to this place before. You've been there before? Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Where is this place on the map? Dongfang Minmi said, I only have a rough impression of it. I came to a rough conclusion based on the positions of several mountains and rivers on the map. If I remember correctly, this area should be the burial ground. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. The Bone Burial Ground? Where is this place in the Donley grassland? The center, Dongfang Minmi said. Which half-human clan's territory does this bone burial ground belong to? Yang Dingtian asked. In his heart, he felt that it would be best if it was the territory of the Foxman race because Ashina belonged to the Foxman race. It doesn't belong to any race. Dongfang Minmi said, the entire bone burial ground is 500 miles long and does not belong to any race. It is the central battlefield of the Donley grassland, so it is called the Bone Burial Ground. 500 miles long and wide, this area is not small. Yang Dingtian asked, Master, is there really no mountain in the Bone Burial Ground that is half fire and half ice? There really isn't, Dongfang Minmi said. How could this be? How should he find it? This was a full 500 miles long and wide. Dongfang Minmi smiled and said, Master doesn't know. But it doesn't mean that the half-human clan in the Donley grassland doesn't know. According to the location on the map, it should be in the middle of the Bone Burial Ground. It is not very difficult to find. So, as long as we go there, it should not be difficult to find it. Yes, as long as we reach there, it should not be difficult to find it. Moreover, obtaining the other half of the Mystic Flames map from Qin Huaiyu could be considered as an impossible mission, but Yang Dingtian did it. Now, with the complete Mystic Flames map in his hands, Yang Dingtian did not believe that he could not find the Mystic Flame. The next most important thing was how to escape from Qin City and leave Qin City without arousing the suspicion of Qin Wanchou and the others. Then he would head to the Dongley grassland. The next few days, Yang Dingtian fully felt Qin Wanchou's determination and enthusiasm. On the next day, Qin Wanchou gathered all the important figures in Qin City. These people were either holding important positions in Qin City or were the various feudal lords in Qin City's territory. There was a total of close to 1,000 people gathered in the main hall to introduce Yang Dingtian to them. Furthermore, Qin Wanchou announced that from today onwards, Shun Lang would be the military advisor of Qin City. This caused everyone to be astonished. Qin Mingli was completely surprised and delighted. Not only that, Qin Wanchou had spent most of his time talking to Yang Dingtian. Qin Mingli was worried, so she forced herself to join in. When Qin Mingli saw that her elder brother and her lover were talking about completely different things, and even concepts that didn't exist in this world, Qin Mingli's expression became even more intoxicated. Her admiration for Yang Dingtian grew even more. However, because of Qin Mingli's participation, mahjong, go, and Chinese chess started to become popular in Qin City. After Qin Wanchou played, he heard that these were all designed and created by Yang Dingtian. Instantly, he admired Yang Dingtian even more. However, what surprised Yang Dingtian was that Qin Wanchou could be said to be the most talented and bold person that Yang Dingtian had ever met in this world. However, regardless of whether it was Go or Chinese chess, his standards were very ordinary. Even after he became familiar with the game, not only was he not a match for Qin Mingli, but he was also not a match for Yang Dingtian. Regardless of whether it was Chinese chess or Go, he basically lost 9 out of 10 games. On the other hand, Qin Huaiyu's Go skills were shockingly high and completely exceeded expectations. After familiarizing himself with the game, Qin Huaiyu no longer had any opponents. Whether it was Yang Dingtian or Qin Mingli, they were all defeated in a second. In short, during this period of time, Yang Dingtian's character, Shun Lang, became the most popular person in Qin City and received countless envious gazes. It was still all right at the beginning, but later on, the direct descendants of Qin City came to provoke him multiple times. Yang Dingtian did not care, but Qin Mingli did not want Yang Dingtian to be wronged, so she went to reprimand them multiple times. In the end, these Qin City descendants complained to Qin Wanchou. In the end, Qin Wanchou flew into a rage and directly punished all the direct descendants who provoked Yang Dingtian. He even chased the 2 leaders out of Qin City. Since then, no one in Qin City dared to offend Yang Dingtian openly. However, these direct descendants instigated Qin Jiaojiao to provoke Qin Jiaojiao multiple times. Qin Jiao Jiao, this woman, was mean and pampered, rude and unreasonable. After being instigated, she came to find trouble many times. Yang Dingtian avoided her many times, and in the end, she directly went to Qin Mingli's courtyard to provoke her. In the end, Qin Wanqiu gave her a tight slap to the face, sending Qin Jiao Jiao flying over 10 meters away. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and half of her face instantly swelled up. Qin Jiao Jiao was so frightened that she didn't even dare to cry out loud. At that time, Yang Dingtian was really overwhelmed by the favor. From then on, no one dared to offend Yang Dingtian anymore, whether it was in the open or in the dark. Chapter 238. From then on, no one dared to offend Yang Dingtian, no matter if it was in the open or in the dark. Normally, these days should be very majestic and free, enjoying great power without having to fulfill any obligations. However, Yang Dingtian felt like he was sitting on pins and needles. Most importantly, time passed day by day. The day of the martial arts contest for the position of the Cloud Sky City Lord was getting closer and closer. He had yet to obtain the heaven and earth mystic flame. Yang Dingtian was indeed burning with anxiety. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had mentioned countless times that he wanted to leave Qin City and continue to wander outside. However, he was rejected by Qin Wanqiu every time. Moreover, after every rejection, Qin Wanqiu would severely punish those who had offended Yang Dingtian. Therefore, every time Yang Dingtian said goodbye, it would bring a bloody punishment. Therefore, for a while, Yang Dingtian was actually trapped in Qin City, unable to leave. Moreover, unless it was absolutely necessary, Yang Dingtian would not leave without saying goodbye and secretly leave. In fact, he could not leave at all. Because of the jealousy of many people in Qin City, in order to protect Yang Dingtian's safety, Qin Wanqiu arranged bodyguards for him. Both of them were martial venerables. On this day, Yang Dingtian came to see Qin Wanqiu again to express his intention to leave. Qin Wanqiu said loudly, "Military advisor, are you so uncomfortable in my Qin City? What have I done that you can't bear to stay here?" Previously, Yang Dingtian had always said that the Lord treated him very well, but his nature and mission was to wander. However, he did not succeed. Now, when Qin Wanqiu asked this question again, Yang Dingtian sighed and said, "I have achieved nothing in Qin City. The better the Lord treats me, the more uncomfortable I feel. After a few days, each day feels like a year." Qin Wanqiu said, "You want to do something? That's easy. Whether you want to train soldiers, do internal affairs, or manage a piece of land, you can do all of that. No matter which position you want, I will let you do it." Yang Dingtian, "I can't do any of those things. The only thing I'm good at is wandering the world." His Majesty also agreed with my strategy to place our focus on the half-human race. We will support our allies and hide our strength. We will rise after the world-destroying war. Thus, I feel that the most suitable thing for me to do now is to head to the half-human race's territory and analyze the hundreds of half-human races. I will determine which half-human races should be destroyed, which half-human races should be supported, and which half-human races should be intermarried. This is no small matter, and only I am suitable to do it. Yang Dingtian finally said this. Previously, he didn't say it because he was afraid of arousing Qin Wanqiu's suspicion. But now he was at his wit's end and could only use this method to escape. Moreover, he was just about to go to the Dongli grassland to look for the heaven and earth mystic flame. During this period of time, Yang Dingtian and his master had analyzed the complete heaven and earth level mystic flame in their minds. They had also analyzed the poem countless times and had even roughly determined the approximate location of the mystic flame. The geographical location had basically been reduced to a few hundred miles. What they needed now was to enter the few hundred miles and find the heaven and earth mystic flame, no matter what method they used. After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Qin Wanqiu didn't reject him directly like before. Instead, he sank into deep thought. After a few minutes, Qin Wancho said, Mr. Shin, don't be anxious. This is no small matter. Please allow me to think for a few days. I will give you a reply within 5 days. Yes, His Majesty. Yang Dingtian bowed respectfully. Then, Yang Dingtian returned to Qin Mingli's courtyard. For the next few days, he didn't go out. Most of the time, he was cultivating. A small part of the time, he was intimate with Qin Mingli. When there was no one around, he communicated with his master in his mind. Relying on his master's memories of the Dongli grassland, he wanted to completely confirm the exact location of the mystic flame on the map. However, Dongfang Minmi had gone to the Dongli grassland more than 10 years ago. Moreover, at that time, Dongfang Minmi had traveled through the 10,000 miles of Dongli grassland. Therefore, his memory of a specific place was very limited. Therefore, after roughly confirming the mystic flame's range of a few hundred miles, he couldn't be any more precise. The only way was for Yang Dingtian to personally go to the burial ground and search for it one by one. However, Yang Dingtian was still relatively lucky. The burial ground could be considered as a no-man's land in the Dongli grassland, because it was a neutral battlefield. There weren't any races living there. Otherwise, if it was the territory of the Wolf Clan, Tiger Clan, or other races, Yang Dingtian would have been torn into pieces the moment he entered. Therefore, Yang Dingtian's desire to head to the Dongli grassland became even more urgent. Therefore, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but become more anxious as he waited for Qin Wancho's reply. On the 2nd day, the 3rd day, the 4th day, and even on the 5th day, there was still no reply from Qin Wancho. It wasn't until the 5th night that Qin Wancho finally sent someone over. Mr. Qin, you want to go to the Dongli grassland? Seeing Yang Dingtian, Qin Wancho's first sentence was to ask. Yes, Lord. Yang Dingtian replied. Mr. Qin, do you know why I've been stopping you from leaving Qin City? Qin Wancho asked. I don't know. Yang Dingtian replied. Because I'm not willing to give up on a talent like you. Qin Wancho said there are many talents in this world, and there's no lack of geniuses. However, almost everyone puts their talent into cultivating martial skills. Only you are an exception. I can see that your talent is even higher than my son, Qin Huayu, and is not inferior to mine. Moreover, your teacher is Saber Monarch Xing. According to your current age, your normal cultivation should be a martial ancestor realm expert, or even a martial supreme realm expert. However, you're merely a 1-star martial mystic realm expert. It can be seen that you put your experience and talent in other areas, and these areas are exactly what I need. If I miss you, perhaps I won't be able to find a second person like you. Yang Dingtian replied, Lord, first of all, I'm definitely not as outstanding as you say. Secondly, I've already told you everything I know. There's nothing in my mind that's worthy of your attention. Of course not. Qin Wancho said, Mr. Qin, do you know why I insist on having you stay by my side? I don't. Yang Dingtian replied. Mr. Qin, you're an expert in grand strategies and great foresight. However, you're somewhat lacking in specific matters. However, this is true wisdom. Qin Wancho said, I keep you by my side because every time I'm faced with an important decision, I might fall into a perplexed state, not knowing which choice is the right one. As long as I make the wrong choice, perhaps Qin City's foundation will be completely destroyed. At this time, I need you by my side to use your great wisdom to help me make the most important choice. Therefore, perhaps I might only ask you once every 5 to 10 years, but every time it's incomparably important, and it might even change Qin City's fate. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and said, Lord, I didn't expect you to value me so much, but I can only say that I'm a person who absolutely can't stay idle. I need to constantly move around and do things to maintain my vision and brain. Once I stop to enjoy a life of wealth and ease, I'll be crippled. I understand. Qin Wancho nodded and said, You can go to the Dongli grassland if you want, but you have to promise me one thing. Please say it, Yang Dingtian said. Marry Ali and become Qin City's son-in-law. Qin Wanchou said. Ah! Yang Dingtian suddenly exclaimed in shock. Why, you're not willing? Do you dislike Ali? Qin Wanchou said. Of course not, Yang Dingtian said. This is something I've always dreamed of, but now isn't the time to break off relations with White Cloud City. Qin Wanchou said coldly, What's so great about White Cloud City? It's just a destitute city that relies on the might of others. Previously, I wanted to dominate the northwest and southwest continents. In order to not make myself look bad, I had to raise White Cloud City's status to prevent the Tiando League from thinking that Northwest Qin City is the only big city. Otherwise, what is Northwest Qin City? Their strength is much weaker than Cloud Sky Cities. Now that I want to focus on the outside, I don't care about breaking off relations with White Cloud City. However, if we offend Black Heaven Sect because of this, the losses outweigh the gains, Yang Dingtian said. In Zhu Qingzhu's eyes, White Cloud City is nothing. Qin Wanchou said, Dongfang Minmi isn't here anymore. Now, Zhu Qingzhu's attention is all on Yinyang School. Excluding the hidden sects, there are only 2.5 grandmasters. Before Yinyang School is annexed, Zhu Qingzhu and I will work together instead of against each other. Then, without waiting for Yang Dingtian to speak, Qin Wanchou said, All right, there's no need to say any more. If you want to leave Qin City and go to Dongli's grasslands, you must marry Ali. Otherwise, you will stay here obediently and don't even think about leaving. At this moment, Qin Wanchou completely displayed his domineering side. With a wave of his hand, no one could stop him. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply and said, Since my lord doesn't care about White Cloud City's attitude, why should I reject such a wonderful thing? Although more than half a month had passed since Qin Wanchou's 50th birthday, the guests didn't all leave. This was because Qin City's 4th Missy and Yi Feng's wedding was in a month's time. Since it was so close, some people were too lazy to go back and stayed in Qin City to wait for the wedding to be held in a month's time. However, it was obvious that Yi Feng and Qin City's 4th Missy's wedding wouldn't be as lively as Qin Wanchou's 50th birthday banquet. The guests who came wouldn't be as important. That night, Yi Feng and Yang Dingtian fought and suffered serious injuries. However, Yang Dingtian was merciful in the end, so Yi Feng's life wasn't in danger. However, in order to kill Yang Dingtian, he used the devil encirclement mystic art. His mystic veins, which were weak, controlling the strong, were severely injured. Therefore, his greatest achievement in this lifetime might not be breaking through to the martial supreme level. However, for some reason, Qin Wanchou didn't break the engagement. Instead, he still carried out the engagement and betrothed his 4th daughter to Yi Feng. The next morning, Qin Wanchou gathered all the important guests and important members of Qin City and publicly announced that Qin Mingli and Yi Wujing were officially divorced. This news shocked everyone so much that their expressions changed drastically. Even Qin Huaiyu was filled with shock. Chapter 239. This news shocked everyone so much that their expressions changed drastically. Even Qin Huaiyu was shocked. Immediately after, Qin Wanchou announced that Qin Mingli would be officially betrothed to Qin City's military advisor, Shenlang, and the wedding would be held 3 days later. This news shocked everyone to the point that they were speechless. What was going on? Could it be that Qin City and White Cloud City had completely broken off their relationship, just like that? One should know that White Cloud City Governor Yi Wuqing and Qin Mingli's current husband, Yi Wujing, were in the main hall at this moment. After hearing Qin Wanchou's words, White Cloud City Governor Yi Wuqing's expression changed drastically, revealing an expression of disbelief. Yi Wujing's face turned pale instantly. After the endless shock, his face turned ashen quickly. However, what Yang Dingtian did not expect was that White Cloud City Governor Yi Wuqing walked out of the crowd after a short moment of shock and said loudly, As everyone knows, my brother Yu Wujing and Miss Qin Mingli have long lost their feelings for each other. However, for the friendship between White Cloud City and Qin City, they have no choice but to be together. However, these two people have underestimated the friendship between Qin City and White Cloud City. Lord Qin and I have been best friends for decades. Why would we need a marriage alliance to maintain our friendship? Moreover, I also feel that military advisor Xinlang and Miss Qin Mingli are truly in love with each other. Therefore, I personally discussed with Brother Qin last night to let Yu Wujing and Qin Mingli get divorced, so that military advisor Xinlang and Miss Qin can have a beautiful marriage. At that time, Brother Wan Chou was still determined to disagree. I was the one who got angry, and he agreed to this beautiful matter. Then Yu Wuqing looked at Yang Dingtian and said, "Military advisor Xinlang, you've married a beauty, but please don't forget that I'm the real matchmaker." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was extremely impressed by the White Cloud City governor's acting skills. Obviously, Qin Wanchou did not discuss this with him at all before announcing this decision. That was why he was so shocked at the first moment. However, he immediately used the smartest way to redeem himself. He took the initiative to express that this matter was his own decision. If Yang Dingtian did not know the truth, he would really be deceived by his acting skills. At least Yu Wujing was deceived. At this moment, he looked at his elder brother with confusion and hatred. However, Yu Wuqing's performance also made him understand that White Cloud City was bluffing. Just like what Qin Wanchou had said, Yu Wuqing was even more afraid of breaking off relations with Qin City. Although Yu Wuqing had given his sister to Zhu Qingzhu as a concubine, and although Yi Feng kept calling Zhu Qingzhu his uncle, White Cloud City was just a fox exploiting the tiger's might. Zhu Qingzhu wouldn't put Yu Wuqing in his eyes at all. Therefore, on the night of the birthday banquet, when Qin Mingli brought Yang Dingtian into the main hall intimately, Yu Wuqing was so furious. At this moment, Qin Wanchou's actions were a huge humiliation to Yu Wuqing, but he accepted it with a smile. Not only did he not fall out with Qin Wanchou in public, he even helped Qin Wanchou to settle this matter. A trace of disdain and sarcasm flashed across Qin Wanchou's eyes as he looked at Yu Wuqing. Then he said to Xinlang, "Advisor, why don't you go and thank City Lord Yi?" Yang Dingtian was also happy to help with the act. He walked to Yu Wuqing and bowed. "Yang Dingtian thanks City Lord Yi for your help." You're welcome, you're welcome," Yi Wuqing said. "Even if Wujing and Miss Mingli are divorced, Brother Wanchou and I are still in-laws, so you and I are also family. Yi Feng is insensible and has offended you before, but from now on, you're his elder. If he doesn't improve, he still needs you to discipline him. Brother Wanchou, don't you think so?" When Yi Wuqing said this, he looked at Qin Wanchou. Obviously, Qin Wanchou had completely caught him off guard and frightened him. He was not sure if Qin Wanchou's actions were just to help Xinlang and Qin Mingli, or if he wanted to completely break off with White Cloud City. So he spoke to test him. If it was a complete break, then the engagement between 4th Miss Qin and Yi Feng would be completely invalid. After hearing Yi Wuqing's test, Qin Wanchou said, "Yes, Advisor Xin is knowledgeable and will be Yi Feng's uncle in the future. Yi Feng can ask for more advice." After hearing Qin Wanchou's affirmative answer, Yu Wuqing finally felt relieved. At this moment, everyone present recovered from the shock and went forward to congratulate Yang Dingtian. 3 days later, Qin City was brightly lit again. Similarly, a large-scale banquet was held in the central main hall. However, the main characters of this banquet were Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli. The banquet might not be as grand as Qin Wanchou's birthday banquet, and there weren't as many important figures present, especially when 3rd Lady Gongsun and Dongfeng Bingling weren't present. After Qin Wanchou's birthday banquet, they had left Qin City. Dugu Fengwu's departure had really surprised Yang Dingtian. Could this demonic woman really not recognize Yang Dingtian? This was impossible. Previously, when they were on the ship heading towards the northwest continent, Yang Dingtian had also disguised himself, but Du Fengwu was still able to recognize him immediately. If she recognized Yang Dingtian, why didn't she do anything? Yang Dingtian was puzzled, but it was obviously not the time to be calculative about this matter. At this moment, Qin Wanqiu personally brought Yang Dingtian and Qin Mingli to propose a toast. Of course, they didn't propose a toast table by table because there were a few hundred tables in the Hall of Light. Even if they proposed a toast until tomorrow, they wouldn't be able to finish it. They only proposed a few dozen tables, selectively. Yang Dingtian might be proposing a toast, but his heart had already floated to God knows where. This world was simply too absurd. Yang Dingtian would never have thought that his first wedding in this world would actually be with Qin Wanqiu's biological sister. As for his real wife, Yanyan Shimin, she didn't even have a real wedding. Even though this wedding was considered fake, Yang Dingtian was still filled with guilt towards Yanyan. He immediately made a decision in his heart. After he won the martial contest for the city lord position, he would definitely make it up to Yanyan with a real wedding. Your niece-in-law, Ning Ro, congratulates aunt and uncle for a lifetime of love and happiness. Just as he was at a loss, Yang Dingtian heard a familiar voice. He raised his head and happened to see Ning Ro's beautiful and gentle face. At this moment, she was smiling as she raised her wine cup and proposed a toast to Yang Dingtian and Shenlang. Next to her, little Ningning was sitting on Qin Huaiyu's lap with a blissful look on her face. Yang Dingtian noticed that even Ning Ro had a blissful look on her face. She was completely different from her previous haggard and uneasy self. Previously, Qin Huaiyu was filled with wild ambitions towards Yanyan. Yang Dingtian originally thought that even if Ning Ro returned to Qin Huaiyu's side, she would at most be a lover or a concubine. However, he didn't expect Qin Huaiyu to directly regard her as his wife. Regardless of whether it was Qin Wanqiu's birthday banquet or Qin Mingli's wedding banquet today, he had brought Ning Ro along to attend both. Chapter 240. Perhaps there was a certain error in her understanding of Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian's thoughts turned, but his actions did not follow. He glanced at Ning Ro's beautiful face and revealed a stunned expression. Then his gaze quickly landed on little Ningning's adorable face. In fact, Yang Dingtian did not know that when Ning Ro was toasting, Qin Mingli's eyes had been fixed on Yang Dingtian. Ning Ro was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that Qin Mingli was jealous. Therefore, she was worried that her lover would reveal a dazed expression when he saw Ning Ro. Yang Dingtian's reaction made her extremely happy. When he saw the beautiful Ning Ro, his stunned expression showed that he was not hypocritical at all. However, his gaze quickly landed on little Ningning, showing that he was not lustful at all. Instead, a cute and beautiful little girl was more attractive to him. Of course, these were all Qin Mingli's subconscious reactions. Tonight, her beautiful face was filled with a blissful radiance. However, she would not do this intentionally. Just like that, Qin Mingli followed Yang Dingtian like a little bird and toasted table after table. Her beautiful face seemed to have become a few years younger in the blissful radiance. She really looked like a newlywed in her 20s. "Husband, I really feel like I'm in a dream." Qin Mingli leaned on Yang Dingtian's body and said coquettishly. The wedding banquet had ended at around 11 p.m. However, they did not return to the villa. Instead, they stayed in the inner city for the night. Qin Wanqiu had chosen the most magnificent house to be their new house. After being intimate, Qin Mingli was unwilling to sleep. Instead, she continued to speak intimately with Yang Dingtian. Hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Yang Dingtian did not say anything. Instead, he gently patted her back. "Husband, when are you planning to leave?" Qin Mingli asked again. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to say that he was leaving tomorrow. However, when he saw Qin Mingli's infatuated eyes, his heart softened and he said, "I'll leave after accompanying you for 3 days. To Shenlang, This departure could be said to be an eternal farewell to Qin Mingli. To her, this was indeed an extremely cruel thing to do. Then will you come back in the future? Qin Mingli suddenly asked. Yang Dingtian was slightly taken aback. He did not know why Qin Mingli would say such a thing. Qin Mingli placed her face on Yang Dingtian's chest and said gently, Lang Jun, if a woman truly loves a man deeply, she will be able to hear the things in the depths of her heart. The meaning behind Qin Mingli's words was already very complicated. However, Yang Dingtian believed her words very much. When a woman wholeheartedly devoted herself to a man, no matter how well the man concealed it, the woman would be able to sense some flaws. Of course, it might not be appropriate to call it a flaw. It should be called a mistake. Of course, Qin Mingli's words were not because she suspected Yang Dingtian's identity. It was because she felt that Yang Dingtian was in a hurry to leave Qin City, and she had a feeling that he would never come back. Of course, she might have sensed even more. Instantly, Yang Dingtian looked into Qin Mingli's eyes and said seriously, I will come back. I promise. Qin Mingli kissed his chest and said, Lang Jun, I don't care why you did it or what you are going to do. However, I know very well that your heart has always been filled with love and guilt for me. Perhaps you are unable to sense it yourself. However, these few days, I have felt it more and more clearly. Just this, I am already satisfied. Yang Dingtian was stunned and speechless. I don't care who you are, and I don't care whether you treated me sincerely or not. I only know that you have given me endless happiness. I only know that loving someone is as blissful as being loved, or even more blissful. Qin Mingli continued. Yang Dingtian continued to remain silent, but he hugged Qin Mingli even tighter. Love was really the biggest enemy of disguise. Previously, Yang Dingtian had always thought that he had performed very well, and Qin Mingli would not have any doubts about him. In fact, she did not express any doubts at all. Instead, she became more and more attached to him and more infatuated with him. However, who knew that she just did not say anything. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian felt that his chest was already warm and moist. These were Qin Mingli's tears. Yang Dingtian cupped her face and looked at her beautiful face. He said seriously, Li, I will come back to see you. Do you understand? Although it was the same words, they contained a heavy promise. Qin Mingli lifted her face and smiled at Yang Dingtian. She said, Really? Really? Yang Dingtian said, Everyone has to be responsible for the things that they do. They also have to be responsible for their own hearts. Therefore, I will definitely come back. Qin Mingli wiped away her tears and smiled. Lang Jun, no matter what happens, I only know that I am Shenlang's wife. I will wait for you to come back. Yang Dingtian hugged her and kissed her on her eyes. 3 days later, under Qin Wanchou's reluctant farewell and Qin Mingli's infatuated gaze, Yang Dingtian left Qin City and headed to the Dongli grassland that was thousands of miles away. He was not the only one on this trip. There were also 3 guards sent by Qin Wanchou. All of them were martial honorables. Qin Wanchou had said that the 3 of them only had one mission, and that was to protect his safety. They would not interfere with what he was doing and would guarantee that they would obey any of his orders. Other than the 3 of them, there was another person who followed Yang Dingtian. She was the little girl from the Foxman race, Ashina, whom he had saved. Although the Dongli grassland had the word east in it, it was located in the northwestern part of the northwest mainland. This was a mouthful, but it was the truth. The northwest mainland was already considered to be in the west, but the Dongli grassland was even further west. Compared to Earth, the chaotic mainland was ridiculously huge. At the western end of the northwest mainland was a vast ocean that was thousands of miles away. Further west of the ocean was a desolate and uninhabited land that was close to 10,000 miles wide. There were no signs of life at all. This was because this place was either a desert or scorched earth or burning rocks or lava that stretched for thousands of miles. In short, this land was a forbidden zone for life, which was why it was called the taboo mainland. Further west of the taboo mainland was the extremely mysterious abyssal ocean that made people tremble in fear. Evil ways of the abyssal ocean's allied army had come out of the abyssal ocean several times to launch a world-ending battle. As for the western side of the abyssal ocean, it was the legendary edge of the world. However, everyone had only heard of this place in legends. No one had ever been there before. Even with the powerful Dongfang Minmi, he had only traveled 3,000 miles into the taboo mainland. He had not even been to the abyssal ocean. The Dongli grassland was directly north of the taboo mainland. There was a few thousand miles of the Death Ocean between them. No ship in the world could pass through the Death Ocean. All the ships that tried to cross the ocean were devoured. Under this ocean, it was as if there was a huge black hole. Not only was the north of the taboo mainland, but the south was also the boundless Death Ocean. Therefore, it was impossible to go around the taboo mainland to reach the abyssal ocean. To reach the abyssal ocean, one had to pass through the taboo mainland. However, as a forbidden zone for life, no one could pass through the taboo mainland. Therefore, even though everyone in the Tiando League knew that the abyssal ocean was the headquarters of the evil ways and the temple of annihilation, no one could reach it. No one could truly destroy it. Yang Dingtian led the group and traveled 3,000 miles to the northwest continent's northwest border. They had to enter the ocean from here and travel 7,000 miles in the northwest direction to reach the Dongli mainland. That's right, it was the Dongli mainland and not the Dongli grassland. In order to reach the Dongli grassland, they had to cross more than 4,000 miles of desert. However, after leaving the northwest continent, they had left the land of human civilization. In the primal chaos mainland, there were a few pieces of land that belonged to human civilization. The northwest continent, the southwest continent, the southern Myriad Islands, the northern land, the eastern Cloud Continent, and the northeastern Shun Continent. Among them, the eastern Cloud Continent and the northeastern Shun Continent were regarded as the essence of human civilization. This was because the Yin-Yang school and the Black Heaven sect were on these two pieces of land. Not only that, among the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 sects, 5 of them were on these 2 pieces of land. Therefore, when Shimenwia was still around, even though Cloud, Sky City, and Qin City were fighting for the leadership of the Northwest Continent, in the eyes of the people of the Eastern Cloud Continent and the Northeastern Shin Continent, the Northwest Continent was considered a barren land. At the seaside, there was a secret fleet waiting for Yang Dingtian. There were a total of 4 large ships in the fleet. Other than a few hundred sailors, there were also 400 to 500 fully armed warriors. The leader of the fleet was a member of the Qin clan called Qin Duansong. Under the orders of the Lord, I'm here to send the military advisor to the Dongli grassland. After boarding the first ship, Qin Duansong greeted him respectfully. With so many of us going, won't it cause the half-human clan to misunderstand and be on guard? Yang Dingtian asked. Qin Duansong said, we're only following orders to send you to the Dongli continent. Then we'll cruise on the sea. Every 10 days, a ship will return to the northwest continent to resupply. That's good. Yang Dingtian said, I'll have to trouble Leader Qin along the way. The Lord said that we have to obey any of your orders on the ship. Qin Duansong said, Mr. Shen must be tired from the journey. The ship has already prepared the best cabin for you. Please go and rest. We'll set off immediately. Yang Dingtian could tell that although this Qin Duansong was very polite and respectful to Yang Dingtian, there was a kind of alienation in his tone because he was also a member of the Qin clan. In Qin City, Yang Dingtian had offended a large number of Qin clan members. Therefore, although this Qin Duansong did not dare to offend Yang Dingtian because of Qin Wancho's orders, he was also unwilling to get close to him. Of course, Qin Duansong's attitude was exactly what Yang Dingtian wanted. Chapter 241. Entering the largest cabin on the flagship, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be shocked by the extravagance inside. This was a ship at sea. Basically, Space was saved as much as possible. In other places, more than a dozen people would be squeezed into a room. But Yang Dingtian's cabin was 40 to 50 square meters. Soft carpet, golden utensils, comfortable big bed, sandalwood furniture, a huge bathtub. Everything inside was available. When Yang Dingtian walked in, four delicate maids directly knelt at the door to welcome him. Inside, there was an even more beautiful girl who was making fragrant tea. The four girls in front were wearing red silk clothes, but the girl inside was wearing a tight shark diving suit. "You all go out first. When I need you, I'll find you," Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, the beautiful girl in the diving suit said, "Did you all hear that? All of you go out." "Yes." The other four girls immediately got up and left. But the girl in the diving suit was still inside. She had already made the fragrant tea, poured it into a cup, and then served it, saying, "Master, please have some tea." Hearing her address, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "I'm the madam's adopted daughter." The girl said, "But if I call you my adopted father, you'll definitely be unhappy, so I'll call you master." Yang Dingtian nodded indifferently, took the cup of fragrant tea in her hand, and drank it. Then, under her service, Yang Dingtian took a bath, ate some food and wine, and then looked at the light to read. "Well, you also go out. After reading for a while, I'll lie down and rest," Yang Dingtian said. "Yes, master." The girl said that in the next few days, Yang Dingtian spent most of his time reading in the cabin, and a small part of his time went to the deck to look at the sea scenery. It was nearly 10,000 miles away from the Dongli mainland, so it would take more than 20 days to sail. The journey at sea was undoubtedly very lonely and boring. Yang Dingtian had long since grown tired of looking at the scenery on the deck. Furthermore, the sailors and warriors of the fleet basically kept a certain distance from Yang Dingtian. As for the three martial saints who were responsible for protecting Yang Dingtian had to keep his distance from them. Therefore, during this period of time, Yang Dingtian had almost no one to talk to. Even though the girl in the diving suit claimed to be Qin Mengli's adopted daughter, Yang Dingtian didn't have much contact with her. On the contrary, he spent most of his time with the girl from the Foxman race, Jir Ashina. The reason was that Yang Dingtian wanted to learn more languages of the half-human race, and this girl from the Foxman race happened to know close to 10 half-human race languages. Of course, Yang Dingtian's main purpose wasn't to learn the languages, but to find out more information about the burial ground. For the sake of caution, Yang Dingtian didn't take the initiative to mention the burial ground. Instead, he led Ji to talk about the burial ground. Then, Yang Dingtian pretended to be curious and placed the focus of the conversation on the burial ground. Regarding the burial ground, Ji obviously knew a lot. At least, she knew a lot more than his master, Dongfang Minmi. This included the history of this region, as well as the situation of the half-human race war in the past few hundred years. Ji explained everything clearly. However, it was a pity that Yang Dingtian didn't get any crucial information. Ji didn't even mention the mountain that was half fire and half ice. It wasn't that she didn't mention it on purpose, but that she really didn't know. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt strange. This mountain that was half fire and half ice was so strange. Why didn't his master say that he hadn't seen it before? Even Ji, the girl from the Foxman race, hadn't seen it before? Could it be that this strange mountain really didn't exist? Unable to find out more from Ji, in the next few days, Yang Dingtian simply let go of his state of mind. He stopped learning the half-human race's language and stopped probing. Instead, he pulled the girl who was wearing a diving suit to play cards and fight the landlord. In this way, time flew by quickly. Very quickly, half a month's time had passed. In this half a month, basically nothing happened. However, there was one thing that was slightly strange. That was, when Yang Dingtian was sleeping, there were always some strange dreams that disturbed him. However, after waking up, he didn't have any clear memories at all. He only felt that it was probably related to the mysterious fire. Moreover, there were similar dreams basically every night. Later on, Yang Dingtian thought that it was probably because Yang Dingtian placed too much importance on this journey to find the mysterious fire, so he would have dreams about the mysterious fire at night. Ever since Yang Dingtian boarded the ship, Qin Duansong never appeared again. Now he finally appeared in front of Yang Dingtian again. "Mr. Shin, we will arrive at the Dongli continent in about half a day's time. Please get ready to disembark." Qin Duansong said, "Although the southern end of the Dongli continent is thousands of miles of desert, and the half-human race won't appear, just in case, our ship still won't go near the Dongli continent. The ship will stop at about a few dozen miles away. At that time, you will need to go into the sea and swim to the land." Yang Dingtian said, "Okay, no problem. Thank you for your understanding, Mr. Shin." Qin Duansong said, "Our fleet will cruise around, and we will use messenger birds to communicate with each other. If you encounter any danger, our army will immediately land." "Thank you," Yang Dingtian said. After more than 4 hours, the sky turned dark. At this time, they were about 50 miles away from the Dongli continent. Yang Dingtian, Ji Arashina, and the 3 martial revered guards were about to disembark and swim to the Dongli continent under the cover of night. Although it was 50 miles, it was not a problem for Yang Dingtian, and it was even less of a problem for the 3 martial revered experts. However, Ji was still young and her cultivation was weak, so she needed Yang Dingtian to carry her and swim to the shore. After entering the sea, Yang Dingtian immediately felt that the sea water was very hot. That's right, the sea water here was actually very hot. Whether it was Earth or the primal chaos continent, no matter how hot the weather was, the sea water would not be hot. The surface area of the sea was too big. However, the sea water here was actually very hot. Yang Dingtian estimated that it was about 40 to 50 degrees. No wonder he didn't know when it started, but he couldn't see any creatures on the sea surface. Moreover, as they got closer and closer to the Dongli continent, the temperature of the seawater became higher and higher. In the end, it actually reached about 70 to 80 degrees. But no matter what, after more than an hour, Yang Dingtian once again landed on the Dongli continent on a beach without any signs of human habitation or even any traces of living creatures. This was the Dongli continent, a forbidden area for humans. At a glance, it was all a boundless red desert. Even at night, the desert was still glowing red. Moreover, as expected, the sand here was boiling hot. Chapter 242. Even at night, the desert was glowing red, and as expected, the sand here was scalding hot. There were still a few thousand miles of desert like this. Therefore, these few thousand miles of desert could be considered as a natural line of defense between the half-human race and the human race. Yang Dingtian continued to carry Ji on his back as he stepped on the scalding desert with the 3 martial honorables and continued to walk towards the north. Of course, Yang Dingtian had learned the secret flying technique, so he could fly. However, that would consume too much profound qi, so Yang Dingtian still chose to walk on his feet. Stepping on the scalding desert, the 5 of them silently walked forward. The 3 martial supreme class guards didn't speak, while Yang Dingtian and Ji couldn't speak either. Even though this was an uninhabited region, this continent was still the half-human race's territory. If they were to make any noise and attract the attention of the half-human race, it would bring about huge trouble and might even endanger their lives. In the first 12 hours, the few of them had walked 1,000 miles. When the sky had just brightened, the few of them began to absorb profound qi. Then they dug a deep cave and hid in it to rest. They hid during the day and came out at night in order to avoid the half-human race. This was because the half-human race's army would still patrol this desert. Basically, most of the half-human race had a strong hatred towards humans. If they were discovered, it would be hard to avoid a fierce battle. The few of them had been resting in the cave, drinking and eating. When the sky turned dark, they continued on their journey. On the second night, they had traveled another 1,000 miles. The first night, they had not encountered any traces of the half-human race, but on the second night, they had encountered them 3 times. Of course, it could not be considered as encountering them. In reality, they were separated by a few miles. However, the 3 martial honorables had powerful cultivations and could smell their auras from a few miles away. Then, taking advantage of the fact that the half-human race had not discovered them, the few of them quickly left in the opposite direction. Just like that, they had not encountered any danger for the entire night, and they had not encountered the half-human race. On the 3rd day, the few of them dug another deep cave and entered it to cultivate and rest. At night, they crawled out of the hole and continued to walk towards the depths of the Donley continent. Moreover, compared to the previous 2 nights, they were even more careful because the closer they got to the Donley grassland, the more frequent the half-human race's patrols were. It was very easy to encounter them. Along the way, the 5 of them didn't talk at all. They didn't even make a sound when they walked. This was a soft desert, so it was easy to leave footprints. However, Yang Dingtian discovered that none of the 3 martial honorable level guards left any footprints. Their feet bounced off the moment they touched the sand. Yang Dingtian's cultivation was not at this level, but he also did not leave any footprints on the desert, not to mention that he was carrying Ashina on his back. Therefore, the 3 martial honorable level guards did not say a single word to Yang Dingtian along the way, nor did they make any eye contact. At this moment, they could not help but sigh in admiration. Yang Dingtian knew nothing about the 3 martial honorable level experts. He only knew that they were Qin Wancho's iron guards, and their names were Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Qi. Among them, Qin Lu and Qin Qi were roughly 2-star martial honorable level experts. Qin San's cultivation was the highest, but it was unknown what his exact cultivation was. Just like this, the 5 of them silently walked in the night. After 3 hours, they continued to walk for nearly 200 miles. In just 200 miles, they encountered 4 half-human races patrols. The closest patrol was less than a kilometer away, but in the end, they were still scared but not in danger. After entering the latter half of the night, the density of the half-human race's patrols had finally thinned out. Yang Dingtian's group could finally relax a little. The Foxman race's little girl, Ashina, was a little girl who liked to talk. During this period of time, she had not been tight-lipped. It had been hard on her. While walking, suddenly moved her mouth close to Yang Dingtian's ear and said, "Brother, I need to go to the toilet." Yang Dingtian was startled and was about to put down. "Brother, let's go there." Pointed at a small sand dune not far away. Although it was currently midnight, the sand here had a faint red light. In addition, the 3 martial honorable level experts had astonishing eyesight, so was embarrassed to be in the vicinity. Thus, Yang Dingtian carried and walked towards the sand dune. The 3 martial honorable level experts immediately stood still and guarded in a triangular position. Although had moved close to Yang Dingtian's ear and whispered, she was still unable to escape the ears of the 3 martial honorable level experts. After arriving at the back of the small sand dune, Yang Dingtian put down and turned his back to her. "Brother, it's done." After a while, said, slightly. Yang Dingtian turned around and carried on his back again. Then he walked towards the 3 martial honorable level experts. At this moment, a woman's delicate cry suddenly came from afar. Then, there was a burst of incomparably hurried and dense footsteps. Yang Dingtian's expression changed, and he looked at the 3 martial honorable level experts. "Quickly go," Qin San said loudly. "Run as fast as you can." Thus, Yang Dingtian carried and circulated his Xian Qi to the extreme. He quickly ran towards the northeast direction. The 3 martial honorable level experts followed behind him and protected Yang Dingtian in the middle of the triangular formation. Yang Dingtian, who was using all his strength, was extremely fast. Soon he had left the group of half-human race behind him. "Stop!" Suddenly, Qin San shouted. Yang Dingtian hurriedly stopped and raised his head to look ahead. He only saw a black mass in front of him. It was like half of a tide was surging over, and the desert was covered in sand. They seemed to be wolf riders, so their speed was extremely fast. At the same time, the dense footsteps behind Yang Dingtian were getting closer and closer. He turned around and saw a graceful and moving figure quickly running towards him. Behind her were several hundred wolf riders chasing after her. This woman's speed was very fast. In the blink of an eye, she had arrived in front of Yang Dingtian. This was actually a very beautiful Foxman race woman. Her figure was graceful, and it was the best that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. At this moment, she was holding a nimble scimitar in her hand. The scimitar was stained with glaring blood. It was obvious that she had killed many wolfmen along the way. It was obvious that the two groups of wolf riders were chasing after this Foxman race beauty. At this moment, Yang Dingtian finally saw the appearance of the wolfmen race clearly. They were very tall, more than 2 meters tall. Furthermore, their bodies were shockingly strong. They still had the face of a human, but they seemed to have the eyes of a wolf. The shape of their faces was also very similar to that of a wolf. Of course, every wolfman was different. Some wolfmen looked more like humans, while some wolfmen looked more like wolves. But basically, every wolfman's body exuded a brutal and fierce aura. The wolfman race could be said to be one of the most powerful and bloodthirsty races in the half-human race. The two groups of wolf riders gathered together. There were 300 to 400 wolf riders gathered together. It was completely a black mass. They surrounded the Foxman race beauty and Yang Dingtian's group in circles. "Gee, do you know this big sister?" Yang Dingtian asked. Ji shook her head and said, "I don't know her. It's really strange. She is so beautiful. Even in the Foxman race, it's very rare. I should know such a person, but I have never seen her before." "That's good." Yang Dingtian said, "You know the Wolfman race language. Then quickly tell their leader that we have nothing to do with this woman. We won't interfere in any of their matters, and we won't help her. I hope they will let us go." Jia said, "Okay, brother." At this time, the leader of the wolf riders came out of the crowd. He was a very young wolf man, about 2 meters tall. There were very few traces of wolves on his face. Even the hair on his cheeks was not much. Moreover, he was very handsome. Only his eyes were more like a wolf's eyes than others. They were incomparably narrow and gloomy. Ji stepped forward and used the wolfman race language to convey Yang Dingtian's message. The leader of the wolf riders' gaze fell on Jur. Suddenly, he revealed an evil look. He stuck out his scarlet tongue and licked it. He pointed at Ji and the Foxman race beauty and said a few words. Then he pointed at Yang Dingtian's group and said a few words. After he finished speaking, Ji's small body trembled. Her face revealed a frightened and angry expression. Yang Dingtian was also furious. Along the way, Yang Dingtian and Ji learned the important half-human race language. The Wolfman race language was one of them. Although he didn't learn much, he still understood a little of the Wolfman race's leader's words. "Brother," he said, "capture the women alive and make them female slaves. Kill all the men, peel their skin to make clothes, break their bones to make chairs, and use their skulls to make urinals." Ji angrily conveyed the original words. Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. Without a doubt, there was no room for negotiation when facing this group of savage wolfmen. Immediately, Yang Dingtian said to the Foxman race beauty, "You and I, kill this group of wolfmen." He spoke in the Foxman race language. After the Foxman race beauty heard it, she nodded her head. "Kill them all." Yang Dingtian directly gave the order. Immediately, Qin San continued to protect Yang Dingtian. Qin Lu and Qin Qi unsheathed their sharp swords and charged forward like lightning. The Foxman race beauty also brandished her scimitar and charged forward. Qin Lu and Qin Qi were both martial saint level experts. Immediately, they were like tigers and wolves, quickly reaping the lives of the wolf riders. The wolf riders were not weak at all. The majority of them were great mystic martial masters and above, especially the leader, who was a martial ancestor level expert. However, in front of two martial saint level experts, these 400 to 500 wolf riders were nothing. Qin Lu and Qin Qi, with a casual swing of their swords, split a wolf rider and his mount into two halves. In a short half a minute, half of the 400 to 500 wolf riders were killed. The wolf rider leader was greatly alarmed. Previously, when he saw the group of humans fleeing for their lives, he thought they were a few weak chickens. Therefore, he directly gave the order to kill them. However, he didn't expect that they would provoke such powerful, vicious people. In a blink of an eye, they were about to be completely annihilated. Note: brothers, I'm here to ask for a few monthly votes. Thank you all. Chapter 243. The leader of the wolf riders was shocked. When he saw this group of humans running for their lives, he thought that they were weaklings, so he gave the order to kill them. However, he did not expect to provoke such a powerful person. In the blink of an eye, they were about to be completely annihilated. However, the beauty from the Foxman race was already surrounded by danger. She was probably not a martial ancestor realm cultivator yet, although she was constantly killing her enemies while being surrounded by dozens of wolf riders. She seemed to be injured. Her body was also covered in blood, and her footsteps were somewhat unsteady. Her life could be in danger at any moment. When the leader of the wolf riders saw that the number of people on his side was rapidly decreasing, his gaze immediately landed on Yang Dingtian's face. He knew that Yang Dingtian was the leader of this group of people. He immediately pointed at Yang Dingtian and ordered, "Capture him." This group of werewolves were not stupid. They knew the principle of capturing the leader first. Instantly, hundreds of wolf riders charged towards Yang Dingtian like crazy. They wanted to capture Yang Dingtian alive as a hostage. Qin Lu and Qin Qi ignored them and continued to kill crazily. They did not care about the hundreds of wolf riders charging towards Yang Dingtian. In order to capture Yang Dingtian, the leader of the wolf riders even went out personally. He mixed in with the crowd and charged towards Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. He slowly drew out his huge and mighty sky devil blade. The hundreds of wolf riders were getting closer and closer. In the blink of an eye, they were already a dozen meters away. The dozens of wolf riders at the front let out a strange cry. Then they swung their ropes and were about to throw them towards Yang Dingtian. Qin San's face was filled with disdain. He drew his sharp sword and slashed in the air. Bang! Suddenly, a dazzling white light appeared. The dozens of wolf riders at the front were cut in half at the waist. Due to inertia, the bodies of the dozens of wolf riders were sent flying. Blood spurted out. After killing the dozens of wolf riders, Qin San slashed a few more times. Even though they were dozens of meters away, Qin Lu's sword slashes took the lives of dozens of werewolves. Instantly, the leader of the wolf riders was stunned. Qin Lu and Qin Qi killed people like they were slaughtering chickens. He was terrified. Therefore, he changed his direction and picked a soft persimmon to pinch as he charged towards Yang Dingtian. Who would have thought that this Qin San by Yang Dingtian's side was the real death god? Actually, it wasn't just the leader of the wolf riders who was stunned. Yang Dingtian was as well. Although he knew that Qin San's cultivation was the highest among the three guards, he thought that it was only slightly higher. He did not expect that Qin San was so much stronger than Qin Lu and Qin Qi. Qin Lu and Qin Qi personally entered the battle formation to kill the wolf cavalry. Qin San, who was dozens of meters away, killed dozens of people with a single slash of his sword. How shocking was this? Also, he was merely rank third. In that case, how powerful would Qin Er and Qin Yi be? How strong would Qin Wanchou be? In this short period of time, The hundreds of people around the leader of the wolf riders were almost completely wiped out. He was already scared out of his wits. Immediately, he turned around and fled as fast as he could, wanting to escape from this god of death with all his might. Qin San sneered and aimed at the leader of the wolf riders who was running away, slashing through the air. Suddenly, the leader of the wolf riders and his wolf were separated into two halves in the air. Fresh blood and internal organs splattered all over the ground. The leader didn't even have time to scream. As for Qin Lu and Qin Qi, they were almost done killing the remaining wolf riders. Yang Dingtian pulled out the Sky Demon Battle Blade, but didn't even have the chance to make a move. Ashina's body trembled slightly. She whispered in Yang Dingtian's ear, "Big brother, he's so powerful, yeah?" Yang Dingtian replied, "These 400 to 500 wolf riders were truly unlucky." Yang Dingtian and the rest hid during the day and moved stealthily because they didn't want to cause any trouble. They were afraid of attracting the true experts of the half-human race and were also afraid of ruining Qin Wancho's strategy. Once this group of wolf riders really provoked them, there would only be one outcome, which was to be killed without leaving a single one alive. Now, almost all of the 400 to 500 wolf riders were dead. Qin Lu and Qin Qi were chasing after the last few dozen wolf riders that escaped. Only the remaining 30 to 40 wolf riders were surrounding and killing the Foxman race beauty. This group of wolf riders was really rude and unafraid of death. Even if their companions were all dead, they still didn't escape. They still risked their lives to kill the Foxman race beauty. At this moment, the Foxman race beauty was already drenched in blood. The scimitar in her hand was also badly damaged. Her hair was disheveled and she was staggering. She was already seriously injured and could die at any moment. However, she was really unyielding. Even if she could die at any moment, she still gritted her teeth. She didn't have the slightest intention of asking Yang Dingtian and the rest for help. Occasionally, she would look at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes that were filled with pity. "Big brother, save her." Although didn't know this Foxman race beauty, she was still soft-hearted and couldn't help but ask. Yang Dingtian said, "Go save her." Qin San said, "Yes." Then, Qin San pulled out his sharp sword and was about to slash through the void. However, he realized that the Foxman race beauty was completely entangled with the wolf riders. Qin San's sword gleam could easily kill these dozens of wolf riders, but it would also cut the Foxman race beauty into two. Therefore, Qin San frowned and looked at Qin Lu and Qin Qi. He said, "Hurry up and come back to protect Mr. Shin." This Qin San was indeed cautious. Even if there were no enemies now, he still asked Qin Lu and Qin Qi to quickly come back to protect Mr. Shin. "Yes, third master," Qin Lu and Qin Qi said. Then they increased their speed and killed the last of the wolf riders. Then they quickly rushed towards Yang Dingtian. As for the Foxman race beauty, she was already on the verge of death. Qin San's body shot out like lightning and directly rushed into the dozens of wolf riders that were left. Instantly, his figure was like a ghost. His sword was like the wind. In an instant, he killed the dozens of wolf riders that were surrounding the Foxman race beauty. After killing them, Qin San ignored the Foxman race beauty and turned to leave. He walked towards Yang Dingtian. "Many thanks." The beauty from the Foxman race slightly bent her waist and bowed to express her thanks. "No need." Qin San said, "Stay away from us. The farther the better." The Foxman race beauty did not leave. Instead, she followed behind Qin San and walked towards Yang Dingtian. "Thank you for saving me." "You're welcome," Yang Dingtian said indifferently. Then the Foxman race beauty looked at Ashina, who was on Yang Dingtian's back. She was slightly startled. Then her beautiful eyes continued to look at Yang Dingtian. She said, "Brave human warriors, my father is one of the chiefs of the Foxman race tribe. Recently, a group of people have been attacking and robbing the beautiful girls of my Foxman race. In order to catch them, I took the initiative to act as bait to lure them out. Then I pursued them for thousands of miles. That group of people is very cunning. I chased them all the way to the depths of the desert. When I killed the last wolf tribe criminal, that wolf man actually detonated his own body to send out a signal. Thus, the wolf tribe patrolling soldiers within a radius of a few hundred miles came to pursue me. If I had not met the 3 brave human warriors, I would have been dead by now. Yang Dingtian said, "You're welcome. Goodbye." Then Yang Dingtian and the 3 martial honorable experts were about to leave. "Please wait. So many people from the wolf tribe have died. Soon, there will be more wolf riders coming to kill us. Can I ask you to escort me back to my tribe? My father will definitely reward you," the Foxman race beauty said. Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "We don't need any reward." Then Yang Dingtian continued to walk forward. "Wait," the Foxman race beauty said. "You humans must have a purpose for coming to the Dongli grasslands. No matter what you want to do, I can help you." Yang Dingtian thought for a while and looked at Qin San. "Master has ordered that the 3 of us must obey any of your orders," Qin San said. Yang Dingtian really did have something important that he needed the help of the Foxman race beauty. He even needed her help after entering the Dongli grasslands and the burial grounds. "All right, you can follow us," Yang Dingtian said. The Foxman race beauty's face immediately lit up with joy and said. Then Yang Dingtian simply treated her wounds and gave her a pill. Then the group continued on their way. Previously, the group was extremely careful. They did not dare to speak or leave behind footprints. However, after the massacre, they became more relaxed. They only rushed on with all their might, using their fastest speed to rush on their way. They had just killed 400 to 500 wolf riders. Once these corpses were discovered, there would definitely be an endless number of wolf riders coming to kill them. Chapter 244. "I got it," Yang Dingtian said. "Is that so? That's great," Xiang said excitedly, but she didn't ask what Yang Dingtian was asking. "Let's go, we'll go back right away." Yang Dingtian stretched out his hands. Xiang's beautiful face blushed slightly, and then she gently shrank into Yang Dingtian's arms. She was picked up by him, and her 2 jade arms gently wrapped around Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the VIP pavilion. Yang Dingtian carried Xiang and flew until they were a kilometer away from the VIP pavilion. He then held her shoulder and said, Xiang, I have something I need your help with, okay?" "Okay." Xiang nodded vigorously and said, "I will definitely do it. I still have a very important thing to do, so I won't go back to the VIP pavilion. You know that the 3 experts around me are very powerful. In fact, they are not only my bodyguards, but also responsible for monitoring me, so I have to get away from their control to do this." Yang Dingtian said. "Well, I know. What do you need me to do?" Xiang asked. "Don't do anything for these 3 people. They are very powerful, and their methods are very fierce." Yang Dingtian said, "I need your help with a little girl from the Foxman race. She was captured by humans as a slave, and I happened to save her. I have a lot of things to do, so it is very inconvenient to bring her with me. Moreover, she is of the same race as you. This is her real home, so I want to entrust her to you. Let her live here and grow up here." Xiang immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely treat her as my own sister." "That's good, Yang Dingtian. Next, you go back to the VIP pavilion and get someone to bring Jir down for you. After that, you don't have to care about the things here. Don't meet with the 3 humans and go back to your father's side directly. Your father is very powerful, and these 3 human experts are not his match." "Okay, I got it," Xiang said. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Then I'll be leaving." Then Yang Dingtian slowly floated into the sky. Jir's beautiful eyes slightly reddened, and with tears she said, Then, sir, after you finish your business, will you come to see Xiang Xiang? Oh no, will you come to see Jia? Yang Dingtian nodded and said, As long as I have time, I will definitely come, not only to see Jia, but also to see Miss Xiang Xiang. Then I'll wait for you to come and see me, Xiang Xiang said in a tender voice. Goodbye. Yang Dingtian nodded and flew into the sky. Sir, take care, Xiang Xiang said with tears in her eyes. I will, thank you, Yang Dingtian said in a low voice. Then he flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the bone burial ground. 3 days later, the Yinyang mountain that was half fire and half ice would emerge from the lake in the center of the bone burial ground. At that time, the heaven and earth mystic flame would bloom. If he missed it, he would have to wait for another 200 years that a few hours later. Yang Dingtian flew away from the gathering place of the Foxman race and entered the 500-mile bone burial ground. At this time, the sky was already bright. The bone burial ground was basically a vast grassland. The 500-mile bone burial ground had about a dozen mountains and a few lakes. The rest was the vast grassland. At this time, the grassland was desolate and uninhabited. Basically, other than when the half-human race war broke out, this place was densely packed with half-human race troops. For the rest of the time, there was not a single person here, nor was there any active life. This was because this was a battlefield. For thousands of years, who knew how many people had died here? At least tens of millions. Every inch of the ground here was stained with blood. Almost every inch of the ground here was filled with corpses. Therefore, this was the place where the yin qi was the most abundant. Normally, no half-human race would dare to enter this place alone. Even animals and demonic beasts did not want to enter this place. When he was in the air, Yang Dingtian could clearly see that although the bone burial ground and the land outside were connected, they were completely separated. The land outside was filled with green and vitality. The trees and weeds in the bone burial ground were grayish-red. As for the soil, it was completely blood-red because it had been irrigated by countless amounts of blood. It was also because of the countless corpses that the land in the bone burial ground was extremely fertile. The weeds that grew there were at least 3 to 4 meters tall, which was much taller than a person. Therefore, it was basically impossible to walk on them. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still had to fly. Sticking close to the 3 to 4 meters tall weeds, he secretly flew towards the central lake of the bone burial ground. The heaven and earth level mystic flame should be there. However, it could only be seen when it bloomed 3 days later. Flying silently like this, after 2 hours, Yang Dingtian had already penetrated 100 miles into the bone burial ground. On the way, he passed by a lake. The water in this lake was completely blood-red and very viscous. It was full of blood and stench. This bone burial ground was gloomy and strange everywhere. But fortunately, he did not see any signs of human habitation along the way. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to relax, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful energy that was rapidly approaching him. Then he only saw the weeds on the ground quickly falling to the 2 sides. 3 figures were catching up with him at an extremely fast speed. It was Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Qi. He did not expect that they would actually catch up with him. They did not even need to use their sabers and swords to chop the weeds to open a path. They only rushed forward quickly. The energy bursting out from their bodies directly smashed the weeds around them into fine powder. Everywhere they passed, there was a smooth path. How powerful were the 3 martial, revered level experts! Crushing the weeds to open a path was a piece of cake. When Yang Dingtian first saw them, they were still a few thousand meters away from Yang Dingtian. But when Yang Dingtian took a second look, the distance was almost half. Yang Dingtian was shocked. He hurriedly used the dragon dance of the 9 heavens, flying mystic skill, and increased his speed. He desperately flew high into the sky, wanting to escape from the 3 people's pursuit. Next, he was going to collect the mystic flame. How could these 3 people be by his side? More importantly, if they knew about the mystic flame, they would probably kill Yang Dingtian immediately. This dragon dance of the 9 heavens was indeed powerful. With the empty spirit mystic wings, Yang Dingtian's flying speed could reach a few hundred kilometers in an hour. So after a few minutes, he left Qin San and the rest further and further behind. After a few more minutes, he could no longer see the 3 people's figures. Immediately, Yang Dingtian could not help but slightly relax. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian's body suddenly became sluggish and almost directly fell from the sky. His mystic qi was used up. Just now, he only remembered to desperately fly and escape. He desperately used his mystic qi to push his flying speed to the maximum. So in less than 10 minutes, all his mystic qi was completely used up. At this moment, he was less than 100 miles away from the central lake. Very quickly, Yang Dingtian's mystic qi could not even maintain the empty spirit, mystic wings, and directly fell from the sky. After Yang Dingtian landed, he hurriedly took out a mystic gathering pill from his spatial ring and swallowed it. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground and refined the mystic gathering pill. The mystic gathering pill entered his sea of qi and recovered his mystic qi. Half a minute passed. 1 minute passed. 3 minutes passed. Yang Dingtian was burning with anxiety. Finally, after 3.5 minutes, Yang Dingtian completely refined the mystic gathering pill into his sea of qi. The mystic qi in his body recovered by about 80%. Then he suddenly flapped his wings and wanted to fly into the sky. But at this moment, he found that his body was firmly locked by 3 forces of energy and could not move at all. They had actually arrived and directly locked Yang Dingtian from a few hundred meters away. After a few seconds, the 3 people suddenly rushed to Yang Dingtian's side and firmly surrounded him. Qin San looked at him coldly and said, "Mr. Shen, where are you going?" Yang Dingtian said, "Do I have to report to you where I am going? The Lord once said that it is you who unconditionally obey my orders, not the other way around." "That's right, there is such a thing." Qin San said, "But that is within your normal duties. Your normal duties are to form an alliance with the Foxman race and not to run into this desolate burial ground. What is your purpose? Speak." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "What if I don't speak?" Qin San said, "For the benefit of Qin City, then we have no choice but to use some methods and interrogate you." Suddenly, a strange and powerful energy suddenly emerged from Qin San's palm, and he suddenly placed it on Yang Dingtian's head. Instantly, an extremely strange and powerful energy drilled into Yang Dingtian's brain. The incomparable pain caused Yang Dingtian to scream. Then, a strange spiritual energy suddenly wanted to torture Yang Dingtian's rationality and spirit. Yang Dingtian felt a chill in his heart. Thus, he used his spiritual energy and Xian Qi to resist with all his might. But the difference between his cultivation and Qin San's was too big, and he could not resist at all. In the hellish pain, Yang Dingtian's willpower became weaker and weaker. At this moment, Yang Dingtian still had the most crucial move, which was the lightning-type Xian skill. He directly attacked Qin San. Although he could not hurt him, he might still have a chance to escape if he took the opportunity. But if he did that, the fact that he was impersonating the hidden sect's disciple would be completely exposed. Then there might not be a place for him in the world. But if he did not do that, his spirit and brain might be irreparably damaged. "Mr. Shin, if you don't speak, your brain might be destroyed," Qin San said coldly. At this moment, the surrounding air suddenly turned cold and the surrounding weeds instantly froze. "Let him go. He belongs to me now." An extremely pleasant voice rang out, like ice cracking and jade shattering. Moreover, this voice was extremely familiar. It rang in Yang Dingtian's heart countless times, causing a bone-deep hatred to surge in Yang Dingtian's heart. Dongfang Bingling, the fairy of the 9 heavens, Dongfang Bingling. Then, almost instantly, an extremely beautiful figure floated in the air. She was still high above, like a beautiful fairy standing on the peak of a mountain. She actually appeared here? Chapter 245. The peerlessly beautiful Dongfang Bingling slowly descended from the sky and floated a dozen meters above the ground. When Qin San saw Dongfang Bingling's appearance, his complexion immediately changed, especially since Dongfang Bingling did not conceal herself at all. She did not even wear a veil and directly revealed her true face. This represented a dangerous signal. However, after being shocked, Qin San's complexion quickly returned to normal. He took a step forward and bowed. Northwest Qin City's Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Chi greet fairy. Qin San's etiquette was extremely respectful, second only to Qin Wanchou's etiquette. Dongfang Bingling's complexion was still cold as she pointed at Yang Dingtian. This person belongs to me now. Qin San said humbly, reporting to Fairy Dongfang, military advisor Shin is an important person of my Qin city. The three of us have been ordered to protect him and not leave him even half a step. Therefore, it is difficult for the three of us to comply with Fairy Dongfang's request. After Qin San refused, Dongfang Bingling did not say anything else and directly pulled out her sharp sword. Immediately, Qin San and the others stood in a triangular formation, firmly protecting Yang Dingtian in the middle. Normally, the three of us would not dare to make a move against Fairy Dongfang, even if we were to die. However, today we have been ordered by our Lord to protect military advisor Xinlang. Therefore, if Fairy Dongfang wants to use force, the three of us have no choice but to offend you. Qin San immediately became even more respectful. I know that Fairy Dongfang is a peerless talent. 10 years later, even if the three of us join forces, we will not be your match. However, today you are a revered martial artist, and the three of us are all revered martial artists. Therefore, when we make a move later, if we injure Fairy Dongfang, we will die 10,000 deaths. Although Qin San's attitude was humble, his words contained a threat. However, Yang Dingtian also felt that his words were reasonable. Dongfang Bingling was only 20 years old and was already a revered martial artist. This was truly shocking and had not happened in 1,000 years. However, she was still young. Qin Lu and Qin Chi were 2- or 3-star revered martial artists, respectively. Qin San was even stronger. During the battle in the desert, Yang Dingtian had seen with his own eyes how powerful Qin San was. Yang Dingtian felt that although Dongfang Bingling was very strong, it was still a bit difficult for her to deal with Qin San alone. With the addition of Qin Lu and Qin Chi, Dongfang Bingling should not be a match for them. Don't talk nonsense. Do it, Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Sorry for the offense. Qin San bowed and then pulled out his sword. He said to Qin Lu and Qin Chi behind him, "Protect military advisor Shin." After that, Qin San suddenly turned into a green light and charged towards Dongfang Bingling, who was in the air. Dongfang Bingling was still floating in the air, motionless. A cold light flashed in her hand, and the profound ice soul sword slashed down. In an instant, Qin San's arm that was holding the sword was cut off and sent flying. The wound was completely frozen, and not even blood flowed out. And the body that was charging towards Dongfang Bingling directly fell from the air. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stunned. Not only Yang Dingtian, Qin San and the rest were also stunned. Yang Dingtian knew of Qin San's prowess. He felt that Dongfang Bingling would at most be on par with Qin San, but he didn't expect that Dongfang Bingling would be able to instantly kill him in a single move. Qin San didn't even have the strength to retaliate. Old Lu, old Qi, quickly take military advisor away. Qin San was horrified and shouted loudly. Then he bit his tongue and spat out a cloud of blood. Using an evil technique, he increased his cultivation by several folds and rushed towards Dongfang Bingling. Qin Lu and Qin Chi each held onto Yang Dingtian and escaped at full speed. Dongfang Bingling, let's perish together. Qin San roared. Instantly, blood spurted out from his body, and his body expanded rapidly. He pounced towards Dongfang Bingling, wanting to self-explode. Qin San was fast, but Dongfang Bingling was even faster. It was as if he had teleported, and in the blink of an eye he was in front of Qin San. Before Qin San could self-explode, Dongfang Bingling directly pierced his chest with his sword. Instantly, a terrifying icy energy froze Qin San's body completely, and he became motionless. Dongfang Bingling's hand shook lightly, and Qin San's frozen body suddenly exploded, shattering into pieces and turning into ice cubes all over the ground. Third brother. Qin Lu and Qin Qi exclaimed. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned by Dongfang Bingling's sharp killing method. He knew how powerful Dongfang Bingling was, but he didn't expect that Dongfang Bingling's true strength was far beyond his imagination. After killing Qin San, Dongfang Bingling didn't stop at all and directly chased after Yang Dingtian. Qin Lu and Qin Qi's speed was very fast, but compared to Dongfang Bingling's speed, it was nothing. As if Dongfang Bingling really teleported, the distance between the two of them changed from more than 1,000 meters to tens of meters in just a few seconds. Qin Lu and Qin Qi raised their swords and suddenly shouted at Yang Dingtian, "Mr. Shengo! Remember, His Majesty thinks highly of you. Don't let His Majesty down." Then, the two of them suddenly rushed towards that woman. Qin Lu and Qin Qi's roar woke Yang Dingtian up. He stomped on the ground and directly shot into the sky. Then he floated in the air, flying towards the west with all his might. Using the empty spirit mystic wings and the dragon dance's ninth heaven mystic technique, he desperately rose into the air, flying higher and higher. Using his mystic qi to the extreme, he raised his speed to the extreme, flying crazily, desperately escaping from Dongfang Bingling. In the air, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but turn his head to look at Qin Lu and Qin Qi. He only saw that Dongfang Bingling continued to rush forward, and the sword in her hand swung. Instantly the air instantly froze. An incomparably powerful ice-cold energy instantly sealed Qin Lu and Qin Qi in ice. Then, that woman's figure suddenly flashed, and she directly passed between Qin Lu and Qin Qi. A light flashed, and Qin Lu and Qin Qi's two heads flew into the sky. Seeing this tragic scene, Yang Dingtian, who was in the air, was completely stunned. He didn't have any relationship with Qin San, Qin Lu, Qin Qi, and Yang Dingtian. Just now, in order to interrogate Yang Dingtian, Qin San even tortured Yang Dingtian. Moreover, these three people were completely loyal to Qin Wancho's orders to protect Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian could even feel that these three people still had a faint hostility towards him. But it was also these three people who, in order to protect him, died in front of him alive. Therefore, Yang Dingtian still couldn't help but tear up, and he almost couldn't hold back his tears. Then he continued to desperately fly in the air to escape. However, at this moment, after Dongfang Bingling killed Qin Lu and Qin Qi, she stood in the same spot and raised her beautiful face to look at Yang Dingtian in the air. Seeing that she didn't chase after him, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in relief. However, it was obvious that he was happy too early. A pair of beautiful transparent wings suddenly grew out from her back, and she suddenly flew into the air, chasing after Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian's flying speed was already considered very fast, but Dongfang Bingling's speed was completely like a shooting star. In just a few seconds, she was already in front of him. Chapter 246. In the next second, Yang Dingtian felt a chill at the back of his neck. He was grabbed by Dongfang Bingling's hand. Instantly, all the profound qi in his body was locked. It was as if half of his body was frozen, and he couldn't move at all. "Let's go, Shenlang," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Yang Dingtian was stunned. She actually called him Shenlang. Could it be that she didn't recognize him at all? Then why did she kidnap him here? Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "Where are we going?" "To find the heaven and earth mystic flame, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian was shocked. How did Dongfang Bingling know that he was going to find the heaven and earth mystic flame? Young Lady Dongfang, you must be mistaken. I am under the orders of Lord Qin Wan Chou to come to the Dongli grassland to form an alliance with the half-human race, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, Shut up. Don't lie in front of me. If you say that you're not looking for the mystic flame, I will cut off one of your arms. Yang Dingtian immediately shut his mouth. Dongfang Bingling, this female fiend, was definitely not joking. Qin San, Qin Lu, and Qin Chi were Qin Wanchou's trusted guards. She killed them as if they were chickens and dogs, let alone him, a mere Xinlang. Furthermore, Yang Dingtian also knew why Dongfang Bingling couldn't recognize him as Yang Dingtian. Because she was extremely arrogant, in her eyes, Yang Dingtian was nothing. Therefore, she probably forgot what Yang Dingtian looked like. Therefore, after he disguised himself as Yang Dingtian, she naturally couldn't recognize him. She was even more lazy to recognize him. Let's go and find the mystic flame. After we find it, I won't kill you. Furthermore, I will give you sufficient rewards. Dongfang Bingling said. Won't kill me? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sneer. You killed Qin San and the others. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak it out? So what if it's leaked out? Dongfang Bingling said coldly. After I swallow the mysterious fire, I will advance to the Master Realm. Although I'm still not Qin Wanchou's opponent, he can't do anything to me. I killed his guards today, and he will be happy to forget about it. Yang Dingtian was shocked once again. Could one advance to the Guru realm after swallowing the mysterious fire? Dongfang Bingling was only 20 years old. Yang Dingtian had always known that she was a martial venerable, but he had never expected her to be so close to the Grandmaster level. What kind of fortuitous encounter did she have? What kind of mystic realm did he discover? Let's go and find the mystic flame. If you say another word, I will cut off your tongue, Dongfang Bingling said coldly. All right, let's go. Yang Dingtian pointed to the south and said, Let's go in that direction. He was pointing in the wrong direction. He wanted to lead Dongfang Bingling to Barbie. Slap! Who knew that after he pointed in the right direction, Dongfang Bingling slapped him. Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain on his face, and his mouth was filled with blood. Xinlang, remember, my patience is limited. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, The mystic flame is in the center of the burial grounds. If you dare to point in the wrong direction, I will cut off your arm. Yang Dingtian was really shocked. Dongfang Bingling had never seen the map of the mystic flame. So how did she know that the mystic flame was in the center of the burial grounds? However, Yang Dingtian couldn't point in the wrong direction. Dongfang Bingling carried Yang Dingtian by his neck and landed on the ground. Then, she sped towards the center of the burial grounds in the north. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt like he was riding on the clouds. When Dongfang Bingling walked, her feet didn't touch the ground. She floated 1 foot above the ground. Wherever her delicate body passed, the weeds 1 meter in front of her would all turn into powder and lay on the ground. Although the burial grounds were very dirty, her delicate body was completely spotless. Dongfang Bingling's speed was very fast. In a short half an hour, she had already reached the center of the burial grounds. There was a big lake here. The lake was about 10 miles wide, and it was different from the other places in the burial grounds. The rest of the boneyard was basically filthy and unbearably filthy. However, this lake in the center was picturesque and extremely beautiful. The soil here was normal, and the grass here was only knee-high. Moreover, it was a lovely green color. In the middle of the grass, there were all kinds of beautiful little wild flowers. Moreover, the water in the center of the lake was as clean as a mirror. Even the sky here was blue, as if it was washed by water. However, the beautiful scenery here obviously couldn't enter Dongfang Bingling's eyes at all. Speak, where is the mystic flame? Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Under the water, Yang Dingtian said. Under the water? Dong Fong Bingling asked. Then I don't know, Yang Dingtian said. You really don't know, Dong Fong Bingling said coldly. Then 2 rays of light condensed in her eyes and shot directly into Yang Dingtian's eyes. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt as if there was a force that firmly locked his spirit and thoughts. I don't know, Yang Dingtian said firmly. He didn't lie. He really didn't know the exact location of the mystic flame. You didn't lie, Dong Fong Bingling said. Then can I leave? Yang Dingtian asked. No, Dong Fong Bingling said. Although you didn't lie, you deliberately didn't say some other information. Therefore, you can't leave before you find the mystic flame. After saying that, Dong Fong Bingling put on a glove and grabbed Yang Dingtian's arm. Then, she jumped and flew up into the air, floating above the center of the central lake. What are you doing? Yang Dingtian asked. Before Yang Dingtian finished his words, Dong Fong Bingling grabbed Yang Dingtian and rushed into the lake with a swoosh. This Dong Fong Bingling was truly heaven-defying. The moment she dived into the lake, the place she passed through was completely cleared. It was as if the place she passed through was instantly cleared into an air tunnel. Not a single drop of water touched it. Moreover, her speed was extremely fast. In just a few minutes, she had already shuttled back and forth with Yang Dingtian to check the entire lake, which was dozens of kilometers wide. At this moment, not only was Dong Fong Bingling searching, even Yang Dingtian was doing his best to search. However, after searching all the corners of the lake, they still couldn't find the whereabouts of the mystic flame. Other than water, there was only water in the lake. Moreover, Ba Bai said that when the time was up, the entire lake would become a mountain. Therefore, Yang Dingtian felt that there should be a mountain hidden under the lake. When the mystic flame bloomed, it was accompanied by intense crustal movements, so the mountain grew out of the lake. However, Yang Dingtian had checked just now. The lake was dozens of kilometers wide and dozens of meters deep. It was all lake water, and there was no trace of a mountain. Swoosh! Dong Fong Bingling carried Yang Dingtian and rushed out of the lake, continuing to float in the air. Why isn't there any trace of the mystic flame in the lake? Dong Fong Bingling asked. How would I know? Yang Dingtian said, shouldn't you take a look at the bottom of the lake? Dong Fong Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian for a while. Then, she grabbed his hand and rushed into the center of the lake again. This time, Dong Fong Bingling didn't shuttle back and forth in the lake. Instead, after finding the center of the lake, she directly dived into it and went to the bottom of the lake. After diving for dozens of meters, the two of them reached the bottom of the lake. Here, Yang Dingtian discovered something strange. That was, the bottom of the lake was very, very flat. This was very illogical. No matter if it was on Earth or in this world, the bottom of the lake or the sea was filled with mud, strange rocks, and uneven. Some of the bottom of the sea even had huge mountain peaks. However, there shouldn't be a lake bottom that was absolutely flat. When one stepped on it, it was even very smooth. Moreover, when one stepped on the bottom of the lake, one could clearly feel a cold feeling. Moreover, the closer one got to the center of the lake, the stronger this cold energy was. Dong Fong Bingling pulled Yang Dingtian and came to the absolute center of the lake. This place was dozens of meters deep, so it was very difficult for the outside light to shine in. Therefore, it was very dark. Dong Fong Bingling reached out and grabbed a ball of water. Her jade-like hands gently closed. Immediately, the water condensed into ice. Dong Fong Bingling's jade-like hands squeezed. Bang! Suddenly, the ball of ice exploded. Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly brightened. When the ball of ice exploded, it shattered into pieces. In an instant, it turned into tens of thousands of white lights and shot out. The entire bottom of the lake was illuminated as bright as day. Under the illumination of the white light, Yang Dingtian clearly saw that the flat bottom of the lake was smooth and crystal clear. The The bottom of the lake was not stone nor soil, but a layer of ice. That's right, it was condensed ice. After discovering this point, Dongfang Bingling released Yang Dingtian's hand and directly sat cross-legged on the ice at the bottom of the lake. She slowly closed her beautiful eyes, as if she was feeling something. When Yang Dingtian saw her beautiful, jade-like body sitting on the ice, or to be more direct, when he saw her delicate body sitting on the ice, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but want to ask, "Fairy, aren't you cold sitting on the ice like this?" However, this woman in front of him was a real, murderous person. Yang Dingtian certainly wouldn't ask this kind of question to provoke her. Instead, she also sat down cross-legged beside him. Suddenly, he really felt cold. Not only he couldn't use his profound qi to resist the cold, he also had to suppress his 9 yang profound veins. Otherwise, the ice under his boat would definitely melt into 2 holes. Just like this, Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling silently sat cross-legged on the ice at the bottom of the lake. Time ticked by. At first, Yang Dingtian didn't know what Dongfang Bingling wanted to do. She couldn't possibly cultivate at the bottom of the lake, right? Even though the icy cold Xian energy here was very dense, Yang Dingtian still didn't know what she wanted to do. After 4 to 5 minutes, Yang Dingtian felt something strange at the bottom of the lake. "Do you feel it, Xin Xin?" "Shanlang," Dongfang Bingling asked. "I feel it," Yang Dingtian said. "The ice at the bottom of the lake is rising. The water at the bottom of the lake is constantly condensing into ice." Dongfang Bingling nodded and said, "That's right, the water here is constantly condensing into ice." "You really didn't lie. This is where the heaven and earth mystic flame is," Yang Dingtian said. "Because the mystic flame is desperately devouring heat, the entire lake is starting to condense into ice." Chapter 247. Yang Dingtian asked, "Because the mystic flame is desperately devouring heat, the entire lake is starting to freeze?" Dongfang Bingling turned to look at Yang Dingtian and said, "That's right. According to my estimation, the heaven and earth mystic flame will officially bloom when the entire lake is frozen." Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Dongfang Bingling was indeed amazing. Things were exactly as she said. Yang Dingtian could not help but ask, "Dongfang Bingling, how long do you think it will take for all the water in this lake to freeze?" Dongfang Bingling was silent for a moment and said, "There should be 29 hours and a quarter." Yang Dingtian was really shocked when he heard this. Dongfang Bingling was actually accurate to the minute. Most importantly, her answer was actually completely correct. There were indeed 58 hours and 8 minutes before the heaven and earth mystic flame bloomed. "How did you calculate this number?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling said, "According to the increase in the thickness of the ice layer per unit of time, I can get the answer." This calculation was undoubtedly very, very complicated, because the increase in the ice layer was not uniform, but constantly accelerating. Dongfang Bingling, you are really a genius. Yang Dingtian could not help but say. Dongfang Bingling opened her beautiful eyes and looked at Yang Dingtian. She said, "This is nothing." "But, Shenlang, you called me Dongfang Bingling?" "Of course," Yang Dingtian said. "If not, what should I call you? Fairy Dongfang?" Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, "No, it's just that no one has called me Dongfang Bingling for a very, very long time." Yang Dingtian said, "Now what are you going to do? Are you going to wait for the mystic flame to bloom in 48 hours? "Of course not," Dongfang Bingling said. "The heaven and earth mystic flame is a very small flame, and the time it blooms is very short." "How short?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Is it a quarter of an hour?" "No," Dongfang Bingling said. "The supreme grade earth fire will last for about a quarter of an hour, but the heaven and earth mystic flame might only last for about half a quarter of an hour or even shorter. Therefore, it will be too late to look for it when it blooms. We must first find the location of this flame and then wait for it to bloom." 15 minutes? So it was only 7 or 8 minutes. That period of time was really too short. Just like what Dongfang Bingling said, it was already too late to look for the mystic flame when it bloomed. Originally, Yang Dingtian wanted to escape from Dongfang Bingling's clutches immediately. But now, it seemed that he really could not leave Dongfang Bingling's side. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for Yang Dingtian to find the heaven and earth mystic flame under this huge lake. Is this mystic flame under the ice? Yang Dingtian asked. Will it have a candlelight stand? It is not an earth fire, so it won't have a flame stand. Dongfang Bingling said. It is a flame that swallows endless energy and blooms randomly due to the soul. It is completely possible for it to bloom in any inch of this lake, because the mystic flame has a soul and life. Life? Yang Dingtian asked in surprise. Life, Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian asked, then how are you going to find this mystic flame? Smash all the ice layers below? No, Dongfang Bingling said. If I destroy the ice layers, I will not be able to find it at all. Then Dongfang Bingling ignored Yang Dingtian and gently stretched her delicate body. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, because he had never seen Dongfang Bingling in such a state. This woman had always been cold and aloof. Now, when she stretched her delicate body, she actually seemed a little languid. And now, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body was especially curvaceous, moving up and down. Then, something that made Yang Dingtian even more surprised happened. Her delicate body slowly lay down, with her face facing down on the ice surface. Her entire body was in the most intimate contact with the ice surface. Then, her delicate body suddenly lit up with a faint blue light. Suddenly, this woman's figure seemed even more mysterious and moving, like a fairy or a witch. Then, lines of blue light lines grew from Dongfang Bingling's delicate body. Dozens, hundreds, thousands, finally, countless lines of light spread out from Dongfang Bingling's delicate body. They grew longer and longer, and finally spread to every inch of the ice layer. At the same time, Yang Dingtian clearly felt a powerful energy. These lines of blue light lines were undoubtedly the spiritual energy released by Dongfang Bingling. She actually used this method to investigate every corner of the ice layer. It really made Yang Dingtian gasp in amazement. This method was completely comparable to ultrasound or radar waves. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling seemed to have countless eyes. She could see every corner of the ice layer, searching for traces of the mystic flame. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian held his breath and watched Dongfang Bingling lay on the ice surface, displaying her remarkable abilities. It was a stunning display. A few minutes passed. A dozen minutes passed. Half an hour passed. An hour passed. Yang Dingtian waited on the side for nearly 100 minutes. Suddenly, all the lines of light disappeared without a trace. The blue light on Dongfang Bingling's delicate body gradually faded. Then, her flawless beauty gently floated up. Yang Dingtian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that Dongfang Bingling's face was actually a little pale at this moment. But she was very white before, as white as the snow. Found it? Yang Dingtian asked, feeling a little nervous. Yes, Dongfang Bingling nodded. Where is it? Yang Dingtian blurted out. Then he held his breath and instinctively became nervous, because that was the location of the heaven and earth mystic flame. However, Yang Dingtian didn't expect to get an answer. The heaven and earth mystic flame was so precious that no one would say anything after knowing it. Moreover, since Dongfang Bingling had already found the specific location of the heaven and earth mystic flame, Yang Dingtian was of no use. Then Dongfang Bingling would probably kill Yang Dingtian directly to silence him. There. Dongfang Bingling pointed to the northeast corner. Then she grabbed Yang Dingtian's hand and directly drilled into the thick ice layer. Suddenly, the ice layer melted, forming a 2-meter diameter cave. As the two of them moved forward quickly, the ice in front of them melted quickly and silently. In an instant, It was like an ice tunnel that led to somewhere. Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling moved forward quickly in the ice layer. They went deeper and deeper into the ice layer. After a few minutes, the two of them stopped. At this moment, Yang Dingtian was already more than 200 meters below the ice layer. In the 1:00 direction, he was 19 kilometers away from the center of the lake. In front of him, there was a thin and transparent ice layer. On the other side of the ice layer, there was a beautifully shaped ice room, a flame-shaped ice room. The entire ice room was about 10 meters high and 3 to 4 meters wide. Chapter 248. On the other side of the ice layer, there was a beautifully shaped ice room. It was a flame-shaped ice room. The entire ice room was about 10 meters tall and 3 to 4 meters wide. That's right, the heaven and earth level mystic flame bloomed here. For example, when the mystic flame was about to bloom, the entire central lake would be frozen into a complete ice block. There were no impurities or gaps in the ice block. There was only a flame-shaped vacuum zone. That was where the heaven and earth level mystic flame bloomed. It could be said that if it wasn't for Dongfang Bingling, Yang Dingtian wouldn't be able to find it. It was useless to rely on brute force. Even if you destroyed the entire ice layer, it would be useless. If the ice layer was destroyed, the vacuum zone where the mystic flame bloomed would be completely destroyed. By then, no one would be able to find this place. It would be too late to search after the mystic flame bloomed. Hence, looking at the flame-shaped vacuum zone, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel excited. The heaven and earth level mystic flame that he had been searching for would bloom here in 2.5 days. As long as he devoured and refined the mystic flame, Yang Dingtian's cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. He would then be able to forge a real soul sword and defeat everyone to become the new Cloud Heaven City Lord in a few months' time. However, now wasn't the time to be excited, because the biggest trouble was right beside him. Dongfang Bingling. This woman was determined to get the heaven and earth level mystic flame. Want to snatch the mystic flame from this woman? It wasn't a question of whether it was difficult or not. It was a fantasy. Kill her and snatch the mystic flame? Was it possible? Knock her out and snatch the mystic flame? Was it possible? Trick her away and snatch the mystic flame? Was it possible? This woman's current cultivation was probably a few hundred times higher than Yang Dingtian. She could really crush Yang Dingtian with just a finger. If Yang Dingtian could defeat her or knock her out, then Yang Dingtian wouldn't need the mystic flame. What was his ultimate goal for snatching the mystic flame? It was to defeat Dongfang Bingling. Trick her away? Trick her away? Was that even possible? This woman's intelligence and willpower were in no way inferior to her cultivation. Tricking her? That would be seeking his own death. She would have killed Yang Dingtian with a single stroke of her sword if she had sensed his intentions. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was completely at his wit's end. But to watch Dongfang Bingling snatch away the mystic flame? How could this be? How could he be willing? How much did Yang Dingtian pay for this mystic flame? Furthermore, this mystic flame was practically Yang Dingtian's only hope. If he lost this mystic flame, not to mention that Yang Dingtian would not be able to defeat Dongfang Bingling 4 years later, Yang Dingtian would not have any hope of winning the martial arts contest for the position of castellan in a few months. He had to think of a way, but there was nothing he could do. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt that the situation in front of him was several times more difficult than when he had wanted to kill the Millennium Owl. You've already found the heaven and earth mystic flame, so I'm of no use anymore, Yang Dingtian said. Dongfang Bingling said lightly, Don't worry, I won't kill you. I don't even bother to silence people. Yang Dingtian said, Then you're letting me go now. No. Dongfang Bingling said, The heaven and earth mystic flame is rare in the world. Before I get the mystic flame, I don't want to have any side issues. Then Dongfang Bingling turned her beautiful face to Yang Dingtian and said, After I've completely refined and swallowed the mystic flame, I'll leave with you. Moreover, I'll give you an unexpected reward. Other than the mystic flame, I can give you almost everything." Then Dongfang Bingling closed her beautiful eyes slowly and did not have any intention to speak. Even though Yang Dingtian's heart was extremely anxious, he still kept his mouth shut while his mind was spinning rapidly. He had to think of a way to snatch the mystic flame from Dongfang Bingling, but it was really impossible. Time passed second by second, but Yang Dingtian was still at his wit's end. Brutal sword spirit? It instantly turned Qin Xiaobai into an idiot. It was very powerful, but it was completely useless against the powerful Dongfang Bingling in front of him. Evil soul art? The puppet fighting soul in the soul tool ring had already been used when he killed Wu Xingwen. Moreover, Yang Dingtian had already sworn that he would never use the evil soul art. It would destroy himself. Moreover, even if the powerful puppet fighting soul was still there, even if Yang Dingtian was willing to degrade himself to use the evil soul art, it would still be useless against Dongfang Bingling's powerful soul. Deep-sea mystic poison? At this moment, Yang Dingtian still had a little bit of it left in his space ring. However, this little bit of deep-sea mystic poison was completely useless against Dongfang Bingling. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart moved and he was about to speak. However, Yang Dingtian's neck suddenly felt cold. Dongfang Bingling's sword was placed horizontally on his neck. Then he saw Dongfang Bingling suddenly open her beautiful eyes and stare coldly at him. Her beautiful eyes revealed a dangerous aura. "Yang Dingtian, what's wrong? Do you regret it or want to kill me?" Yang Dingtian's sword flashed, and Yang Dingtian only felt a chill at the back of his neck. Then Dongfang Bingling placed her sword horizontally in front of Yang Dingtian and said coldly, "Xinlang, who exactly are you?" Yang Dingtian's heart suddenly jumped. Could it be that he had revealed some flaw? Why didn't Dongfang Bingling suspect him before? But now she did. Yang Dingtian said calmly, "I am Xinlang. Who else could I be?" "Then what do you think this is?" Dongfang Bingling said, her gaze falling on the sword. Yang Dingtian followed her gaze and saw a black dot on the sword. What was this thing? "This is a mole cut off from the back of your neck, but it is fake," Dongfang Bingling said. "My mole?" Yang Dingtian said in surprise. "I don't have a mole on the back of my neck." "This is not a mole. This is a soulless worm. Evil ways to cultivate evil creatures," Dongfang Bingling said. "It can attach itself to a person's body without the other party feeling anything. When this kind of worm attaches itself to a person's body, no matter where you are within 100 miles, the person controlling the soulless worm will know your exact location. Tell me, who exactly are you? What do you want from me? Who is instructing you from behind?" Dongfang Bingling asked coldly as she placed her sword on Yang Dingtian's neck. Her eyes were filled with absolute killing intent. "Yang Dingtian, I don't even know what this thing is, but at least yesterday I didn't have this thing on the back of my neck. I am Xinlang, and I don't have any bullshit intentions towards you. I didn't even know that you would appear." Dongfang Bingling's sword trembled, and the black dot on the sword instantly exploded, turning into powder and dissipating. "Maybe so, but I don't have time to investigate. Killing you is even simpler," Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. "Maybe you are innocent, but so what? So I'm sorry." Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes turned cold. She swung her sword fiercely, wanting to kill Yang Dingtian directly. "Ha ha ha." All of a sudden, a familiar laughter echoed in her ears. Dongfang Bingling, the #1 prodigy 400 years ago, the Nine Heavens fairy who was the only one who could break through to the martial saint realm. "Today is the day you die, and this place will be your burial ground." This familiar and sexy voice echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. In just a short time, this voice was getting closer and closer, from a few thousand meters to a few hundred meters. Then there was a strange fragrance, and a beautiful figure instantly floated over. A peerless beauty instantly stood in front of Yang Dingtian. This woman was incomparably familiar, but also incomparably unfamiliar. She had an extremely close relationship with Yang Dingtian, but also seemed like an enemy. Demonic woman, Dugu Fengwu. Why did she appear here? Dongfang Bingling looked at Dugu Fengwu and instantly laughed coldly. So this is your scheme? But you want to kill me with just you? You must be dreaming. What if I am included? Suddenly, an indifferent voice echoed. Then, Yang Dingtian's eyes blurred, and a figure instantly appeared in front of him, standing side by side with Dugu Fengwu. This was a young man in white robes. He could be considered handsome, but he couldn't be compared to Zhu Hongxue and Qin Xiaobai. At most, he was about the same as Yang Dingtian. However, this person had a special charm between his brows and the corner of his mouth. He seemed to be smiling all the time, and also seemed to be mocking others all the time. Once this person appeared, Dongfang Bingling's eyes suddenly shrank, and her face revealed an unprecedented solemn expression. She asked indifferently, "Who are you?" "Joyous Palace, Gudu Wu Huan," that young man said indifferently. In an instant, Dongfang Bingling's jade-like hand that was holding onto the sword suddenly tightened. The supremacy of the evil ways was the Temple of Annihilation, while the Joyous Palace and Temple of Blood were the right-hand men of the Temple of Annihilation. For example, the Temple of Annihilation was equivalent to the Hidden Sect, while the Joyous Palace and Temple of Blood were equivalent to the Yin-Yang School and the Mystic Heaven Sect. The Joyous Palace's status was above the Temple of Blood. Dugu Fengwu was the princess of the Temple of Blood, while Gudu Wu Huan was the young lord of the Joyous Palace. The two of them were equivalent to the peerless prodigies of the evil ways. From this, it could be seen that even if Gudu Wu Huan's cultivation wasn't superior to Dugu Fengwu, it was at least on par with her. Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling were also on par. Even if Dongfang Bingling was superior, it was only by a little. In fact, these two women had fought before, and the result was that Dongfang Bingling had a slight advantage. But now, with Dugu Fengwu and Gudu Wu Huan working together, Dongfang Bingling wasn't a match for them at all. Dongfang Bingling took a deep breath and said, "The peerless prodigies of the evil ways are here, and I am naturally not a match for them. But if I want to leave, the two of you might not be able to stop me, right?" Dugu Fengwu sneered and said, "Dongfang Bingling is incomparably prideful. Would she run away without a fight?" "Of course," Dongfang Bingling said coldly. "I might be prideful, but I am not foolish. Of course I will run. I only know that 10 years later, even if the two of you work together, you won't be a match for me. Why should I be so rigid about victory and defeat today?" Dugu Fengwu said, "In that case, you don't even want this heaven and earth mystic flame." Chapter 249. Dugu Fengwu said, "In that case, you don't even want this heaven and earth mystic flame." "I don't want it anymore." Dongfang Bingling said straightforwardly, "The heaven and earth mystic flame might be rare, but I might be able to find a second one. I just have to pay a slight price." Finishing her statement, she gently tilted her sharp sword and said, "So now, are you going to let me leave? Or do you want me to escape after a huge battle? You should be clear that the two of you won't be able to keep me here, and you won't be able to kill me either. If we were to fight, both of us would suffer great losses." Dugu Fengwu and Gudu Wu Huan fell into silence. It was obvious that Dongfang Bingling was speaking the truth. Even if the two absolute prodigies of the evil ways worked together, they wouldn't be able to kill Dongfang Bingling. Just how powerful was this woman? "If we were to fight, I might be injured and have to escape, but the two of you wouldn't have it easy either. When the mystic flame blooms 2 days later, how are you going to compete with the other experts of the half-human race?" Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. Dugu Fengwu remained silent and looked at Yang Dingtian. "What about this Shen Lang?" Dongfang Bingling said indifferently, "He has nothing to do with me." Dugu Fengwu said, "Then you aren't concerned about why we are here and who is the one who set this trap for you?" Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, "I don't care about schemes. I only care about my own strength. You should make a choice now. Are you going to let me leave, or are you going to let me escape after a huge battle?" Dugu Fengwu took a deep breath and said, "You are right. The two of us won't be able to kill you even if we work together. You are going to escape eventually. Why don't we let you leave now?" Dongfang Bingling said, "You are not stupid." But Dugu Fengwu said, "But we came all the way here, and obtaining this mystic flame is only our secondary objective. Our main objective is to kill you." After that, Dugu Fengwu said coldly, "Hypocrite, if you still don't show up, we are really going to let this 9 heavens mystical lady go. Don't think of benefiting from the fight between the crane and the clam." Ha! Suddenly, there was another burst of laughter in the air. Then, another shadow floated over. This was an extremely familiar shadow. It was the Northwest Qin City's young lord, Qin Huaiyu. After all, Fairy Dongfang and I are from the same Tiando League. So, it's not good for us to have a falling out. But since Miss Dugu has summoned me, I, Qin Huaiyu, have no choice but to appear. Qin Huaiyu said, "Fairy Dongfang, the princess of the Temple of Blood and the young master of the Joyous Palace couldn't even hold you back. What if my Northwest Qin City's young master, Qin Huaiyu, was added on? I should be able to kill you now." Suddenly, Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face showed an unprecedented seriousness. "If the 3 of you join forces, I should be dead for sure." Dongfang Bingling said to Qin Huaiyu, "But why? In order to kill me, your Qin City is willing to give up the mystic flame? My Yin-Yang school has turned a blind eye to your Qin City's expansion in the northwest." Qin Huaiyu sighed softly. "Fairy Dongfang, even if the heaven and earth mystic flame is gone, we can still find it. 10 years, 20 years, we will eventually find it. But the chances of killing you will be extremely slim, especially if we can kill you without anyone knowing. This might be our only chance." Dongfang Bingling said, "Kill me? Is it so important that you don't hesitate to join forces with the evil ways?" "That's right. Killing you is extremely important. It's the most important thing for my Qin City and also the most important thing for the evil ways." Qin Huaiyu said, "In these 400 years, no one has been able to break through to the martial saint realm. This is a good thing. At least the world is in balance. But you, Fairy Dongfang, are an absolute genius. You might break through to the martial saint realm in 20 to 30 years. Then, you will be the only martial saint in this world. When that time comes, the evil ways will be annihilated, and my Qin City will have no chance to rise. So, for the sake of Qin City's future, killing you is the most important thing. The mystic flame can only be ranked second. As for colluding with the evil ways," Qin Huaiyu said, "don't the powers in the Tiando League have colluded with the evil ways?" Immediately, Dongfang Bingling smiled faintly. She didn't say anything else, let alone beg for mercy. "Shenlang," Qin Huaiyu looked at Yang Dingtian, "you can't really think that my father thinks highly of you and regards you as his military advisor, right? You can't really think that my father will fall for your strategic ideas and really want to ally with the half-human race for the future, right? There's no need for that at all. My Qin City and the evil ways are already one family." Then Qin Huaiyu said, "In order for my Qin City to rise, we must destroy the Yin-Yang school and the mysterious heaven sect." "That's right, but using the power of the half-human race to nurture them is too far away. Why do we have to give up what's near and seek what's far away? Can't we just look for the Temple of Blood and the Joyous Palace? The hidden sect isn't around, and neither is the Temple of Annihilation. Isn't it good for my Qin City, the Joyous Palace, and the Temple of Blood to rule the entire world?" "Who said that the hidden sect isn't around?" Yang Dingtan said, "Isn't Nameless, who appeared in Cloud Heaven City recently, the hidden sect's successor?" "Ha!" Qin Huaiyu instantly laughed. "The hidden sect's successor, Nameless? Fairy Dongfang, before you die, let me give you a piece of top-secret information. This so-called hidden sect successor, nameless, is your fiancé, Yang Dingtian. Once this was said, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly trembled, and for the first time, she revealed an expression of disbelief. Yang Dingtian's heart also trembled, and he instinctively looked towards Dugu Fengwu. In this world, Dugu Fengwu was the only one who knew that the hidden sect successor, nameless, was actually Yang Dingtian. Furthermore, Qin Huaiyu must have found out about this secret after Yang Dingtian left Cloud Heaven City. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian wouldn't have been able to leave Cloud Heaven City alive back then. But soon enough, Yang Dingtian stopped his action of looking at Dugu Fengwu. Instead, he looked towards Dongfang Bingling. Her absolutely beautiful face was filled with astonishment as she said, "Impossible. Yang Dingtian can't possibly know the hidden sect sword art, and Yang Dingtian can't possibly have thunder attribute mystic skills." Qin Huaiyu laughed and said, "Fairy Dongfang, you are an absolute prodigy in this world, so you have never placed anyone in your eyes, including your father. You think that your talent is the best in the world in the past 400 years, but I can tell you that you might not be the best in the world. Yang Dingtian's talent might not be inferior to yours." "Impossible." Dongfang Bingling spoke in a cold and angry voice. "Yang Dingtian can't possibly have such high talent. What evidence does he have to impersonate the hidden sect successor?" Dugu Fengwu said indifferently, "Because I have another identity, and that is the 7 Refined Lane's third Lady Gongsun. I forced Yang Dingtian to impersonate the hidden sect successor. His hidden sect sword art was taught by me, but I only know the superficial moves. I didn't expect that after I taught him the fake sword art, he could actually learn the real one." Chapter 250. Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face had a trace of blush for the first time, and her breathing became slightly hurried as she said, "Then why does Yang Dingtian know the thunder attribute mystic skill?" Dugu Fengwu was slightly startled before she giggled and said, "Dongfang Bingling, so you don't mind that Yang Dingtian is impersonating the hidden sect's disciple. You are only concerned about Yang Dingtian's exceptional talent. Not only does he know the real hidden sect's sword art, but he also knows the thunder attribute mystic skill." Immediately after, Dugu Fengwu said, "I don't know much about the thunder attribute mystic skill, but I roughly know that when he entered the Fire Cloud Devil Cave with me to forge the sword Soul Youngling Sword, I threw him into the bottomless abyss. But I didn't expect that he didn't die and instead found a 5 elements Hall mystic realm. What I didn't expect was that when the extremely powerful stone giant guarding the mystic realm was about to kill us, he actually treated Yang Dingtian as a guest of the mystic realm and allowed him to cultivate in the mystic realm. You are saying that he learned the thunder attribute mystic skill in the mystic realm?" Dongfang Bingling sneered and said, "That is impossible. With your personality, why didn't you kill Yang Dingtian? Everyone knows that after coming out of the mystic realm, he will definitely improve rapidly and will be a threat to your evil ways." "Who said I didn't kill him?" Dugu Fengwu said, "I ripped off his deep-sea mystic clothes and placed my palm on his heart. After I confirmed that he was dead, I left. How would I know how he came back from the dead and learned the thunder attribute, mystic skill, in the mystic realm?" Dongfang Bingling's delicate body instantly shivered as she said, "He also died in the mystic realm before." Dugu Fengwu said, "Dongfang Bingling, did you also die in the mystic realm before?" Dongfang Bingling didn't reply as her beautiful face regained its cold expression and said, "All right, even if the hidden sect's disciple Wu Ming is impersonated by Yang Dingtian, so what? Even if he had once cultivated in the secret realm, even if he knew lightning attribute profound skill, so what? For years later, he still can't even catch a glimpse of my back. I'm the most talented person in this world. I'm the only person in this world who can break through to the martial saint realm." At this moment, Yang Dingtian was truly shocked by Dongfang Bingling. She was actually concerned about someone challenging her title of the world's #1 martial Dao talent when she was at death's door. Perhaps, Qin Huaiyu said, but so what? You won't have the chance to see it anyway. Your dead meet today. Of course, you can rest assured that in 7 months at most, I will let your fiancé, Yang Dingtian, come down to accompany you. But today, you can only let this cheap uncle accompany you to hell. You'll have to reluctantly do it. Yang Dingtian immediately let out a deep sigh. He looked at Qin Huaiyu and said, Young Lord Qin, your father appointed me as the military advisor, making me second only to one person and above all in Qin City. He even banished dozens of Qin clansmen and punished his own daughter, Qin Jiaojiao, for me. Did you use me as bait to kill Dongfang Bingling? Of course, Qin Huaiyu said, but we didn't kill you that night and appointed you as the military advisor, not because we wanted to kill Fairy Dongfang, but because we wanted to know the exact location of the heaven and earth mystic flame. In fact, after you and Yi Feng's duel, when you presented the painting and the poem, we guessed that the other half of the mystic flame's map was in your hands. When my father summoned you alone and you tried every possible means to lure us out of the other half of the mystic flame's map, we were sure that you had the other half. But you're a stubborn person. Even if we killed you, you wouldn't hand over the other half of the mystic flame's map. So, my father beat you at your own game and let you come to the Dongli grassland to come to the mystic flame yourself. Through the soulless worm, we could track your location at all times. So, once you found the location of the mystic flame, I would appear, kill you, and take back the sacred flame. Then, Qin Huaiyu sneered and said, Xinlang, otherwise, do you think my father would really think highly of you? Why do you think the Qin clan's disciples tried so hard to find trouble with you? It was all because of my incitement. It was to gain your trust and make you feel overwhelmed by the favor. Otherwise, how could a waster like you, who is even inferior to pork, be qualified to enter my Qin city? Ha! You are indeed a generation's hero, Qin Wancho. You are as cunning as a fox, and your schemes are as deep as the sea. Yang Dingtian let out a burst of laughter. He then withdrew his laughter and said indifferently, After I defeated Yi Feng, I presented that map. Although it was similar to the Mystic Flames map, it was too ridiculous for you to infer that the other half of the Mystic Flames map was in my hands. Of course, it wasn't just that, Qin Huaiyu said. We were only suspicious at that time, but your true identity made us certain that the other half of the Mystic Flames map was in your hands. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's heart jumped. Could it be that this Qin Huaiyu always knew that he was Yang Dingtian? However, Yang Dingtian obviously would not admit it. Instead, he sneered and said, True identity? How come I didn't know that I had another true identity other than Xinlang? Are you sure? Young Master Tianhan of Ice Peak Valley? Qin Huaiyu sneered and said, At that time almost all the forces gathered at Ice Peak Valley with ulterior motives. In one night, nearly 1,000 people were killed in Ice Peak Valley. It was said that it was for a 9th grade mystic skill scroll, but there was a secret rumor that it was not for that scroll, but for the Mystic Flames map. The rumor said that the Mystic Flames map was attached to that scroll. It was not to the extent of slaughtering the entire Ice Peak Valley for a scroll, but it was enough with the Mystic Flames map. We were skeptical about this rumor. However, 17 years later, young Master Tianhan of Ice Peak Valley appeared at my father's birthday banquet and drew a map of the Dongli grassland that was similar to the Mystic Flames map. Then, it undoubtedly confirmed the rumor that the Ice Peak Valley was slaughtered for the Mystic Flames map. Therefore, we confirmed that the other half of the Mystic Flames map was in your hands. Instantly, Yang Dingtian was stupefied. He truly couldn't imagine that things could develop like this. The so-called identity of young Master Tianhan of Ice Peak Valley was a lie made up by Yang Dingtian to cheat Qin Mingli's heart. However, he did not expect Qin Huaiyu to guess that Yang Dingtian had the other half of the Mystic Flames map by mistake. Why? Are you stunned after being exposed, Xinlang? Qin Huaiyu said coldly. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, I am Rin Tianhan. How did you know? Did Ali tell you? Of course it was her. Qin Huaiyu said. But don't worry, she did not betray you. She is still deeply in love with you. However, at that time, we despised you for being a loafer who had nothing and was not worthy of her. Furthermore, you appeared beside her out of nowhere with ulterior motives. In order to convince us, Qin Mingli told us your true identity. Then, Qin Huaiyu said coldly, however, you really deserve to die. My aunt was deeply in love with you, but you got close to her just to use her to obtain the other half of the Mystic Flames map. Tell me, how did you know that the other half of the Mystic Flames map was in my hands? How did Yang Dingtian know that the other half of the Mystic Flames map was in his hands? Of course, it was inferred from the words he wrote on the Mystic Flames map, his rape of Ning Ro, and his appearance in the great demon Li Tianxiao's secret chamber. However, Yang Dingtian would obviously not say it. If he said it, not only would his identity be exposed, but Ning Ro would also be in danger. Is this still important? Yang Dingtian sneered and said, Anyway, you will kill me no matter what. Why should I say it? That's true. Anyway, you will die no matter what, so there's no need to say it, Qin Huaiyu said. Then Qin Huaiyu continued, My father's original plan was to use you to find the exact location of the mystic flame. However, we realized that Dongfang Bingling did not leave immediately after the birthday banquet. Instead, she was paying attention to Xinlang for some unknown reason, as though she had some understanding of the mystic flame. Therefore, my father thought for an entire night and made another choice. That was to give up on the heaven and earth mystic flame and get rid of Dongfang Bingling to truly form an alliance with the Temple of Blood and the Joyous Palace. Therefore, he found young Mistress Dugu and young Lord Guru and set up this huge trap to kill Dongfang Bingling. Yang Dingtian said, Your father is truly impressive. He is truly talented and bold. He is even willing to give up on the heaven and earth mystic flame. Of course, Qin Huaiyu said, My father is a person with great wisdom. Even if the mystic flame is gone, he will still be able to find it in 10 years or more, using a mystic flame to get rid of Dongfang Bingling in exchange for the true friendship of the Joyous Palace and the Temple of Blood. Our Qin city has profited from this transaction. Dugu Fengwu laughed and said, Young Lord Qin isn't speaking the truth. City Lord Qin might be talented and bold, but he probably isn't willing to give up on the mystic flame just like that. It was mainly because when I went to meet City Lord Qin, I vaguely mentioned that I knew about the mystic flame. Therefore, your father reluctantly gave it up. Of course, this is also part of the reason. Qin Huaiyu said, Young Mistress Dugu, please forgive me for not knowing how you know that the other half of the Mystic Flames map is in our Qin city's hands. No one knows about this secret. Dugu Fengwu said, A few years ago, young Lord Qin went to a secret room at the peak of a cliff in the southwest continent. That was the place where Li Tianxiao died. Do you need me to say more? Qin Huaiyu was astonished and said, The Temple of Blood knows everything and is truly incredible. This Qin is full of admiration. Afterward, Qin Huaiyu looked at Dongfang Bingling and said, Fairy Dongfang, could you also know that I went to Li Tianxiao's secret room? How did you know that we have the Mystic Flames map? In an instant, Dongfang Bingling turned cold and didn't say anything. Yang Dingtian sighed and said, Dongfang Bingling, I also want to know. I really don't know how you know that I am here to look for the heaven and earth mystic flame. Dongfang Bingling didn't bother about Yang Dingtian. Things have already come to this, and you aren't even going to tell me such a small wish. Do you want me to be a confused ghost? Yang Dingtian asked. Chapter 251. At this point in time, you won't even tell me such a small wish. Do you want me to be a muddle-headed ghost? Yang Dingtian asked. Jir Ashina is a spy that I sent to Qin City, Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. The lives of her parents and relatives are all in my hands. Ah, Yang Dingtian suddenly understood why Dongfang Bingling knew so much about Yang Dingtian's search for the mystic flame. She even knew the approximate location of the mystic flame. Qin Huaiyu said in surprise, "Fairy Dongfang, why did you send a spy to my Qin city?" Dongfang Bingling said, "Your Qin city is secretly capturing the Foxman race. I want to know what your intentions are. I originally guessed that you wanted to set a trap for the half-human race, so I sent you as a spy. However, I didn't expect that you were doing it for the mystic flame." Yang Dingtian really didn't expect that the naive and cute Ji, or Ashina, was actually Dongfang Bingling's spy. In her mouth, her status was very high. However, the Foxman patriarch's daughter, Xiang Bela, didn't know her at all. Furthermore, when she saw Xiang Bela, Jir Ashina, who had been very energetic previously, was pretending to be asleep. "All right, we have finished catching up. It's time to take action," Qin Huaiyu said indifferently. "Wait." Gudu Wu Huan, who had been quiet all this while, looked at Yang Dingtian. "Sir Shinlang, how about we make a deal?" "Let's hear it," Yang Dingtian said. Gudu Wu Huan said, "You stand on our side and kill Dongfang Bingling together with us. How about it?" Yang Dingtian frowned and said, "And then? Don't tell me that you won't kill me because of this?" "Of course not," Gudu Wu Huan said. "In return, you can die peacefully. Otherwise, you are a very good material. I really can't bear to waste your body." "For example?" Yang Dingtian said. "For example, puppet fighting souls," Gudu Wu Huan said. Yang Dingtian looked at Dugu Fengwu and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask this question. Dugu Fengwu said indifferently, "All right, let's do it." Gudu Wu Huan smiled and said, "Then make a choice. Will you stand on our side or Fairy Dongfang's side?" Yang Dingtian sighed and slowly pulled out his huge heavenly demon saber. "Even though I don't like Dongfang Bingling, I'll still stand on her side." "No need, move aside," Dongfang Bingling said coldly, raising her beautiful and proud face. Qin Huaiyu's pupils constricted as he said, "All right then, the final moment has arrived. Fairy Dongfang, do you have any last words?" At the same time, Qin Huaiyu, Dugu Fengwu, and Gudu Wu Huan slowly pointed their sharp swords at Dongfang Bingling. "What last words do you want?" Dongfang Bingling said with disdain and shook the sharp sword in her hand. In an instant, a gust of wind blew by, and Dongfang Bingling's long hair and skirt fluttered, making her even more beautiful and ethereal like a fairy. Even Qin Huaiyu's eyes couldn't help but blur for a moment. Immediately after, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body burst out with a lump of blue light. "With just the three of you," Dongfang Bingling reprimanded coldly, and the surrounding ice layer burst out with blue light. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body danced in the air like a fairy descending from the 9 heavens. Afterward, Yang Dingtian was incomparably astonished. The boundless ice seemed to have come alive. Countless small blue radiances flew out from the ice and rapidly flew towards Dongfang Bingling's delicate body like little spirits. Everyone present didn't know what was going on, but they instinctively felt a mysterious and dangerous aura. Dugu Fengwu, Gudu Wu Huan, Qin Huaiyu, you want to kill me with just the three of you? Dream on. Dongfang Bingling spoke with a chilly voice. Her voice was even more pleasant to the ears, but it didn't sound like a real person anymore. When Dugu Fengwu saw that Dongfang Bingling was enveloped by hundreds and thousands of small blue radiances, her expression changed slightly as she said, "Make a move immediately and kill Dongfang Bingling." Following Dugu Fengwu's order, Qin Huaiyu, Dugu Fengwu, and Gudu Wu Huan suddenly flashed and formed a triangle, surrounding Yang Dingtian and Dongfang Bingling in the center. Immediately after, the three of them circulated their mystic qi to the extremity and brewed their strongest, lethal, mystic skill. This wasn't a martial contest where they had to fight for 300 rounds. They were going to kill, and they had to kill in a single move. In an instant, Yang Dingtian felt as though he was in the center of a nuclear explosion. Of course, the explosion hadn't started yet and was still counting down. It was an energy that could turn the world upside down. An energy that could turn the world upside down. Reincarnation technique. A black energy whirlpool suddenly engulfed Qin Huaiyu's body and grew bigger and bigger. Finally, it enveloped the surrounding few hundred meters, making it look like hell. Shura sky. Dugu Fingwu's mystic skill was a brilliant red that covered the entire sky. It was like the blazing sun and also like fresh blood that broke through the sky. It was extremely breathtaking and horrifying. Wherever the brilliant red passed, the firm ice would instantly turn into dust. Heavenly dragon technique. As for Guru Wuhuan, it was an extremely ferocious golden giant dragon that revolved around his body. Not only did it destroy the surrounding ice, but it also completely suppressed Qin Huaiyu and Dugu Fengwu's mystic skill energy. Yang Dingtian had never seen Guru Wuhuan before, but he had seen Qin Huaiyu and Dugu Fengwu before. He even had a deep relationship with them. However, Yang Dingtian had never seen the mystic skills that the two of them were executing. It was obvious that this was their trump card. There was no doubt that the three of them were executing 9th grade mystic skills. Furthermore, they were going all out and wanted to kill Dongfang Bingling. Of course, that included Yang Dingtian. In fact, the three of them didn't even need to aim their mystic skills at Yang Dingtian. Under such a level of attack, even if Yang Dingtian was a few hundred meters away, there would only be one outcome. He would be smashed into smithereens. Yang Dingtian held his breath and gripped the Sky Devil Battle saber tightly. He condensed all the mystic chi in his body onto the saber and prepared to receive this fatal attack. Of course, it was completely meaningless if he was going to resist. As compared to the fatal attack from the three of them, his energy was insignificant, like a firefly to the bright moon. That's right, he knew many cultivation techniques, especially the third rank of the pig-slaying sword art, the yin-yang qi transformation technique, which was the #1 mystical technique in the world. However, all of this was completely useless in front of him. In the face of absolute energy, it didn't matter what cultivation technique or secret manual it was. It was all useless. However, he truly wasn't willing to be turned into ashes without any resistance. Time ticked by. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had already condensed their mystic chi to the extremity. Yang Dingtian couldn't see the three of them anymore. The surrounding 1,000 meters of ice had already turned into nothingness. It was a hell that was filled with extremely powerful energy. It didn't seem like the human world. Chapter 252. Yang Dingtian could no longer see the silhouettes of the three people. The surrounding 1,000 meters of ice had already turned into nothingness. It was a hell filled with incomparably powerful energy. It did not seem like the human world at all. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body was still spinning in the air. Endless cold radiance surged out from the 100 miles of ice and flew towards Dongfang Bingling's body, surrounding her. It was like countless fairies, but also like countless fireflies that were countless times more beautiful. Instantly, Dongfang Bingling's entire body seemed to have become transparent. It emitted a charming and pure radiance from inside out, making her look even more like a fairy that had descended. Furthermore, Dongfang Bingling's eyes were still closed, facing the fatal attacks from the three powerful enemies. She did not even open her eyes to take a look. "It's all over," Qin Huaiyu suddenly shouted. Then, the sharp sword in his hand slashed down. Instantly, the dark energy that filled the sky instantly condensed into a line and stabbed towards Dongfang Bingling. At the same time, the blood radiance that filled the sky around Dongfang Bingling also condensed into a sword. It turned into an incomparably terrifying crimson snow sword and shot towards Dongfang Bingling. The golden energy dragon that revolved around Guru Wuhuan suddenly let out an earth-shattering roar. Then it turned into a white light and shot towards Dongfang Bingling. Three incomparably powerful and deadly energies attacked Dongfang Bingling at the same time. With Dongfang Bingling's cultivation, she could take on one of them. She could barely take on two and not die. However, if she were to take on three, she would definitely die. Boom! A loud sound echoed. Yang Dingtian only felt a white light flash. It was as if a comet had collided with Earth. It was also as if a nuclear bomb had exploded on Earth. Everything in front of him was extremely bright. The incomparably powerful energy suddenly exploded. It was enough to completely destroy everything and turn everything into dust. Yang Dingtian's sky devil battle saber contained his greatest energy as it slashed out. Then, everything in front of him turned into nothingness. He lost all his senses, not only his sight and hearing, but also his sense of touch and feeling. In short, everything seemed to have disappeared. Not only did his body and divine sense disappear, it was as if the entire world had disappeared. Perhaps this was the feeling of death. It was unknown how much time had passed. It felt like only a moment had passed, yet it also felt like a lifetime had passed. All of his senses were gradually recovering and returning to Yang Dingtian's body. He could feel it, hear it, and see it again. But the moment he saw it, he was completely stunned, because he was actually safe and sound. Moreover, Dongfang Bingling was also safe and sound. However, her delicate body didn't look like a human's at all. The endless ice fairies continued to revolve around her, while she herself seemed to have been carved out of ice. She was sparkling and translucent, stunning to the extreme, and also extremely strange to the extreme. A huge hole was blasted open in the middle of the lake. Then, the surrounding lake water quickly surged in to fill up the hole. Then, it froze into ice at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only Yang Dingtian, but Dugu Fengwu, Qin Huaiyu, and Gudu Wuhuan were also completely stunned. Dongfang Bingling actually didn't die from the fatal attacks of the three of them? How was this possible? They knew about Dongfang Bingling's cultivation, and it was impossible for her to withstand the overwhelming attacks of the three of them. There should only be one outcome, and that was for Dongfang Bingling to be completely crushed. However, not only were her bones not crushed, but she also didn't seem to be severely injured. How was this possible? Even a master-class expert wouldn't be able to do this. At this moment, Dongfang Bingling gradually opened her beautiful eyes. Yang Dingtian noticed that her eyes were like gems and didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. I said before that only Dongfang Bingling is able to kill Dongfang Bingling. She opened her absolutely beautiful mouth and spoke. Her petal-like lips were completely transparent, as though they were really made of ice. As she spoke, an eerie blue crystal liquid flowed out from the corner of her mouth. This was originally her blood, but it had turned eerie blue. Yang Dingtian understood that Dongfang Bingling wasn't safe and sound. Immediately after, Dongfang Bingling looked at Qin Huaiyu and the others and said, "That's right. I must die today, but I will definitely not die in the hands of the three of you. Only Dongfang Bingling is able to kill Dongfang Bingling. Furthermore, the few of you will have to accompany me in death." Finishing her statement, Dongfang Bingling's delicate body suddenly burst out with a strange radiance. Immediately after, the ice spirits that were revolving around her delicate body suddenly drilled into her body. At the same time, all the ice in the surrounding hundreds of miles flew towards Dongfang Bingling in a frenzy and drilled into her body. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body floated in the air, and her trembling, delicate body showed that she was enduring extreme pain. Furthermore, her body was rapidly transforming inch by inch. If she was just like an ice woman earlier, she was now completely an ice woman. Her snow-white and tender skin was slowly freezing into ice. Mystical maiden of the 9 heavens, Dongfang Bingling, was slowly turning into an ice woman. "Let's die together!" Dongfang Bingling yelled out delicately, and her voice was completely like ice cracking and jade shattering. Qin Huaiyu's expression changed drastically as he looked at Dugu Fengwu and Gudu Wuhuan. The three of them looked at each other and thought of the same word at the same time. Sacrifice. That's right, sacrifice. It could be said that this was the most powerful mystic skill in the world, and it was also the most decisive mystic skill. It could even be said that it was more decisive than the self-destruction of the chi vessel. Sacrifice was to completely offer one's body and spirit to the terrifying energy of heaven and earth. Ice attribute martial artists would offer themselves to the endless ice. Fire attribute martial artists would offer themselves to the endless, blazing fire. Afterward, one's body would be completely fused with the incomparably powerful energy, and the final attack would be able to kill even gods and Buddhas. If Dongfang Bingling had only self-destructed her chi vessel, she might only be able to injure Qin Huaiyu and the others, but she wouldn't be able to kill them. However, she had actually used sacrifice. There was only one outcome, and that was mutual destruction. Dongfang Bingling would definitely be smashed into smithereens, but Qin Huaiyu, Dugu Fengwu, and Gudu Wuhuan would also be turned into dust. Of course, this included the passerby, Yang Dingtian. Even though he might be indirectly dying in the hands of Dongfang Bingling, he couldn't help but have heartfelt respect for Dongfang Bingling. This was the first time. In the past, Yang Dingtian only had hatred and disdain for her. Right now, he still hated her, but there was an additional trace of respect. This woman was truly stubborn and prideful to the extreme. She would never lower her head at any moment and would always maintain her pride. Qin Huaiyu and the others didn't dare to think further as they looked at one another. Sacrifice was the most mysterious and powerful mystic skill. It only existed in legends, and no one had truly seen or used it before. No one expected for Dongfang Bingling to actually learn this supreme and decisive mystic skill. Earlier on, it was merely the first chapter of sacrifice, and it had already blocked the combined mystic skills of Qin Huaiyu and the others. Right now, Dongfang Bingling was going to execute the second chapter of sacrifice, annihilation. There were only 2 chapters of sacrifice. Dongfang Bingling had devoured all the energy of the surrounding sea ice and fused it with her own energy. Once it was released, the power would be astounding. Therefore, when they saw Dongfang Bingling turning into an ice statue inch by inch, Qin Huaiyu and the others were filled with astonishment. When Dongfang Bingling had completely turned into an ice statue, it would be the time for sacrifice to be released. When that time came, everyone present would be turned into ashes. Use weapons to kill her. Don't use mystic qi. Qin Huaiyu said. Right now, Dongfang Bingling's surroundings were filled with incomparably powerful energy. Earlier on, the trio's combined mystic skill attack was useless. It was obvious that mystic qi energy couldn't harm her at all. Therefore, Qin Huaiyu said to use weapons. Finishing his statement, Qin Huaiyu thrust his sword at lightning speed towards Dongfang Bingling's chest, wanting to stab her to death. Clang! But before Qin Huaiyu's sword could stab into Dongfang Bingling's body, it was repelled by an incomparably tough and powerful energy. After executing their mystic skills, the trio was actually helpless against Dongfang Bingling. Right now, even more icy cold energy was crazily entering Dongfang Bingling's body. The energy she had gathered was getting stronger and stronger, and it could explode at any moment. Once it was released, the trio would definitely die. Go! Dugu Fengwu gave the order and instantly turned to escape. Qin Huaiyu had an unresigned expression. Dongfang Bingling is dead for sure. She just didn't die in our hands. Gudu Wuhuan said, "Let's go." In an instant, Gudu Wuhuan and Qin Huaiyu also turned to escape. Swish! Suddenly, Gudu Wuhuan, who was already far away, shot out a cold light which pierced into Yang Dingtian's chest. Bang! Yang Dingtian vomited a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. This Gudu Wuhuan was actually so vicious. Before escaping, he actually wanted to kill Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian saw it clearly. The concealed weapon was an icicle. If he wasn't wearing the deep-sea mystic clothes, he would really be dead. Before making his move, Guduwuhuan also felt that Yang Dingtian was definitely going to die. He didn't even take a look and immediately disappeared with Qin Huaiyu. Yang Dingtian struggled to get up from the ground and saw more and more icy cold energy pouring into Dongfang Bingling's body. The speed of her body, turning into ice, was getting faster. Once this transformation reached the extreme, the icy cold energy that she had devoured would be instantly released. By then, Dongfang Bingling would definitely be shattered into pieces, and Yang Dingtian would definitely be turned into ashes. But right now, no one was able to stop all of this from happening. Even Dugu Fengwu, Qin Huaiyu, and Guduwuhuan weren't able to stop it, which was why the trio escaped. These three individuals were martial supreme class experts, and even she and the others couldn't stop them, let alone a mere martial mystic class expert like Yang Dingtian. Right now, even Dongfang Bingling wasn't able to stop it because she had already given her body and willpower to the sacrifice. Chapter 253. Master, is there any way to stop Dongfang Bingling's sacrifice? We don't have much time left. Yang Dingtian said anxiously in his heart, even though Dongfang Minmi was just a consciousness and didn't know how to breathe. But at this moment in Yang Dingtian's mind, he was still panting rapidly. It was obvious that he was extremely worried and nervous. Dongfang Bingling was his daughter, and Yang Dingtian was his disciple. They were all his hopes. These were the two people closest to him, Dongfang Minmi, in this world. Once the sacrifice was released, these two people would be smashed to pieces. Child, I really wish I knew how to stop the sacrifice, but I really don't know. Dongfang Minmi said. So you have to run quickly, run immediately, run as far as you can. What about Dongfang Bingling? She will die, Yang Dingtian said. That is her life. You have to run quickly, Dongfang Minmi said. Master, I can't run away either. If I am in the lake, I will definitely die. Once I come out of the lake, Qin Huaiyu and the others will also kill me, Yang Dingtian said. At this moment, the ice had already spread to Dongfang Bingling's chest and quickly reached her neck. Once it reached the top of her head, her entire body would turn into ice. That would be the time for the sacrifice to be released. According to Yang Dingtian's estimation, the sacrifice would be released in less than 10 seconds. Master, the three people's combined mystical skills were so astonishing. Why were they unable to harm Dongfang Bingling at all? Yang Dingtian said. Because the ice energy surrounding her body is a natural energy shield. Ice-type attacks are ineffective and will only be swallowed. Fire-type mystical skills cannot penetrate it, Dongfang Minmi said. Then, if I injure Dongfang Bingling now, will the sacrifice stop? Yang Dingtian said. I think so, Dongfang Minmi said, but the energy shield on the surface of her body is already extremely strong. You won't be able to penetrate it. Oh no, other people won't be able to penetrate it, but you can. Lightning elemental energy can ignore any defense, especially the ice element. At this time, the ice had already spread to the tip of Dongfang Bingling's nose. It was less than 3 seconds away from being destroyed and smashed into pieces. Immediately, Yang Dingtian used his fastest speed and greatest amount of profound energy to prepare the lightning attribute profound skill, Mountain Split. 2 seconds later, pa! A bolt of lightning suddenly shot out and struck the surface of Dongfang Bingling's body. Instantly, a surge of electric energy completely ignored the impenetrable ice barrier and directly drilled into Dongfang Bingling's body. Although the surface of Dongfang Bingling's body was filled with powerful energy, the inside of her body was at its weakest. So when the lightning elemental energy drilled into her body, there was no resistance. Dongfang Bingling directly fainted and fell to the ground. Without any movement, without any sound, without any resistance, she was directly struck to the ground by Yang Dingtian's lightning attribute, profound skill, Mountain Split. Then the sacrifice also stopped. At this time, the ice had just spread to her forehead. It was less than half a second before it was released. Yang Dingtian, once again, lingered at the gates of hell. Finally, he wasn't pulled in. But now he wasn't out of danger yet. Because Qin Huaiyu and the rest could return at any time, Yang Dingtian had to immediately escape from this place. At this time, there were 3 ways to escape. The first way, above, was to leave the central lake. Of course, this direction was definitely not feasible. As long as he left the lake, he would immediately be discovered by Qin Huaiyu and the rest. Only death awaited him. The second way, under the ice of the lake, he could find a random corner to hide in. The central lake was about 100 miles long, so finding a corner to hide in was not difficult. But even if he hid, Qin Huaiyu and the rest were absolute experts. It shouldn't be difficult for them to sense Yang Dingtian's aura. So, it would still be very difficult to escape from their evil clutches. In the third direction, it kept going down, down, and down. Of course, the third way was even more uncertain, because Yang Dingtian didn't know what was below. He only vaguely felt that it was getting colder as he went down. So it was getting colder. If it was extremely cold, then his 9 yang profound veins would be very advantageous. He remembered that there was an unfreezing pool in the abandoned mine. It was the coldest place. Even Zhao Wuji couldn't withstand it. One must know that Zhao Wuji was also a martial supreme expert. The first way was impossible. The second way was easy to do, but the probability of being discovered was still very high. The third way was the most uncertain and risky. But no matter what, Yang Dingtian had to make a choice as quickly as possible. In just a few seconds, Yang Dingtian made his choice. He chose the third way, even though it was very uncertain and full of unknowns. Yang Dingtian liked to take risks. After deciding which way to go, the next thing he had to decide was whether to bring Dongfang Bingling with him. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't hesitate for long before he made his decision. Bring Dongfang Bingling with him. Even though Yang Dingtian hated her and didn't love her, she was after all his master's only daughter. Moreover, his master's divine sense was in his mind right now. He carried Dongfang Bingling and carried her on his back. Immediately, he felt a bone-piercing cold. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shiver. Then, Yang Dingtian put the Sky Devil battle blade into his spatial ring and took out his youngling sword. Even though the Sky Devil battle blade was also a fire-type weapon, but in terms of the fire-type energy it contained, it was much weaker than the youngling sword. Even though the primal divine sense in the youngling sword was still asleep, but as a weapon, it didn't have much of an effect on its usage. Grabbing onto the youngling sword, Yang Dingtian fiercely pierced it into the underground ice. Blazing profound qi was emitted through the youngling sword. Immediately, the ice within a 3 qi radius around the youngling sword melted into water. Carrying Dongfang Bingling on his back, Yang Dingtian fiercely jumped down. Then he continued to hold onto the youngling's sword tightly and pierced it deeper. As he went deeper, he injected profound qi to melt the ice. Just like this, Yang Dingtian continued to melt the ice, and the water that had just melted behind him quickly froze into solid ice again. Melting ice was, of course, slower than breaking ice. Furthermore, it consumed more energy. But if he broke the ice, he would obviously leave behind traces. It would clearly tell Qin Huaiyu and the rest which direction he escaped in. And after melting the ice, the places he passed by would quickly freeze into ice again. He wouldn't leave any traces behind. 1 qi, 1 qi. Yang Dingtian continued to melt the ice, going deeper and deeper. 10 minutes later, Yang Dingtian had already penetrated several hundred meters into the bottom of the ice. The ice in front of him really seemed to be endless. Yang Dingtian continued to melt the ice and continued to dive deeper and deeper. After exactly half an hour, Yang Dingtian had already dived close to 1,000 meters. PFFF. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body swayed. As it turned out, he had already reached the end of the ice.